This session is going to be reviewing the tips that I find most helpful for people to keep in mind to go on the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. Most common reasons why people fail the exam, because what better way to learn what not to do than from the experiences of other individuals? We'll be going through a multitude of different topics: subpoena versus court order, operant conditioning, referral versus supervision. We're going to be going over community organizing, the personality disorders, bipolar 1 versus bipolar 2 disorder, the schizophrenia spectrum, the medications, the acronym: safety, feelings, assess, refer, educate, advocate, facilitate, and intervene. The 6-step process that I recommend that people keep in mind as we're breaking down the questions to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done, as well as tying it all together with practice questions. And as I always say, do not expect yourself to memorize everything that we go over in this session, but simply be able to recognize and apply it. Because a lot of times what happens to people is that they believe that they have to be a walking social work encyclopedia and they have to know every minute detail about everything. And that's not the case, because you simply have to be able to recognize the information, be able to decipher through it, and compare one concept to another concept as you're going through practice questions and on real questions in the actual exam. So again, do not expect perfection out of yourself, but expect that you're going to practice in order to make the information permanent to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. As well as I'll plant the seed right now. Do not expect yourself to come in here and get every single question that we're going to go over correct, because these questions are oftentimes more difficult than the ones on the actual exam. So if you come in here and say, man, I'm not getting as many right, should I reschedule my exam? That's not the case. What you should be trying to do is understand, if you're getting things incorrect, what are some things that you can do to get more things correct in the future? Or what are some things that you're doing positive? And then what are some things that you need to refine? So that way you're learning something, because when you learn something, you're earning something to get yourself better in the future. Go on the exam, kick it directly in the chest, get the job done. So starting off with the tips that I find most helpful. And again, there are going to be some tips that I may be going over that aren't going to be applicable to you, but just reminding yourself that if you already have something that's working for you, to stay true to that process all the way through versus trying to change up and to be like somebody else. But let's get into this, because if you already have a process of breaking down the questions, this first tip is not going to be as helpful. But if you do, making sure the process that you have of breaking down the questions is something that you're comfortable with and that you're feeling confident in being able to get positive results from it. Because my first recommendation, and if I had a Phil starter pack, and if I was helping somebody be the best possible version they could to be able to break down the questions, my first recommendation is to read the question 3 to 4 times before answering. And before you're like, man, Phil, that's a lot of times reading the question. Why would I read it that many times? Because a lot of times what happens to people is they do not read the question enough, and they ruminate only on the answers, and they're automatically, robotically jump into answers and not getting into the best possible form that they can. So the exam is timed, but over time, you're going to be able to break down the questions in a more efficient and effective manner. So the first time that you're reading the question is simply to understand the situation and the answer choices, not trying to rule anything out, not trying to find the key details, not trying to jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action. It's simply just to understand what's going on in the situation, as well as the answer choice. The second time that you're reading the question, you're breaking down the question based on the 6-step process that I'm going to introduce a little bit later on, but kind of foreshadowing that. Who are you? What type of social worker are you? Where are you at? What location are you in? Who is your client, or who are your clients? Also, what lengths of time are you seeing within the question? Because a lot of times people will get lost in the lengths of time. What are the presenting concerns? Not just the one concern, but what are all the details that you can possibly see in the question? And then the last possible thing that you want to keep in mind is, what can I do, or what does my client want me to do? And that is going to be important, because a lot of times what happens to people is that they read the question like they're a race car driver, and then they're in the answer choices, throwing the answers out as fast as they possibly can, and then they get stuck between the two last answers, is what people typically tell me. And they're like, Phil, I don't know where to go. Well, you need to go back to the question and figure out what is the difference between the answer choices relative to the actual circumstance that we are looking at. And the third and potential fourth read is comparing the answer that you think it is, the 2 answers that you think it are, the 3 answers that you think it are, or even the 4 answers that you think it are, back to the question, because the question is the recipe to get to your answer. So if you're ever wondering, what is the answer choice that I should be going with? Well, it needs to align with what the question is actually providing you, not just the last sentence, not just one detail, not just this thing over here, but what is the question identifying that is occurring? What needs to occur afterwards, and what does your client actually want? A lot of times when I'm working with people, they've already had this preconceived notion on how they should break down the question, and they're way too doggone quick. So a lot of times what happens to people is they only read the question one time and then ruminate on the answer choices, and then they get stuck. Or they'll overthink the question, start adding details to the question, start taking details away from the question, and getting themselves twisted and not being able to actually understand what the question is asking. Because a lot of times people have the shortcuts, robotic ways of doing things. And that's why I always say that when you're breaking down the question, you want to be intentional and deliberate and understand why you're doing the things that you are doing. So, a quick review: the first time that you're reading the question is simply to understand what the question is saying and what are the answers saying, not picking your answer, not jumping and identifying and ruling things out and getting wild. The second time, you're breaking down the question and picking out the key details. Who are you? Where are you at? Who's your client? Who are your clients? Where is this person at in their treatment process? What lengths of time exist within the question? What are they presenting with? Not just one detail, but everything, and then flipping it back into the answers back into the question to identify specifically what can you do or what does your client want you to do with and for their situation. And the third and potential fourth read is to compare the answer that you think it is, two answers that you think it are, three answers that you think it are, four answers that you think it are, back to the question to ensure that your answer choice aligns with the question. And again, you can make adaptations to this process, but I do not recommend people read the question less than 2 times, because when you read it only one time, you increase the likelihood that you can make errors within the process. Because again, if you're only doing it one time or reading it one time, you're getting lost within what you're actually looking at. And if you're like, man, Phil, timing's a real concern for me, practice makes things more permanent. So that's where, again, if you think back to when you did your first integrated biopsychosocial spiritual assessment, if you were similar to myself, I had an idea based on what I learned in the classroom on how to do one, but everybody has a plan till they get punched in the mouth, meaning I thought I knew what I was doing, but it took me super long to get through the integrated biopsychosocial spiritual assessment because I was nervous, I was anxious, I thought I knew the questions I should be asking. Was not prepared for how my client was going to respond and all these different things. But now if somebody asked me to do an integrated biopsychosocial spiritual assessment, I already have an idea of the important questions that I need to be asking, but I'm also way more comfortable following my client's lead versus me being like, all right, I need to be a robot and jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action, or be a superhero and rescue every single person. So if I were to take the exam today, ASWB is like, you know what, Phil, we're voiding your exam score and you have to take it again. I would likely read the question 2 times. One time to break it down to pick out the key details. And then the second is to compare the answer that I think it is, the 2 answers that I think it are, 3 answers that I think it are, 4 answers that I think it are, back to the question to ensure that what I'm seeing is actually in the question. So over time, you can make adaptations, but do not make an adaptation because you think that you need to go faster and it actually is making you get less favorable results. Because the most painful thing for me to watch is for somebody to do the process beautifully. I'm talking like almost absolutely like a symphony that's playing a tune that your ears want to hear all the time. And then they're like, you know what? But I'm going too slow. So they start speeding up and then they start hitting the wall and they're not getting the questions right. And they're like, what's the problem? You're skipping steps in the process. So if you already have a process of breaking down the questions, make sure that it's something that you're comfortable and confident with. But if you don't, this is where I recommend that you start, because it gives you more control and freedom in the question. Because if you're giving yourself the freedom not to find the answer immediately, you are going to be less stressed within the process. So again, reading the question one time to understand, just identifying it, not even picking out the key details, not thinking about an answer, but simply understanding what is in front of you. Second time, picking out the key details of identifying what is actually in the question. Third and potential fourth read, reading the answers and comparing them back to the question to ensure that what you think is in the question is actually there. You're not adding, you're not taking away, you're not jumping around, you're not comparing questions, nothing. It's all about this question, because I cannot say it enough. The question is the recipe to your answer. And if you're like me, you can miss details all the time. And if I'm baking something or cooking something, I'm looking at the recipe if I'm unsure. So if you're unsure what the answer is, go back to the question. Don't look at the other answers and say, what answer is better than this other answer? But understanding what is actually there. because it's the worst thing that can happen to somebody when they get so used to looking for certain answer choices that they forget that they're supposed to read the question, or they forget that every detail matters and that every single question is different than another question. So that's my first recommendation. Have a process of breaking down the questions, be intentional, be deliberate, but understand truly what is specifically in front of you, and not being like, you know what, I don't know this term, or I don't know what the question's asking. We have to stay in the doggone situation and not get ourselves riled and dialed up because you're taking yourself outside what you know to be true. My second recommendation, and the number one reason why people fail the exam, and I know we're going over the tips that I find helpful, but I'm going to double count this one. But the number one reason why people fail the exam is second guessing themselves. Second guessing themselves is the number one reason, because you could have the answer, you could know everything. But if you don't believe that you have what it takes to get the job done, you're going to change your answer, you're going to overthink, and you're going to be in a total different situation. So my second recommendation is to never, ever, 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 ever second guess yourself. Ever. Never, ever. Because when you second guess yourself, your anxiety is going to increase, which can destroy your confidence throughout the rest of the process. And that's the most important thing that you have to keep in mind, is that it's not what you're doing in the moment, but how are you going to finish the doggone process? Because a lot of times it's going to destroy your confidence throughout the rest of the entire exam. So for example, this is traditionally what is going to happen. And again, I'm not foreshadowing what is going to happen, but based on my experience, what people traditionally tell me is that, you know what, Phil, I was riled and dialed up. I wasn't even sure what I was going to be doing in the exam. I saw the first question, my heart sank, and it was that topic that I did not feel comfortable with, and I froze. I was like, boom, I'm going to fail the rest of the exam. It's one question though. And I'm not like leaning in, I'm like, man, just get over it. But a lot of times what's happening to people is they let the first couple of questions on the exam dictate the rest of their experience. So let's say you go on question one, you're frozen, like, I'm not even sure what answer I should be picking. But let's say you continue going on. But let's say you get to question 5 and that question really puts you in your spot. You're like, I don't even know what remotely is going on. First 4 questions, I'm not even comfortable right now. The 5th question, I think it's B, but in the back of my head, it's like, go with C. Come on. You know what they say? C is the answer. Like, come on now. It's C. And you're like, all right, I'm going to go with C. Boom. And then you move on to question 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. But by question 10, your nerves are shot like a gun, and you're automatically thinking about question 5 because you picked the answers that you wanted to on questions 1, 2, 3, and 4. But question 5, you compromised. So you're thinking back to question 5, but you're on question 10. So the questions in the middle, you quote unquote wasted because your mind was already back into a different question without keeping that question in mind. So second guessing is the number one reason why people fail, because once you start doubting yourself and once you start anticipating things to go south and not work out, you start trying to write the story. So I always tell people second guessing is like a poison that you take that you don't know that you've taken until the end of the exam. Because at first it's like, you know what, that's just one question. It's fine. But once you start doing something, it becomes a habit. So it is the worst thing that somebody can do once they start doubting what they know to be true. Once they start getting inside of their own mind and convincing themselves of things that are not actually there. And it's not just in the exam, because I'm a huge advocate of it's not what you do in the exam, it's what you're doing in your own life, because the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So if you're second guessing yourself in the exam, you're probably second guessing yourself in your relationship, at work, in any different interaction. So if you're somebody that's second guessing, you have to get to the root of why you're doing it and to remind yourself that it's not just this one interaction, but it's a pattern that you built up over time that you don't think that you're going to be able to get something done, or you've let somebody in your mind that's like, you know what, I have a better way for you to do it. Just do it my way and everything's going to work out. But the problem with that is that you've become so dependent on the opinion of someone else, or you become so dependent on the reinforcement of someone else that you aren't even here to reinforce yourself. Like you're not even in that moment to give yourself the affirmation or the credit or give yourself that moment of making a mistake, because a mistake separated out. You take what you missed and you go back and make something different, because you're not going to continue doing the same things over and over and over and over. So second guessing is the number one reason that kills people, because even though they can be the most talented and gifted social worker on this planet, they are inside of their minds and saying, you know what, you suck. It's not going to work out. Just don't even try. Like this isn't even what you're supposed to be doing. So that's what I'm telling you is if you're second guessing, you got to really find what's going on in that moment. Because once you let something in your mind, it takes control. It takes control of you 100%. Like even this morning, I'm not immune to this. I'm a human. I got a heartbeat in my chest just like you. Before this session, I'm thinking, man, are the questions going to be tough enough? Man, you got enough energy today? Man, you going to say the right things? Man, are these people going to even enjoy this session? But I had to push those things away because it's not going to produce what I needed to produce in the session. And that's what I'm saying is once you start second guessing, it can become something that's going to immobilize you. Because if I would have leaned into those things this morning, it was like, you know what? Yeah, it's probably going to suck, man. You ain't got the heat. You ain't going to bring all that they need. And then in the session, I'm overthinking everything that I'm saying. And it wouldn't lead to a good session. You guys would be like, man, who is this guy? I thought he was X, Y, or Z, or man, I've seen different before. So that's what I'm telling you is if you have second guessing tendencies, identify where they're coming from. Identify why it's so comfortable for you to let somebody else take control of your mind. And there are 3 reasons people traditionally are second guessing themselves. And of course, we're humans, we have different variances. But these are things that traditionally, when I'm working with people, these are the 3 most common reasons why people are second guessing, doubting, and tearing themselves apart. The first reason is that they've convinced themselves that they don't have enough or that they are not going to be able to succeed in any way, shape, or form, regardless of what they do, regardless of what they know. They've convinced themselves that they aren't just going to be able to do it. So if they're going into a situation with their mind made up, their mind's going to start making up facts and determine how they act. So if I'm going into a situation like, yep, probably going to fail. Man, my friend failed, so I'm probably going to fail. Or man, I've never been successful. Or man, I don't think I can do it. Or man, I'm not sure if this is going to be the case. You're going to go into that situation already tearing yourself down. And it's not just because people want to be negative, or it's not just because people want to beat themselves up. But what that is coming from is you're coming from a lens of if I'm not perfect, I just shouldn't show up. Like if I'm not perfect, what I'm doing is not worth nothing. But it's like, what about the 75%, let's say, that you did correct? Focus on that 75%, not the 25%. That 25% is something you can look at later, but you at least got to count the 75% that you did right. And if you can tell me, man, Phil, I went in the test and I got 0 right, then we can have a different discussion. But you've been through situations that have given you lessons and blessings, but you haven't viewed them as such because they weren't what you thought they were supposed to be. So if you're in that situation, like, yup, probably going to fail, or it's not going to work out for me, or man, Phil, I've been in the exam before, and I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to take this thing again. Well, guess what? If you're able to take it, and if you still have a heartbeat in your chest, you still got some time and some energy and some passion to get this done. And if the exam didn't mean nothing to you, you wouldn't be thinking about it so doggone much. So if you're in that first category where we're like, man, Phil, I just don't think that I can do it. I literally don't think I can do it. Well, the first day that you can make a difference is today. Because if you're in that mode, it's equating to you protecting yourself, because a lot of times people aren't afraid of failing. They're afraid of succeeding. They're not afraid of failure because they know where it leads them to. They know the destination. But the fear of succeeding is the most painful thing somebody can give themselves, because they're knowing that if they succeed, there's more expectations, there's more people, there's more opportunities, and there's more things that they're not sure of what they're going to be like that is going to be on the other side of that succeeding. So that's what I'm telling you is, even if you don't know what you want to do, just do it anyway. Lean into it. Understand that every situation you go into is a lesson and blessing that you don't know that you're getting, because it's been given to you. You specifically are going through what you're going through. And that's the beauty of it, is we all go through different things, but we can all get different lessons and blessings and end up in the same destination. So that's what I'm telling you is, don't let what anyone has told you, or don't let you tell yourself things, because you have to give yourself credit even if you don't think it's needed. Because when you start giving yourself credit, you start giving yourself grace, you start giving yourself the ability to be, you start being who you're supposed to be. But if you locked yourself in a cage, or if you've locked yourself into a position, you're never going to get there. Because you're like, you know what? If I make one mistake, people are going to doubt what I'm doing. Or man, if I do this, or I don't do that, or man, this other person over here is more gifted, or man, this other person over here is more talented, or man, what is this person going to say about me? Or man, what am I going to do after X, Y, and Z? It's like, but what do you think about the situation? What do you want to do? What is your expertise? What do you want to see in your destination? I don't care what anyone else is telling you to do. You got to live your life for you. You got to cut ties with the lies you've been living in and start laying down the framework and foundation for where you want to build yourself up to be. So if you're in that first category of like, man, Phil, I truly don't think I can do it, try anyway. Because the best thing that you can do for yourself is to try and understand where you're coming from. Because I'm never successful in anything that I do. I'm never perfect in anything that I do. I'm never the greatest person on this planet ever. I'm not the most gifted, talented, intelligent person on this planet ever. But at least I'm trying to do what I know to be true. And if I need to stop doing what I know to be true because I'm getting feedback and adaptations that are going to be helpful and successful in the future, I got to take them. I can't lean into, I'm going to be independent and I need to do what I need to be doing all the time based on the fact that I don't need to trust anybody ever. I'm going to be in the same position. So if you're in that first category that's like, man, Phil, I don't think I can do it, try anyway. That's why I said at the beginning of the session, don't expect to be perfect, but expect to be present and understand that every single thing that you do is leading you closer to where you want to go. Because a lot of times as social workers, we forget that we're continually learning. We forget that we need to be understanding what we're doing and not just doing the things that we're doing. Because it's not what you do that makes you who you are. It's who you are while doing it. Because when you are disconnected from the process, you're not even understanding how you can replicate the process. So second guessing for the first realm is, I don't think I can do it because I'm trying to protect myself from what is to come when I'm successful, but I'm also trying to protect myself from being judged, critiqued, and criticized by other people in my situation. So that's the first reason. And if you're like, man, Phil, I'm in that reason, the best way that you can get yourself out of that is to start giving yourself what you needed when you were starting to learn things. Rather than flipping the table on yourself and rather than throwing your hands up in the air defeat, like, man, it's over, I need to reschedule the test, I'm out. Sit yourself down and say, why am I reacting this way? Who am I trying to impress? Who am I trying to become? Am I trying to become myself? Or am I trying to impress someone else by oppressing myself? Or am I trying to press somebody else's identity onto myself? The second reason is that you've been exposed to a situation that has convinced you that you're not going to be able to become successful based on one thought, one situation, one person, or anything that's taking you outside of what you know to be true. And what I mean by that is, a lot of times what happens to people is when they get feedback or criticism or critique related to one thing, they start overthinking that thing all the time. Like, man, I need to be doing this, or man, I'm not getting the scores that I want to on these exams, or man, this other person told me that I need to go with first, next, best, most, and should, or man, somebody else told me that I need to be getting 75% on these exams, or I need to be rescheduling, or man, that one app that's on my phone is kicking my tush and I probably should reschedule because I'm not getting high enough scores, or man, I'm reading that book and they say that I need to memorize everything, or man, this other person on Facebook told me that I need to be doing this, or man, somebody told me on the practice exam that I should be doing X, Y, or Z, or man, I'm listening to these YouTube videos and everyone else is telling me the same thing, but this other crazy cat that's telling me that first, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing, and that I shouldn't jump at feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, and it's not always going to be the answer. But if you're getting in that comfortability of like, man, it's easier for me to conform to somebody else than to form my own identity and my own opinion to get my own situation to where I want to be, because it's easier to adopt what somebody else is doing. But the problem is you aren't them. So never forget to adapt situations, make adaptations within your situation, because no one else is you. So that's what I'm telling you is, if you've been put into a situation where you think that you need to conform in order to get these results that people tell you that you need to get, the truest fact that I can give you is the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail the exam is the actual exam. So it doesn't matter what a practice exam says, doesn't matter what a practice question says, doesn't matter what a book says, doesn't matter what YouTube video says. It matters what you're doing and how you're treating yourself when you're in that exam. So that's what I'm telling you is, if you've been in a situation where it's like, man, I need to get 75%, 80%, 90%, 100%, all these different things in the actual exam. Well, guess what? If you know the exam well, you don't have to get that score. You simply have to be able to get a 64% or 70.6% in order to get to the other side. And I'll get into that in just a little bit. But if you're doubting yourself or beating yourself up because you're not meeting a certain standard, it doesn't matter what other standards are telling you to do. Because again, I've heard people say, man, Phil, I did this one program or somebody told me to get 75%, 80%, 90%, or I should reschedule my exam. And it's like, well, how is that one exam going to determine whether you pass or fail? Because you could go in the exam, having all the past exams you've ever done, being like, see, man, I'm the sweetest. I know how to answer these questions. I'm about to snap this exam in half. But a lot of times what people happens is that they get in the exam and they fold like a deck of cards because the questions are harder than the ones they've been practicing with. So it's not the situations that you should be comparing. You should be getting the lessons and blessings you can get out of the situation, but not ruminating, not putting your hat on it and being like, you know what? I need to be doing all these different things that people are telling me to do, because the only person that you should be listening to is yourself. Because the only person that can go on the exam for you is you. The only person that can determine whether you're going to pass or fail is what you bring into the exam, but also the exam on the other side. So if you're second guessing yourself because you're not getting questions right as much as you want to, or you're not getting as many results as you want to, it's not about the results. It's about the process that you took to get yourself to the results. Because that's why I say it's not always what you do, but it's who you are while doing it. Because if you understand why and how you're doing things, if you get something incorrect, it's a heck of a lot easier for you to make adjustments versus, you know what, this is what I've been told to do. I was told to go with first, next best, most, and should, feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, and go in with all those things. And that's why you'll always hear me say, don't go with the buzzwords. You're not a bee. You're going to get stung. Because when you go with those buzzwords, like, you know what, they told me to look for these answers, you start telling yourself that you don't have to respect the exam. You don't have to read the questions. You're just looking at half reading the answers and getting lost in the actual process. So that's where, again, don't go with the buzzwords. You're not a bee. You're going to get stung. And I always tell people, if you've ever seen the commercial, like, man, buzz driving is drunk driving, buzzed answering is bad answering. Because when you're going with the buzz, you're not in your right mind. So if you're in that mode of like, man, I'm listening to what everyone else is telling me to do, these other results are telling me that I'm not good enough, or I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing, take yourself outside of the situation and analyze it more critically and more of an objective lens versus getting in your feelings. Because your emotions are going to have you go through the motions. Your facts are going to determine how you act. So don't just let what you feel should be going on happen, but understand why you're doing the things that you're doing. So again, don't let one thought, one situation, one person take you outside of what you know to be true. And if you're second guessing based on an experience that you've been through before, that situation was different. You're also different than you were before. Because if you can tell me, man, Phil, I sat in the same spot on the couch, didn't listen to nothing else, I didn't get any new information, I didn't see any clients, I didn't do anything different, then you can tell me, you know what, Phil, I didn't progress at all. But every single time that you get out of bed, every single time that you talk to somebody, every single time that you practice, every single time that you do something, you're getting better and you're changing who you are as the days goes on. So if you're like, man, Phil, I'm just not getting any better, it's like, but how do you know? How do you know if you are or not? It may not feel like you're getting better, but I always tell people positivity is like your nose. Unless you focus on it, you're not going to see it. So if you're in that second category of like, man, something that I've been through is convincing me and that I'm not able to get it done, remind yourself that those situations are in the past. In order for you to get past where you were before, you have to stop looking back there and you have to start looking forward and doing what you know to be true, giving yourself credit for things that you are doing, not the things you aren't doing, but also supplementing what you know to be true. So that's what I'm telling you. Do the necessary because it'll carry you through tough times. Do it with arrogance and feel like you already have things figured out. And you may dance because you're celebrating, but over time, it'll cause you to make errors and to have tough times. I've worked with people where they're like, man, Phil, I know the answer because this has feelings. Man, Phil, I know the answer because safety first. Or man, Phil, the last sentence says this. I got this figured out. And then they're incorrect. And it's like they are like that surprised meme, like, oh my gosh, surprised Pikachu, mouth wide open, like, oh my God, I don't understand why this is wrong. Well, did you even read the question? They're like, Phil, I don't need to read these questions. Somebody told me the exam is easy. I'm good. I'm set. But don't let an easy situation make you take the easy way out. You need to be going like the boy from 300 with as much intensity as you possibly can at any given moment. So even if it is a quote unquote easy process, you better drive it all the way into the ground. That's why you practice. You don't take it easy. You need to be going head first every single moment that you got to ensure that you know what you know to be true. And that's what I'm saying is you have to remind yourself that what you do is going to determine how you feel and what comfortability and confidence that you have. So the situations that you go through, don't just go through something, grow through them. Grow to become the best possible version of yourself versus just being like, you know what, I'm just going with the flow. This is what people told me I should be doing, so I'm A-okay, so I'm fine. But also don't be telling yourself just because you're getting questions wrong outside of the exam or getting concepts incorrect or you don't know every single concept that you don't know what you're doing. That's not the truth. That's all or nothing thinking. And you would have your client decipher through that and say, you know what? I don't have to be perfect, but I just had to be present and understand what I'm supposed to be doing. Because practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent because the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So that's what I'm telling you is if you're in a situation and somebody's critiqued you or criticized you, or even in a job relationship, they told you like, man, never do that. You're going to be masking who you are and trying to appease somebody that you're never going to be able to appease because they're always going to be forever changing the goalpost. So if you're studying and you're like, yeah, I know this concept, but I don't know this other one, or man, I am getting more questions correct, but what about the time? Or man, I am getting more questions correct, but I was struggling there. It's like, okay, well, did you get the result? And did you understand how you got there? Okay, well, that's enough because you need to get the practice reps in before you can actually run the doggone race. And the third reason why people typically second guess themselves is that somebody outside of themselves has convinced them that they are not good enough or that they can't get there. And what I mean by that is if you grow up in a situation where you've not been given affirmation, confirmation, or you've been criticized or critiqued for everything that you've been able to do up to this point, and you are in that perfectionistic mode of like, man, my performance determines my identity, or what I do makes up who I am, and I need to become successful because the people around me aren't going to accept me if I'm not perfect, or man, my classmates have done well and I need to continue doing well. I mean, or I got a 4.0, or man, this other thing over here, and I need to be doing everything to maintain my identity. Well, if you're tying your identity to this exam, you're going to be let down, because not to say that if you pass the exam, it doesn't mean X, Y, or Z, or if you fail the exam, it means X, Y, or Z. But what I'm telling you is when you pass this exam, you're going to continue thinking about what's the next goal? What's the next thing that I need to do? What is this next goal so I can maintain this productivity? Because if I'm not productive, I'm not a person that's worthy of anything. And that's not the truth. Because if you are in that situation where all the results are going to determine how you feel about yourself, or if you're trying to read a book and you don't learn based on reading, or if you're not getting the exams right, or if somebody's telling you this is what you need to be doing or leaning in on you, and you're trying to prove everybody wrong and having all these different things up against you, you're going to forget what you're doing and why you're doing the things that you're doing and how you're actually doing them. So if you're second guessing, it's oftentimes the root of the problem is that other people have told you what to do. You're feeling overwhelmed and like you're not actually going to be successful, or you've been through a situation where you've convinced yourself that things are always going to be the same way. So why even show up and try? It's like that self-fulfilling prophecy, like, yep, probably going to fail. And then you end up failing and saying, see, I failed. Or you make a mistake and you're waiting for everyone to call you out. So no one's calling you out anymore. So you're calling yourself out and saying, you know what, I made a mistake. I'm not that good. Or man, I'm not doing as well on the practice exams. Or man, I'm probably going to reschedule my test. Please tell me that I should. But the problem with that is that you're looking for external validation when the validation needs to be coming from inside of you in determining what you think is right and what you know to be true. And that's where I get so frustrated, not with people, but what people hear outside of the exam is, man, you need to be perfect, or man, you need to memorize this, or man, you need to get that book, or man, get 75% on our exams or reschedule, or man, you need to just lean in on these acronyms like they're your savior, or man, first, next, best, most, or should, or man, you need to be eating cereal, you need to be doing this, going down Farmer Goods Road, you need to be doing that, you need to be doing this, are you saved, Verlat, all these different things. But all that does to you is make you give your control to someone else, and you robotically just turn your mind off and don't lean into what you know to be true. So that's what I'm telling you is if you find yourself second guessing yourself, the first thing that you need to do is identify why it's happening. What makes this so comfortable for me to do? Why does it feel so good for me to beat down on myself, or for me to look for someone else to tell me what to do, or for me to degrade myself before anyone else can degrade me? So that way, if I do something incorrect, I can say, you know what? I was just doing what that person told me to do. I didn't know what actually I needed to be doing, all these different things. Because if you go into that mode of already riling yourself up, when you start seeing things that you don't want to see, or you feel like you're doing something wrong, you're going to get even more riled up and become more in that fawn position. Because again, fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, you're going to submit to what everyone else is telling you to do versus listening to what you know to be true. So once you start identifying why you're feeling the way that you're feeling, but also trying to retrain how your mind is going to respond to those things, because again, don't oppress yourself by trying to impress other people, because you're going to suppress who you are and depress yourself as you're going forward. So that's where, again, don't go with anything that you don't feel comfortable with, but also give yourself grace to run the race and get the practice reps in to make things more permanent. Because if you've been in a position where you're just always beating up on yourself, always comparing yourself to somebody else, or always trying to do what somebody else is telling you to do, you're going to be in a less favorable position, and you're going to start leaning in on what you don't know versus what you do know. So that's what I'm saying. Give yourself credit for what you're doing, but also if you feel like what you're doing is not correct, understand not what you're doing wrong, but start with what am I doing right and what am I missing? Because if you're coming at yourself aggressive, like, man, you should already know this. You've been studying for X amount of time, or man, you taking the exam X amount of time and you still don't know this. Like, come on now. But again, that negative mode is not going to breed positive results. Because again, positive thoughts, positive vibes equal positive results. Negative thoughts, negative vibes equal negative results. But in that equation, the environment has to be laid on the equation as well. So again, positive vibes, positive thoughts, but in negative environment, you're going to get negative results because you could be the most positive person, most fired up person. And still, if you're getting that negative affirmation from other people or negative critique from other people, you're still going to be like, you know what? I'm still not good enough. But if you have negative thoughts and negative vibes within yourself, but you have an environment that's repping and rocking with you and building you up and telling you that everything that you've been doing is what you should be doing because you're the best possible version of yourself and you're the only person that can truly be there for yourself, you're going to be in a better position. So again, you need to really reflect on what you're putting into your process. What are you truly doing in order to build yourself up? But also, what are you doing when you are tearing yourself down? What are some ways that you can stop that process? What are some ways that you can start giving yourself what you didn't receive before? So the best thing that you can do for yourself is to figure out why you're second guessing. But also, once you figure out why you're second guessing, you want to give yourself permission to second check. Second checking is something that I do all the time that I just didn't put a title to it until I really reflected on how many people second guess. So second checking is where you check something an additional time to make sure that what is there is actually true. And what I mean by that is even before the session, I was like, all right, is the mic on? Is the camera? Is that good? Is that good? Is that good? Is that good? And I did it multiple times, not because I didn't think that it was going to work or I don't know how to run a session. It was because if I don't double check something, it's way easier to make a mistake. So if you're in that mode of like, you know what, I'm probably not doing it right, or I'm not doing this, or I should be doing that, or I need to be doing that, give yourself permission to second check, because checking something an additional time isn't a bad thing. Like, you're not supposed to be stigmatizing yourself and being like, man, I'm not perfect, or man, I should be doing X, Y, or Z, or man, why aren't I doing this? Or man, this other person told me I should be doing that, or I need to be doing this other thing, or this other thing over here is better. And I need to be doing everything that I can to maximize what I know to be true. And at that given moment, you have to truly remind yourself that what you're doing needs to be something you're comfortable with. So for example, if you're like, you know what, I read the question one time, I read the answers, and I'm scared if I'm getting the question correct or incorrect, well, take it slow, slap the brakes, and review it again. Because if you're like, you know what, I should be doing this, or I need to be doing that, or, oh my God, they told me first, next, best, most, or should, or man, feelings, gather information. It's rule out medical, rule out substance use, rule out all these other things. And if I don't go with those things, I'm probably going to be incorrect, or, oh my God, I got the question incorrect, but I followed the process that they told me that I should be doing. Why am I getting it incorrect? It must be me, not the process and the situations or the strategies and techniques that I'm using. And that's what I'm telling you is second checking gives you more control. It gives you the ability to make adaptations within your process that are comfortable for you. And I do it all the time. Like I said, before the session, I was like, all right, mic, camera, all right, I got my water and tea over there. I got this. People can hear me. This is good. This is good. But even before I leave the house, I'm second checking. So if you're like me and you forget things or you can miss details, I do the 3 pats: cell phone, keys, and wallet. Because if I have my cell phone, keys, and wallet, I'm way more able to understand what I'm supposed to be doing as I'm outside of the house. Why? Because if I have my cell phone, I'm able to call somebody if I need to, or I'm able to put on GPS, or I'm able to understand where I'm going. If I don't have my keys and I need to get in my car, I'm going to be locked outside of my car in my apartment. It's going to be bad moves, bad vibes. But also, if I need to pay for something and I'm going to be driving or anything in general, I need my wallet. And why I started doing those things is because I've forgotten those 3 things on multiple occasions at different times. And why I'm bringing that up is because if you do that in your life already, start doing it on the exam. There ain't no shame in the game. Because if you were in school and writing papers and you didn't just turn in your first draft of that paper, you've been second checking your entire life. Because if you're like me and you're writing papers, you were proofreading those bad cats and understanding if what you wrote on the paper is what is actually there, or if the grammar was correct. So that's what I'm telling you is giving yourself permission to second check is going to give you a lot more freedom and a lot less angst. Because I've worked with people, they're flying off the handle, they're breaking down the question one time, and they're flying through the answers and picking their answer. And then I'm like, okay, so why not these other answers? And they're like, Phil, I don't know, just tell me if I'm right or wrong. And it's like, okay, so that answer is wrong, so why not the other answers? And like, Phil, what the heck? Why? What did I not see? And it's like, let's go through this. And then when they start reading the question a second time, they're like, when did that get there? Oh my God, this is an intake. Or, oh my goodness, I've been working with them for 3 months. Or, oh my gosh, their presenting issue is X, Y, or Z. And when they start realizing that the faster they go, the more mistakes they make, it starts building on the necessity of making adaptations. But the difference between you second checking and you second guessing is you're guessing. And if a guess is just an educated thing of like, you know what, I think this is right. But when you check something, you ensure that what is actually there is going to be true. So you don't need to be guessing on this exam. This exam is way too important. You don't need to be guessing on things in your life. You need to be checking them, because when you start checking yourself and not wrecking yourself, and you start checking what you're doing, you're going to start identifying what needs to be occurring in the future, but you also start getting checks that you deserve to see in your future. So give yourself that permission and grace to second check. Don't beat up on yourself for having to read the question more than one time. Don't beat up on yourself for having a different process than somebody else. Don't beat up on yourself if you're not getting the scores that you think that you should be getting, because the only thing that matters is what you do in the actual exam. But if you are breaking your leg before you're going into the exam and running the race, you are never going to get the results that you need to be doing. And what I mean by that is, let's say you and I are supposed to be running a 5K, and we've been running and doing all these things, but then you go and break your leg before the race. And then you're like, you know what? I'm still going to try and run the race. And then you're not running as fast as you wanted to, and you're still in the same position. You're like, well, Phil is faster than me, so I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And it's like, because your preparation was so doggone good. But when you got to the dang exam, you were all over the place. You were second guessing, you were adding, you were taking away. But also, what you want to avoid is having a backpack full of answers. I promise you, the number one reason why people second guess as well is having so many strategies and techniques that they listen to somebody else's voice versus their own. They're like, well, they say to go with first, next, best, most, and should. Or, man, they say to go with feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, safety, substance use, or any of these different topics, because if I see them, I know it's automatically the answer. Or, man, the last sentence says this, so I need to go with this. Or, man, first I need to be putting them in order. Next, I need to be doing that. Best and most, I need to be running in a fire and saving somebody. But if you have a backpack full of answers, all you're going to be doing is throwing your backpack onto the table and not actually being able to understand what the question is doggone telling you. Because I promise you, I will bet everything that I have, if you go into the exam picking feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, suicide, homicide, medical, substance use, if you pick all of those answers without considering the other answers, you are not going to be successful. And that's not because I don't want you to do well. It's because when you go in with your mind made up and not actually considering the facts of the details, you're going to get lost. And that's where, again, there are programs out there that tell you to do that, but do yourself a favor and critically think and understand, why am I doing the things that I'm doing? And don't just do what they say because they told you to do this, or, man, they say I need to do that, or they tell me that I need to do this. Who is they? They aren't going to be paying for your exam. They aren't going to be there for you when you aren't getting in the exam. They're not going to be in the exam with an earpiece telling you what you need to be doing. So you need to be understanding that what you're doing needs to be leading you where you want to go, but you need to check yourself in order to identify that what you're doing is actually leading you to where you want to go. Because no one is perfect on this planet. No one is going to be able to do things one time and automatically just be 100% perfect. You're not going to pick up a guitar and play it one time and be a lead guitarist in a band. You have to give yourself those repetitions to build yourself up. So if you're in that mode expecting perfection out of yourself, even though you're practicing, you got to take yourself outside of what you know to be true. But also give yourself permission to second check. Check what you're doing, understand how you're doing what you're doing, but also give yourself that freedom to not get the things correct, but understand how they are correct. Because I am a huge advocate that if you get every single question wrong in preparation, but understand how you got those answers right and wrong, you're going to be in a better position than the person that has their feet on the desk. Like, man, I'm getting 100% on every exam. I'm going to go in the exam and do well. And they may do well, but they need to be doing well for the right reasons. So again, if you're second guessing, identify why it's happening, but also giving yourself permission to second check. Second guessing is like, you know what? I guess this is the answer, or, man, I don't know if this is the right answer or not. Second checking is, let me review what I know to be true and then bag it and tag it and move on. Because there's not a single question or single answer choice on the exam that's going to dictate whether you pass or fail. So that's where you have to remind yourself is, if you're second guessing, it's a poison that you've taken that you don't know that you've taken. But the only way to give yourself that anti-venom or anecdote is to identify that when you are doing something, that you are mindful of it, recognize why you're doing it, but also redirecting yourself into a different position. Because if you're in that mode of like, Phil, I don't think I can pass this exam, or I don't think I have what it takes, the only way to find out is to do it. The only way to truly figure out if you know what you're doing, or if you have what it takes, or if you've been doing the right things, is to actually do it. Because if you've not been trying, or if you've been pushing your exam off, or if you want to push your exam off, you're going to be in a position of where you're always forever thinking what could have been. Because I got an email from somebody just the other day. They're like, man, Phil, I rescheduled my exam 3 times. I rescheduled it 3 times because I was so scared I was going to fail. I was watching your videos. I was going to your groups. I was getting my tail kicked. I wasn't getting as many questions as I wanted to correct. But when I went in, I remember you saying, don't second guess, don't add, don't take away. And the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail is not what I do, but who I am while I'm doing it, but actually the exam. They went in, destroyed it, got a higher score than they thought that they were going to get. And they're like, man, if I would have continued rescheduling, I would have never been able to be where I'm at right now. So that's what I'm telling you is, if you're guilty of second guessing, the only way to reverse it is to start doing something different when you feel that urge. You shouldn't beat yourself up because you're like, man, I'm feeling like I want to do this, or man, I'm hearing feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination. But when you feel those things, or when you hear those things, remind yourself that it is not always going to be the case. And it's okay to make a decision that I think is right. You don't have to be perfect, but you have to at least be present and identify what you think. And that's why we say, do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. Because if one person in your life's like, man, you sure you want to take this test? Or, man, you sure you're doing the right thing? Or, man, are you studying enough? Man, maybe you should be studying X, Y, and Z, or you should be doing more. Get that book, or get the development, do this other thing, watch this video, do this. But all that's doing is ruminating more thoughts into your mind and making you doubt what you know to be true. And my third tip is that you need to identify a way to reset your mind when you find it starts wandering or you're feeling anxious, because it's inevitable that you're going to be anxious during the exam. Why? Because you care about the doggone exam. 100%. If you didn't care about the exam and you're just kind of flat affect and just no increase in heart rate or anything, do you actually want to pass the doggone test? So when you're in the exam and you feel anxious or nervous, don't beat yourself down and say, you shouldn't be feeling this. Acknowledge that you're feeling that way. Give yourself permission to feel that way, but also remind yourself that you care about the exam so doggone much that you're feeling this way because you want to do well and you want to get to that other side. Because if you separate the words scared and afraid out, scared is spelling that you cared. You care about this test. Afraid, your fear should aid you in the mission that you're supposed to be on. Because the word fear, you separate that out. It's identifying, find evidence, and respond. It's not, man, I need to run away, or I can't do this, or all these other things. And people always say, like, man, fear is false evidence appearing real. But the problem with that analysis is the majority of people have reiterated that fact so many times to themselves that the evidence is real to them. Their situations and thoughts are substantially real to them. So find the evidence, but also respond. Don't just sit immobile. Don't just do what somebody else is telling you to do and submit and throw your hands up in defeat, but throw your hands up and be ready to fight for your right to become the best possible version of yourself. So if you're feeling anxious, that's okay. If you're feeling nervous, that's okay. If you're feeling some type of way, that's okay. But a lot of times as social workers and as humans, we demonize ourselves for expressing our emotions or even feeling emotions because we think that it's going to lead us down a bad path. And it's not always going to. It's not just what you feel, but how you respond. Because I'm not going to get into super neuroscience here, but we all know that when you are in a stressful situation, that your frontal cortex, your reasoning part of your mind, is going to be offline, and you're going to be in your amygdala and your limbic system, which is your fight, flight, freeze, and fawn responses. So again, if you're super anxious, you might be having the urge to fight. You may be having the urge to run. You may be having the urge to just be like, I don't even know what to do. Or fawn being like, all right, I'll just do whatever anyone else tells me to do. But how you get that back online is by doing strategies and techniques that you feel comfortable with, but also practicing them before you get into the doggone exam. Because a lot of times people are like, man, Phil, I get super anxious and nervous, but I don't know what to do. So I'm trying different strategies and techniques in the real exam without actually practicing them. Remember, practice makes permanent. It doesn't make perfect, but you at least have to make sure that what you're doing is leading you to know what you need to be doing. So in the exam, you have to understand what you can do to calm yourself down. So for me, if you haven't noticed, I move around all the doggone time. I'm fidgeting with things all the time. I'm moving around because I have a ton of energy. But again, it's part of my attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I'm moving, fidgeting, because if I'm not moving and fidgeting, I'm checked out and I can't stay present. So I found out that there was going to be a pen or a marker in the exam. And I was like, woo! Because again, as a student and as a person, I always need to have something in my hand, but I also need to be moving. So when I figured out that there was a pencil or marker in the exam, every time that I was studying, I was twiddling the marker or pen that I had around me because I knew I could do it in the test, because I needed to make sure that the marker and pen was going to be stimulating enough for me. So when I was in the real exam, I was like, man, there it is. So I picked it up and twiddled myself all the way home. So that's what I'm telling you. Find a way to reset your mind, but also make the exam as comfortable as you possibly can. Because a lot of times when people are checking into the exam site riles them up. It blows their mind. It shatters them apart because it's not the most comfortable environment, but you need to make it as comfortable as you possibly can for yourself. So you need to start practicing relaxation techniques, but also things that you are going to find helpful. So if you're somebody that exercises, you can't bring a bench press or a treadmill into the exam, but you can do something else that can stimulate that muscle connection as well as energy. But also you could do deep breathing, taking a couple of breaths, closing your eyes, doing a meditation, progressive muscle relaxation, tensing a part of your body and loosening it. It could be you wearing a certain shirt that feels like a texture that calms you down. And if you rub it, it's going to be great. You can have a certain scent that you're going to wear that when you smell it, it kind of calms you down. You could have something that you're going to twiddle with. If you're going to highlight on the exam, if you're going to strike through, if you're going to write down notes on the side of you, you can do whatever you need to do in order to calm yourself down. But if you don't practice it, it's not going to be at all helpful in any way, shape, or form. And what I mean by that is a lot of times what happens to people is they just kind of grit and bear and go through the exam. But when you're studying, you want to practice how you're going to perform. And what I mean by that is you want to make sure that anytime that you're studying, it's going to be how you're going to conduct yourself on the actual exam. Because if you're going to read out loud, you best be reading out loud in practice, but also reading out loud in the real exam. If you're somebody that is going to be highlighting or going to be taking down notes, you need to be highlighting and taking down notes in practice. If you're somebody that needs to be doing deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, if you're going to try a certain meal, because again, in the exam, you can go on into your locker and eat a meal, but you don't want to take a meal that you're ready to take a nap after. You want to make sure that what you do is you're intentional and deliberate in planning out every single thing that you're going to do, but also making sure that what you do is something that you're comfortable with. Because sometimes people will be like, man, Phil, I wrote down the acronyms. I was doing this, I was doing that, but I wasn't even sure if it was going to work or not. And it's like, well, why did you do it? Because they told me I should do it. Or this person over here said it was going to be helpful. Or man, somebody told me I should be doing this. And I'm like, who is they? I don't care what they say right now. I need to know what works for you. We need to do an integrated biopsychosocial spiritual assessment on you because you are uniquely gifted and talented for yourself. So your strategies and techniques need to be aligned with who you are. And as somebody that I was tutoring was super structural. They were so structural that they needed to experience something before they were comfortable doing it. And they're like, Phil, describe the exam room to me. I was like, okay, it's like a cubicle and you're going to have a computer, you're going to have a keyboard, you're going to have a mouse, you're going to have a scrap sheet that is going to be like a whiteboard or a scrap sheet with a marker or pen. You're going to have noise canceling headphones beside you. You can get earplugs, and that's what the setup is going to be. And they're like, okay. So what they did when I was tutoring them is that they created their own exam site in their bedroom. They had a cubicle set up with cardboard. They had a computer, they had a mouse, and they had the scrap sheet and whiteboard, and they were doing it as we were tutoring as if they were actually in the exam. So that way, when they went into the exam, it was like they had another tutoring session with me, and they were already comfortable with what they needed to do when they were in the exam. And again, if you're like, Phil, I've been told that I should take breaks. Have you practiced taking a break? Have you practiced determining whether a break is actually going to be calming to you or not? Because the way you practice is how you're going to perform. But if you've never practiced what you plan to do in the exam, you're just going to be really going all in multiple directions. You're going to be bouncing around, being like, but not really truly understanding whether it's going to work for you or not. So when you're doing those things, you want to make sure it's working out for you. But in addition to that, if you're feeling unmotivated or like you're not wanting to focus on the exam, or you're like, you know what, I just don't think I can do this. You got to remind yourself why you're doing the things that you're doing. And what I mean by that is because a lot of times as humans, we're not 100% always going to be engaged. We're not 100% always going to be focused and motivated and intentional and deliberate on why we're doing the things that we're doing. However, the problem with that is that if you don't remind yourself of why you're doing the things that you're doing, your passion and motivation are going to be decreased based on what you know to be true. So for example, when people have failed the exam, or they're like, Phil, I don't want to study, or I don't feel like I know what to study, or all these different things, I always ask them, why do you want to pass this exam? 100%. Like, why do you want to pass the exam? And they're like, Phil, what do you mean? I want to pass the exam so I can get more money. I want to get a credential. I want to do all of these things. And I say, okay, so why do you want to pass the exam? And they're like, well, I just told you. And I'm like, okay, well, you can always get a job. You can always get money. You can always have that opportunity. But why do you want to pass this exam? For real? Like, why did you get into social work? Like, what does this mean for you? Like, why do you want to do the things that you're doing? And they're like, well, I don't know. And then they start thinking about it of like, man, I want to do this so that way the people in my family can see that we can go to school, or man, I want to do this so I can serve a certain population, or man, I want to do this for my parent, or man, I want to do this for X, Y, or Z reason. And when you tie it to something like that, whenever you feel like you don't want to do it, you have to identify, if I can look those people in the face and say, man, that opportunity or me showing you all these things is not worth me putting out the energy today, then you cannot study or you cannot give 100%. But you also don't need to beat up on yourself for not doing it. But why I'm telling you this is, if you're anxious and nervous and you're like, man, I'm going to let this person down, or man, these people are going to be judging me, ask them if that's the case. So you might be like, man, X, Y, or Z is going to happen. Find the facts. So if you're like, man, my coworkers probably are never going to talk to me again if I fail, ask them what they would do if you failed. Man, my partner's going to do this, or all these things, or this. Find the facts. Because when you start getting facts and you start reminding yourself of why you're doing the things that you're doing, your energy flows in that way, because where your focus goes, your energy flows, and where your energy flows, your focus goes, and you start getting things and doing different situations than you otherwise would have been able to do if you were not in that focused mode. But a lot of times what happens to people is they get super duper stressed. So if you look at the word stress and throw out the BS, it spells rested. So when you are rested and take out some of the things from your life, the better you are going to be. Because a lot of times what happens to people is that they fail the exam, or they get overwhelmed before they even go into the exam, and they start beating themselves up and tearing themselves down and forgetting why they want to do the things that they actually want to do. So that's what I'm telling you, is find a way to reset yourself, because the best way you can reset yourself is reminding yourself what gives you energy and what gives you hope and what gives you the ability to do the things that you normally do anyway. Because a lot of times people are like, you know what, I just want to do this for the job, but that job may not even be important to you. But if you remind yourself, I want to get this job because I want to improve this certain population, or man, I want to get this job so I can do X, Y, and Z roles and responsibilities, or man, I want to improve the people's life around me, or man, I want to have somebody that has experienced something that I've experienced, never experienced it at the intensity that I have experienced it at. And it gives you a different mode. It gets you into a different sphere. It gets you into a different spirit. Because again, if you remind yourself of why you started doing the things that you're doing, you start getting reconnected to why you're doing and putting all this sacrifice and all this energy in to become the best possible version of yourself. So don't give up when it gets tough. Give up what's making it tough. So if you're comparing yourself to someone else, or if you're like, man, all these negative things are going to happen, you need to remind yourself, what are the positive things that can happen? What are some things that make me want to do this more than I've ever wanted to do it? Because a lot of times what happens to people is they don't burn out because of what they do. They burn out because they forget why they're doing the things that they're doing. So ask yourself, why am I doing this? What does this mean for me? And what do I need to do in order to remind myself of doing that? So if you're like, man, all these people are going to reject me, or they're going to hate me, you may have to ask them, but record them saying that they're not going to do that and play it over and over. Or get a picture of somebody that means something to you, or get a picture of what something is that you find important. And every time that you don't want to study, or every time you tell yourself you can't do it, say, how come I'm where I'm at right now? Because you didn't go through what you went through in the past to get to where you're at right now and not give 100%. You didn't get through what you went through before, and it wasn't easy for a lot of people. A lot of people had to struggle. A lot of people had to go through what they went through, and they had to go through those things because it reminds them of where they never want to go again. It reminds them of who they want to serve. Because never forget where you come from, because it's the only person who truly knows where you want to go. And that's what I'm telling you, is you got to really take yourself to that place and say, you know what? Why am I feeling like I can't do these things when I've been through way more things that I didn't think that I could get through? But the only way to get yourself to remind yourself that is, in order to have experience, you must experience something at some capacity. Because in anything that we do in life, we're never 100% comfortable and confident. There is a shred of fear, there is a shred of doubt, but what gives us that confidence in the future is because we do things that scare us and we get to that space and place, but we also learn that it's not as scary as we think it is. Because you look at the word learn, take off the L, because we're not losing anymore. We're going to earn something from every situation that we're in. So that's why it's not always what we do that's going to make us who we are. It's who we are while doing it. What is your character? What is your response? What is your motives behind why you're doing the things you're doing? Because you're the only person that can do the things that you're able to do on this planet. But when you start discrediting it, when you start doing things that other people tell you to do, and you start compromising and giving up your own uniqueness, you start losing yourself in the mix. You start really reminding yourself of what you can't do versus what you can do. So that's what I'm telling you, is ask yourself, what does this exam mean for me? And it best be better than a job and more money and an opportunity. But what is your mission and purpose? What does this mean for you? And how are you going to take that into a different space and place to become the best possible version of yourself? So that's what I'm telling you. Everything that you do should be connected to something that you want to see in the future. So for example, like this session right now, it means so much to me because when I first started, I never thought that it would get to this point. I never thought that I would have people rap and rock with me. I never thought that I'd be able to teach. I never thought that I'd be able to empower other people. Because when I first started, I didn't have any idea of what this was ever going to be. But even when I first started, I gave up before it started. Because where I come from, I just don't have a lot of confidence. And what I mean by that is why I do what I do has a different meaning than me just having a business and me helping other people. It comes from me going through an experience where I didn't have the assistance and I had one person that believed in me, and I want to be that person for everyone else. So for example, where I come from, most people don't get out of the situation. My parents still live in the trailer park that I grew up in. And again, it's not stigmatizing people or being like, man, woe is me, but it's like, it reminds me every time that I go back to where my parents live, or every time that I think about somebody doubting themselves, it takes me to that mode. It takes me to that method that it's like, there's still some more to do. And what I mean by this, where I come from, it wasn't the best environment, because when I was growing up, I was physically and emotionally abused until I was 24 years old. And even before then, I was bullied in school at the same time. So I was a young kid that would be at home, regardless of what I was doing, and I'm getting abused. I'm at school and I'm getting punked on. I'm getting beat on. I'm getting told that I'm X, Y, or Z. I don't look like this certain person, or man, this person has this clothing. Because when you come from a place where you ain't got a lot of money, people be looking at you like you're supposed to be wearing some crazy clothing. So again, I'm coming from an environment where people are cracking jokes like, man, that person's trailer trash, but they didn't realize that I come from that place. But also, you ain't got the best clothing. People are going to make fun of you. People are going to clown you, and it's outside of your control. So I remember being a kid being like, man, what is wrong with me? I'm at home getting abused. I'm at school getting beat on and all these different things. And everyone else is better than me because they have parents that are supporting them educational wise. They have people that are telling them all these different things. They're going on all these different trips and have all these different resources. But I came from a place where it's like, man, you just got to survive. So over time, it started building on me. I remember being a kid being like, man, just take your life. Like no one in this world is here for you. Like you're at school and nobody understands and they're beating on you, clowning on you. You're at home and nothing you do is going to ever be good enough. Just take it. Like it's not worth nothing. Like nothing that you can do is ever going to be good enough for anybody. But I remember saying there has to be a reason for why this is occurring. I will not get put through something that is not going to teach me or mold me into what I need to be. So again, I remember figuring out, like, you do people's homework, they don't want to beat on you as much. So that's why I got so acquainted to start learning the information, because it's like, man, this is my safety mode. Like if I start doing people's work, they're not going to make fun of me and beat on me as much, but they still are going to. But if there's a reason for me to do something, I need to get it done. So that's why when people are like, man, Phil, the way you break down information is in a way that I've never seen it before, because I had to learn in a different way, because I had to teach myself the stuff, but I also had to do it in a way that I could remember it. And again, it comes from repetition. So that happened all the way until I was even in high school. Everyone was beating on me, clowning on me. I'm still getting abused at home. But I remember being like, man, I need to learn as much information as I can. And it wasn't until a teacher in high school in a history class, we're talking about peasants. And I remember reading, because you had to read out loud. And I remember saying pheasants. And again, humor is how I got through as well. I was doing people's work, but I was clowning because, again, people be making jokes. You joke back, they ain't gonna come at you as heavy. So again, everyone else around me is laughing, thinking it's a joke, but I was serious. I literally thought the word was pheasant, like the bird. I knew what a pheasant was. I grew up in a rural situation. I know the bird, but everyone else was clowning and laughing. But the teacher picked up on the fact that I wasn't in the joke. Like I didn't know what they were talking about. So she held me after class and was like, "Man, what was that? Like, you seem like you weren't joking this time." And I was like, I had no idea what they were talking about. So she realized, like, man, my English is not the greatest. My language is not the greatest. Why? Because I didn't read books a whole lot. I didn't have people teaching me how to do things. So it was all being an eclectic and chameleon type person. And I remember her spending extra time after school with me to teach me what it actually looked like and what words meant and all these different things. But what she didn't realize is it taught me that if you give someone the support and give themselves grace to understand what they need to be doing, it's going to take them to spaces and places that they never thought were possible. Because that same teacher was like, man, I think you can go to college. Again, I didn't know. I knew people went to college, but it wasn't for me. Every single person in my family, my dad and my brother, they work in a factory right now. And I probably would be in a factory too. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. But that's what they knew. So when somebody planted the seed, like, man, you can go to school, I was like, I guess. But I was like, man, if this person is treating me this nice, or if this person is teaching me all these different things, I need to go to the same place that they went, because they probably taught them at college how to be a good person. They probably taught them at college how to treat people this way. Because remember, I come from a place where it's like, dog, you're like trying to defend yourself. And if somebody comes at you, it's like, man, you gotta protect yourself. So I remember being like, all right, Central Michigan University is where you went to school. That's where I'm going, because I live in Michigan. I was like, perfect, boom, that's where I'm going to go. And I remember getting the information about going to school while I was helping the teacher set up for a holiday thing, and was like, man, I'm going to school. She was like, that's incredible. But for me, I didn't know what that meant. I was just like, this is insane. But I remember being like, man, if she says it's possible, it has to be possible at some capacity. She must see something in me that I don't see in myself. But again, I was still being abused and bullied by everybody. So I was just like, man, you just got to hang on to dear life. But when I got into college, if you remember college, there's a lot of papers that need to get done. I'm not the deepest person English or language wise. So there was a teacher in my English class in freshman year that was like, dude, you're going to fail out if you don't start writing better. And I didn't know what she meant. I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, you can't have sentence structure. You don't got good grammar. You have all these different things. And I didn't know what she meant. She's like, you know what? Have you ever heard of the Writing Center? And I was like, what the heck's the Writing Center? And I was like, oh my God, this is insane. She's like, all right, I'm going to offer it to the entire class. Anyone that goes to the Writing Center can get extra credit. But what she didn't realize, that once you get information, it can change your situation. I went to the Writing Center every single day that first year after she told me that. Every single day. Every day. I would undo the edits that we did the day before and try to learn from this person, and this person. And I would wait as long as it took. So there are people waiting for their term papers, and I would wait hours just to talk to somebody to learn how to write information. I was like, I'm not going back home. I know what it would take if I failed out. I will never hear the end of it. I will never end the cycle of what we've been through from where I come from. And I was like, every single day, I would wake up, go to class, go to the gym, Writing Center, every single day, like clockwork. But what that did to me is show me, if you don't know something, be willing to admit it, but you need to be willing to accept the assistance that it takes to get there. Because if somebody's giving you information or giving you a recommendation, and they're coming from a lens where they're trying to help you, you best at least try it out. So I remember every day being like, boom, 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 boom. And then over time, it got better. I started to learn. I started to understand the language. I started to understand what needed to be done. But in that moment, everyone else is excited to go home for breaks and stuff. And I'm like, no, I want to stay at school. I want to get ahead. Because when I went home, it was the same BS. Being abused, having all these different situations. Everyone's excited and like, man, we're going on trips. And for me, it's like, man, I'm hoping that something chaotic doesn't happen. I'm hoping somebody doesn't have to get into a fight or something, but always being on edge, always looking out and doing all these things. But then it was like, man, you got to pick your major. And they're like, what do you want to do with your life? I don't know. The teacher back home just said I should do it. And they're like, how about you take a business class? How about you take some social work stuff? Because what do you want to do? I was like, man, I want to help people that come from a substance use background to not feel and be experiencing the same things that I do. Because my dad and brother both went down that same path. I started to go down that path, but that's why I was abused. My dad would drink alcohol and not remember what he was doing and just abuse the crap out of us. But at that moment, they're like, all right, take these classes. And I remember being in the social work class and being like, this is incredible. This is what that teacher did for me. They were helping people out. They were showing people a different way. So then I got in the social work program. And if you remember the undergrad program, you got to write a ton of papers. So I was like, oh my goodness, I went through what I went through at the writing center. So that way, now that I'm in the social work program, I'm able to write papers like it's nothing. And everyone else is like, man, this dude knows what he's doing. But what they didn't realize is that I went through what I went through. And it wasn't because I was gifted and talented. It was because I had to keep going. So they're like, man, this dude knows what he's talking about. And over time, people start realizing, like, man, you know what you're saying, but I come from the environment where it's like, you still don't know. Like, you could lose it any given moment. So keep going. So then somebody's like, man, you should go to the master's program. Because if you want to be a therapist, you got to do that. I was like, all right, I'm going to apply to one school, the University of Michigan, the #1 school in the country. Because again, that's where I'm from, but that's also a school where you hear about, like, man, that's the prestigious school. So I remember applying and getting in, but at the time I didn't realize it, that not everybody had to go for an interview. So I had to drive to Ann Arbor, where the University of Michigan is at, and to have an interview, sit down with the admissions people and talk about why I should get into the program. And I didn't realize that then not everybody has an interview. I didn't at the time. I'm thinking like, man, this is customary. But when I get into the program and I bring up the interview, people are like, what interview? And I just played it off like, yeah, I don't even know what I was even talking about. Because I was like, man, that was another barrier that was set in place. But again, you don't know what you don't know. So then sitting in class and being like, man, everyone else is smarter than me. Everyone else is better than me. I don't know what I'm doing. So I was just absorbing as much as I possibly could from everybody, but still having that moment of like, I need to produce. I need to be the best possible version of myself, because if not, I'm going to lose it all. And then the teacher's like, man, what do you want to do? And then I was like, man, I want to teach. So they gave me a lecture, not the best lecture I ever gave, but I was like, this is insane, because another person saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. So I have to continue doing that mission. So then I graduated from the University of Michigan, was like, man, I want to teach. But the University of Michigan was like, you know what? You can't teach. You don't have enough experience. You're not good enough. So again, it sent me back into that mode of like, you're not good enough. See, you're not getting the results. You suck. Like, you're not, you have a deficit. And I was like, you know what? Told you. They were right. So at that moment, at the same time, the relationship that I was in, they're like, you know what? You don't fit into my life plans. Like, you're not good enough. And I took that personally. I'm like, see, no one in my life is seeing what I'm doing, so I must not be good enough. So that was where I took the exam in order to kind of build my confidence back up. And then I started putting out YouTube videos. I put out 2 videos, post-traumatic stress disorder and 5 ways to be recovery, or 5 ways to be social in recovery. And again, that was when I first started maintaining sobriety, because I was like, you know what? You got to cut ties with those things. Drinking alcohol is not going to lead you to where you know you need to be, because you have the curse. Like, you're going to treat people how you were treated. So don't drink at all. And I can't look at a client in the face and say, don't use substances if I'm using them. I'm not a hypocrite like that. So then I was like, all right, no one watched the videos. People think you suck. And then I started working 2 jobs to pay off my student loans. And then I helped somebody pass in my real life, but it still wasn't substantial enough. I was like, see, it was lucky. Like, it was all them and all those different things. And that's why it's that perpetual thing of like running on the hamster wheel of like, you're not good enough. You just need to perform. Like, what your productivity is your value and worth. But it wasn't until the darkest moment in my life that brought me here to this session. Well, that helped me start making YouTube videos more clearly. And what I mean by that is, again, I'm working 2 jobs, paying off my student loans. Like, nobody ever tries to do anything like that. It was insanity. My days were crazy. I'd wake up at 6:30, drive to the agency, and do a couple private clients. I would do a 7 o'clock, 7:40, 8:25, or 8:30, and then it would go until 9:20. My other agency was 30 minutes away. So again, 9:20 is when the session ended. I had to get in my car, sometimes speed, and then see my first client at 10 o'clock, and then do 10 to 6. And then my first client was 6:20. Remember, it was a 30-minute drive. So I'd always have to be going speeding and going way faster than I normally would to get to that other client. And then I would see 6:20, 7 o'clock, 7:40, and it would end at 8:30. I would go to the gym, go home, and repeat. So again, that was the method that got me into the position of being able to pay off my student loans. But at that moment, you don't have a lot of time to socialize and be connected to yourself or to other people. And there are a couple of people in my life, if they get a hold of me, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. I'm dropping it. I'm even in this middle of this session. If somebody contacted me that was on that list, I'm out. But it was that moment of driving home from the second job, tired, busy, because everybody in my life's like, man, this dude's always doing something, because productivity has never left me. But I remember getting a phone call being like, hey, do you have time to talk? And I'm like, yeah, what's up? And on the other end of that phone, it was, I have cancer and I'm not sure how long I'm going to live. And that's the type of news that you got to hear twice. I'm like, wait, what? I got cancer and I'm not sure how long I'm going to live. And I remember just almost like crashing my car because I'm like, wait, what? And then just parking. And on the other end of that phone was my mom. And I remember being like, wait, what? And I'm like, that's crazy. Because when you hear cancer, you don't know what's going to happen. You normally hear death. You normally hear like it's going to end immediately. But I remember being like, it's going to be okay. Like we can do whatever we need to do to make this happen. But I remember being like, all right, I love you, and hanging up the phone and just punching the steering wheel as hard as I can. But it was that moment that I was like, would the real Phil Luttrell please show up? Would you just show up? Because if this person that is most important to you and that has been through the same things that you've been through, if not worse, is not able to see the payoff of what you're able to do, you got to show up. It doesn't matter if the University of Michigan wants you to teach or not. You need to get back on YouTube and help people that have been in the same position that you've been in, doubting themselves, beating themselves up, not having the resources or materials to get to the next level and do this dang thing. And again, I had that moment where it's like, you know what? You need to start doing, whether it's just your mom watching these videos or not, you got to show up. You got to start doing that. And that's why at the beginning, my videos are like, hey guys, it's Phil. Hopefully I can help you. But over time, it was like, you know what? Don't conceal who you are. Because I remember a moment being like, man, everyone else is super professional. I need to be doing all these things. But I had to remind myself, if somebody is going to see you, they need to see you 100% being you. That's why at a point in time, I just turned and was like, hey guys, it's Phil coming back at you with another video. Today, I'm back. I'm excited. I'm pumped up. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Practicing self-care, not letting one thought, one situation, one person take you outside of what you know to be true. And every single time that I doubt or want to beat up on myself or say that I'm not making enough impact or I'm not doing enough, I remind myself of why I started. I wanted to help at least one person pass their exam. I wanted somebody that felt like they couldn't do it, get to that next level. So why I'm telling you this is the reason for why you start should never make you compromise, regardless of the situations and spaces and places that you've been put in. Because you guys have been through situations too. Everybody has gone through something, but don't let what you go through be a detriment. Don't let what you go through be something that you hide. I think about it every single day. Not like I'm ruminating it and being like, man, doom or gloom. I'm thinking, how can I be better than I was yesterday? But how can I give myself credit? Because if the person who I was when I was a kid, or if the person who I was when I was an undergrad, or if the person who I was at the University of Michigan, or if I was the person who I was when I first recorded a video, or even a year ago, 2 years ago, what would they say about me? They would be shocked. They won't even know what that is. So give yourself that credit. Don't forget where you come from, but remember why you started doing everything that you started to do. But give yourself that moment of like, dang, I have come so far, but I did not come this far to only come this far. I didn't do what I thought was right in order to stop. So do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything make you lose track of what you know to be true. So when you lose track of where you are in life, it's easy for you to believe you're on the wrong track. You're like, you know what? That other person's doing this. This other person over here is doing that. They're better than me. I'm not where I'm supposed to be. But even though you may be heading towards where you've always wanted to go, you're changing your view and vision based on what somebody else is telling you to do. So that's what I'm telling you. When you start beating up on yourself or tearing yourself down or reminding yourself like, you know what? I'm not where I want to be. Well, guess what? You are delayed, not denied. As long as you have a heartbeat in your chest, you can beat the day and become the best that you can be at this given moment. So be intentional and deliberate and be as specific as you possibly can, but don't compromise just because somebody's telling you something, doing something. You're not where you want to be, but remember where you started. Remember why you started doing it. Again, don't let one thought, one situation, one person, program, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. Which leads me to my next tip. You got to trust yourself. Trust yourself and base your answers and preparation on what works best for you, not someone else. Because way too many times people are like, man, Phil, I got that book. I got this other program. I'm listening to this YouTube video. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm doing this over here. And it's like, but what do you think? Well, they're like, well, they say I should do this. They say go with first, next, best, most, and should. Feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, suicide, homicide, safety. I need to be drinking honey. I need to be doing jumping jacks. I need to be doing all of these things. I need to be studying every single second that I have in my life in order for me to be doing all these different things. But it's like, what do you think? Because a lot of times people have materials that they don't need to have or that don't actually work for them. So for example, if you have that book and you know the book that I'm talking about, but you don't learn based on reading, that thing is not left the table that's next to you. Or if you try reading it, you're going to be reading it over and over and over and over and beating your tush because it's not how you learn. Or if you're like me and Phil, I'm writing note cards, but I don't learn based on writing or repetition or seeing. Well, guess what? You are in a bad position then. You're doing what somebody else has told you to do when it's not what you need to be doing. So my first recommendation as it comes to trust in yourself is understanding what's your learning style. Because if you're trying to learn in a way that doesn't align with what you know to be true, you're going to be lost. So for example, if you don't know your learning style, go to YouTube, pop up one of my videos, mute the audio, and just watch. If you can understand what's happening by just watching it occur, you're a visual person. If you're like, Phil, I'm lost, unmute the audio, close your eyes, and listen. Because if you can learn based on hearing, or if you are able to see what's going on when you're hearing it, you're an auditory learner. If you're somebody that's like me and Phil, I want to write things down, I want to make charts, I want to do all these things, you're a kinesthetic or tactile learner. So if you're trying to study in a way that doesn't align with your learning style, of course you're not going to be able to retain and gain the information. You're running somebody else's process. So that's where you have to really, truly understand your learning style to understand how you actually need to learn. Because if you're trying to read, but you don't learn based on reading, or if you're like, you know what, I'm studying X amount of time, but I'm lost in the process, you're not doing what you know to be true. But way too many times people listen to what they tell them to do. Man, you should be studying this, or man, you need to be reading this, or man, you need to be doing X, Y, or Z, or man, don't do practice questions. Man, do a ton of practice questions. Man, you need to be getting X, Y, and Z score. Like, man, get 75% on our exams or reschedule. Or man, you need to be studying every waking hour that you have. Or man, you didn't study X, Y, and Z amount of time this week. Are you even caring about your exam? Do you even want to pass? Or man, you need to be doing flashcards, or man, you need to be doing this app on your phone, or man, you need to be doing that. You need to be doing this. And then you get yourself spun in a circle. But when you start doing what somebody else tells you to do, you give them control of your situation and you stop being you. You're uniquely gifted and talented to be you, not somebody else. I don't need you to be doing what somebody else tells you to do. And the thing that frustrates me the most, and not that I'm mad at the person, don't get that twisted, but when I'm talking to somebody about how they're studying, how they're breaking down questions and all these different things, they're like, well, they tell me that I need to do this. They say this, they say that, they say that. Who is they? I don't care who they is, because they aren't going to be looking at you and telling you specifically what is going to be working for you. A lot of times people are templating people of like, see medical, rule it out. Substance use, that's it. CPS, just do this. See APS, do that. Suicide, do that. Read the last sentence, or do this, or man, use this acronym, or man, do this other thing. Man, do this, do that, and do that. And then you have a backpack full of answers. And the problem with that process is if you think about it, if you're doing multiple different strategies and techniques at the same time, you don't even know what's working for you. I would rather have you do one strategy 1,000 times than 1,000 strategies one time, just in case. Because a lot of times what happens to people is that they just do multiple different things or dip and dabble with a ton of things at the same time to protect themselves just in case. But in my wilder days, I'm still pretty doggone wild. I was talking to somebody and they're like, man, Phil, I got this book, this book, this book, this book, this practice exam, this practice exam, this other practice exam. I'm watching this YouTube video, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. And I was like, okay, so what works best for you? And they're like, well, I don't even know. Well, I was like, all right, what you need to do is look through the materials that explain it in the way that makes sense for you. And whatever doesn't make sense for you, you need to go out back, because I had a backyard, and set it on fire and have a bonfire. Because if you have materials around you, you're going to feel responsible for them. You're going to want to do everything at the same time, and it's going to cause chaos for you. So if you're bouncing from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, of course, you're not going to feel like you're retaining or gaining anything, because you're all over. So if you're not doing things based on what you know to be true, you're going to the exam trying to be somebody else. And that's why everybody's like, well, Phil, I don't break it down all the way like the way that you do. Well, I don't want you to go in the exam being me. I want you to go in the exam being 100% you and doing what you know to be true. Because again, the best thing that you can do for yourself is to trust your doggone self. Because if you are listening to what you know to be true and you're doing something, you're going to be able to become a better possible version of yourself in the future, not what somebody else is telling you to do. Because if you're answering a question and being like, you know what? I'm going to use this strategy. That one didn't work. I'm going to use this other strategy. That didn't work. I'm going to use this other strategy. That didn't work. And then you're cycling through strategies. What you're doing is pretty much just juggling versus understanding what's going on in the doggone question. However, when you start looking in areas that do not serve you, you start doing things that make you no longer see what you deserve. So if you're dipping and dabbling based on what somebody else says, you need to cut that stuff right out of your mind. Because way too many times people are like, well, my coworker, my supervisor, my friend, this other person told me what I should be doing. And I say, well, what do you think? Because I don't care what your supervisor says. I don't care what your friend says. I don't care what this other person says. I don't care what I say. I care what you think about everything that you've heard, and knowing that you know yourself better than anybody else. No one else knows what you need. Nobody else knows what you've been through. Nobody else knows what makes your mind work. But if you're studying and you're not retaining and gaining the information, you're likely not the problem. The strategies and techniques that you're using are likely the problem. The amount of time that you're studying is likely the problem. The way that you're being taught the information is likely a problem. So that's what I'm telling you is don't run from what you need to be doing. Go towards what you need to be doing. But when you hide who you are, you begin to divide your energy and resources, which causes you to lose yourself in who you're supposed to be. Because a lot of times when people get scared, they go to somebody else for feedback. But a lot of times people are more interested in confirmation versus critique. So most times people want you to tell them that they're doing everything correct, whether it's correct or not. So that's what I'm telling you is do not go into a situation with multiple different strategies and techniques just in case. People are like, man, Phil, I'm doing this strategy if it says this. I'm doing this other strategy if it says that. But how do you know if the strategy works? Because if you're utilizing multiple different strategies and techniques, you're getting lost in the sauce. So you got to trust what you know to be true. And if you're in a position where you're like, Phil, I don't even trust myself. I don't believe that I have what it takes. The only way to get closer to yourself is by doing what you know to be true, even though you're scared, but also giving yourself the opportunity to do what you think is right. But also when you aren't getting the results that you want, that you're looking for what you need to be doing in the future versus ruminating on one thought, one situation, one person, or anything that's going to take you outside of what you know to be true. So you have to truly understand what's your learning style. And I don't care what another program says. I don't care what another person says. I care what you think and how you're doing when you were going through those things. So do not forget what you know works best for you. Because if you're an auditory person and you're a silent film in the exam, there's a problem. If you're somebody that needs to be writing stuff down in the exam and you're not writing stuff down, there's a problem. If you're somebody that needs to be highlighting and striking through and you're not doing that, there's a problem. But also, if you ever find yourself being like, you know what, I need to do what they tell me to do, who is they? They shouldn't be as important to you as you are as important to yourself. So never forget how easy it is for you to lose yourself, and keep in mind that when you lose yourself, even before you start, you're never going to find truly what you know. And that's what happens to people is a lot of times people will fail the exam, change their strategy and technique, and then forget what worked for them leading up to it. So a lot of times you already have the ingredients. You just got to put the doggone things together. So that's where when you're not doing what you know to be true, you probably have the burning of the neck feeling that's telling you that what you're doing is not right. Listen to yourself and say, I know this is not right. I need to do something differently, or I need to do the same exact thing, but make small adaptations to the process in order to do what I know is true. So when you go through a situation, you're oftentimes going to try to recycle what you've already been through. But what that's going to do for you is cycle you through all the same situations. But only once you pull yourself out of the fire and find a solution, are you going to start getting some resolution. But also reminding yourself that the best way to learn something is to go through it. Because when you look at the word learn separated out, you're going to have the word earn. Everything that you do should be helping you earn something and help you become better than you were before. Because in order to have experience, you must experience something at some capacity. But if you're restricting yourself even before you get to that mode of being able to try something, you're walking in somebody else's identity versus your own. So that's why I'm telling you is you need to remind yourself that what you're doing should align with who you are. And if somebody else is like, man, why are you doing that? You should be doing this. I don't care what their opinion is, because unless they're paying for my exam and unless they're going to identify an opportunity or job for me if I don't pass the exam, their opinion is nil. Because if they're not coming from an angle of trying to empower me and understand where I'm at, I'm going to get lost with them for the situation. So never lose yourself as you're going through something, but give yourself grace to run the race to become the best possible version of yourself, but also reminding yourself that there's not a silver bullet or a magic trick or anything that can help you pass this exam. So trust yourself and do what you know to be true. Don't do what one thought, one situation, one person, one program, or anything tells you what you should be doing if you know it doesn't work for you. So embrace who you are and don't race against other people, because it's going to cause you to become who they are versus who you're supposed to be. And a lot of times people are like, man, I was on Facebook, or man, somebody at my job or somebody else told me that I should be doing this, but their exam is going to be different than yours because every single exam is different. Nobody has the same exact experience. But if you try living out their experience in your own situation, you're already trying to predict what is going to occur. So when you're in that mode, you have to remind yourself that what you're doing should lead you to where you want to go. So you have to remind yourself, at least I am going to try something, because I would rather try than wonder why I'm not where I want to be. Which then leads me to my next tip is you need to develop a routine that is going to work best for you, not anyone else. Because when you have a routine, it's going to allow for you to know what to expect and keep your anxiety in check when you're preparing for the exam, but also when you are taking the doggone exam. Because with clarification comes comfortability. And the more comfortable and confident you are, the more competent that you're going to be. And a lot of times people are like, all right, I'm competent because I'm getting certain results, but you don't need to be competent. What you need to be doing is be getting confident within for your situation. And how you do that is regardless of the results, I'm going to analyze them and understand what do I need to be doing. Because a lot of times people, when they get things incorrect, are going to get critical. Don't get critical, get curious, understand why and how you're getting to where you're at. Because if you're only looking at it of like, you know what, got this percent, I suck, you're missing the lessons and blessings with and for the situation. But also the way you prepare for the exam should align with who you are. And what I mean by that is, again, this isn't going to be like a super technical personality thing, not like Myers-Briggs, but I traditionally will, working with people, have two different possibilities that they can be. There are fills and there are not fills. One is not better than the other, but fills are individuals that are super high energy, are going to bounce from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, but still want to get results. So they may bounce from one topic to the next topic to the next topic to the next topic, and then cycle back through to finish them. While not fills are people that are super structural and need to have predictability. And if one small thing is wrong with their process, sparks are going to start shooting out of their head. So if you're a fill, the way you study should be different than somebody that's a not fill. So if you've been studying in a not fill way, if you're a fill, you're likely not going to be as energized and focused and find any benefit from the process. If you're a not fill and you find yourself bouncing from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, you're likely not going to feel great as well. So you need to understand how you are studying and whether you're going to retain and gain the information. So once you identify your personality style, you need to ask yourself important questions as well. And if your exam is coming up and you already have your exam date, some of these questions are not going to be as relevant. The first question is, what is the shortest amount of time that you can study without feeling overwhelmed and super anxious? And what's the longest amount of time that you can study without feeling super burnt out and like you're not going to want to study in the future? And why that's important is because a lot of times people will just throw an exam date up and not reflect on whether that exam date is going to work for them or not. So let's say we have a person named Penn, and Penn's like, you know what? My shortest amount of time is 1 month. My longest amount of time is 2 months. Okay, perfect. The second question then is, how much time do you have in your time in your life to study? Like, how much time in your life do you have to study? And that's going to vary for multiple different people because we're all different and we all different responsibilities. Some of us have families, some of us have multiple jobs, some of us have different stress levels, etc. So you have to truly ask yourself, what is the amount of time that I have in my life to actually study? Because a lot of times people are like, you know what? Somebody told me I should be studying this amount. Somebody told me I should be studying this amount, and it's going to leave them in a different situation. So truly identifying, how much time do you have in your life to study? The question after that is, when you are studying, how long before you start turning your mind off and tuning out or wanting to do something else? So how long can you study and actually retain and gain the information? Because a lot of times what happens to people is they commit to a certain length of time, but they don't realize that that length of time is not actually going to work for them. So for example, let's finish Penn's example. So Penn is going to study for 1 month to 2 months. Let's say Penn's like, you know what, I have an hour every single day in my life to study. But then after asking pen, how long when you are studying in that hour do you think that you are going to retain and gain the information? And Penn's like, you know what? Knowing myself, after 30 minutes, I'm going to turn my mind off and I'm going to want to do something else, or I'm going to want to go over here and do this other thing. Okay, well, you have no business studying for an hour then. You should be studying for 30 minutes. So that way you're not studying for 30 minutes. And then the rest of the 30 minutes, you're beating up on yourself or tearing yourself down for not being able to retain and gain the information. So that's where, again, the way you study should also mirror what your life is going to be like. So, for example, if you're like, Phil, I'm super busy all the time and I don't really have time to traditionally study, but I'm an auditory learner. Well, if you're driving in the car, you can study while listening to the materials in the car because you're an auditory person. Or if you're like, you know what, Phil, I don't have a lot of time in my life to study, but I'm a visual learner. Okay, well, do you have the materials plastered all across your walls? And do you have materials in the restroom when you're utilizing the restroom to actually study? And if you're at work and you're having a lunch break, are you studying on your lunch break? Because the amount of time that you study is not as important as the quality of your studying. Because if you're not retaining and gaining the information, you could study as long as you want to, but you're not going to retain it because, again, if it's not in the learning style that you learn. Two, if you're super overwhelmed and anxious and over studying, it's not going to be as helpful. And three, if you're in a position where you're studying, but you're not actually retaining and gaining the information, we need to understand how we can get you to do that. And that's why I always tell people the best way to study is starting to give yourself an allotment of a length of time that you want to study per week versus per day, because weeks can be busier than others. So let's say you want to study 1 hour every single day and you can retain and gain the information for 1 hour, then you should have 5 hours of wanting to study Monday through Friday. So let's say on Monday, you only get 30 minutes in because your life was way busier and hectic. You can spread the rest of the 30 minutes out over the 4 remaining days, or start putting the time into future study sessions as well, or trying to give yourself the opportunity to make up for that time, or just forgiving yourself for the time and moving on. And that's where flexibility in your process is going to be super duper important as well. Because when you know what to expect, your body's automatically going to start doing things and start putting forth effort in ways that you otherwise would not have put that effort out in this situation. However, people oftentimes are beating up on themselves, tearing themselves down, and they're not feeling like their studying is actually going to be productive. So in addition to that, if let's say we have Penn being a Phil, and let's say Penn wants to study human developmental theories. Remember, Phils are people that are going to bounce from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, but still want to make sure that they're retaining and gaining the information. So let's say they're going to study Erikson, Piaget, Kohlberg, and Freud. So one day, let's say on Monday, they may study half of Piaget and half of Erikson's, and then the next day they may study half of Kohlberg and half of Freud. The next day they may finish Erikson and Piaget. The next day they may finish Freud, and then the next day they may finish Kohlberg, and then they're going to do practice questions related to those topics. And again, if you're a not Phil, that's not going to make a lot of sense. But remember, Phils need to find ways to make it more stimulating and more engaging for them. But a not Phil would do it in a way that there's a topic per day. So let's say the first day they do Erikson's, the next day they do Piaget, the next day they do Kohlberg, the next day they do half of Freud, and the next day they do the other half of Freud, and then practice questions related to that. So that is going to give you kind of an example of how your process can change based on your availability, but also based on your personality and what is going to work best for you. Because way too many times people are going to be feeling like they're all over the place. They're not retaining and gaining the information, and they're going to not be the best possible version of themselves strictly because the routine is going to be tossed off. But also, when you are studying, you want to study in the way that you're going to perform in the exam, because the way you practice is how you're going to perform. Way too many times people practice reading out loud, but when they're in the actual exam, they're a silent film and not actually utilizing the information that they know to be true. So when you're doing your routine, making sure that you're doing it the same way every single time, so that way you start developing a habit of what you're going to be doing. So that way it's understanding that it's wax on, wax off versus I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. Because when you have predictability, you're automatically going to do it. So for example, as humans, we automatically have the same routine and process that we are going to do in the morning. We're going to eat the same foods. We're going to drink the same things. We're going to get to work traditionally at the same time. We're going to do the same process of that we're going to do at work. When we come home, we're going to oftentimes do the same things, watch the same shows, and have the same process that we normally would have had. So that's where the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So developing that routine is going to be important. But again, not getting critical, but getting curious. If you're getting questions wrong, don't have the routine of flipping the table on yourself or getting angry or frustrated or wanting to give up or wanting to reschedule. And then days that you do well on the questions that you feel more comfortable and confident. So don't be a fair weather person. Give yourself the ability to weather the storm, whether you're getting the information or not, but also giving yourself the ability to understand how you're getting through the way that you're getting through. And let's skip towards the week out of the exam, because a lot of times people that are a week out from the exam are going to have a panic moment and be like, should I reschedule my test? Do I know enough? Am I going to be all right? And all these different things. So the week out mark is traditionally where people start panicking. And people can, of course, panic a little bit earlier, 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, a month out, etc. However, traditionally, while working with people, it's a week out. So a week out, I traditionally recommend people to reflect on what topics that they feel most vulnerable in. And if they were to see them on the exam, that they would panic and be like, I'm not sure if what I'm doing is actually going to be helpful. So again, let's start with not fills. You would pick a topic per day and review it one per day. So let's say it's research, program development, medications, DSM-5, breaking down questions. So each day you would do a different topic. One day would be research. The next day would be program development. The next day would be medications and DSM-5. The next day would be breaking down questions. And the day before your exam, we'll get into that in just a second. But fills, on the other hand, would separate the topics out in a way that would make sense for them, but making sure that they get all of the topics done the day before their exam. Because the day before the exam, I often recommend people break down a small number of questions, because people are like, me and Phil, should I take a break? Should I slap the gas and do as much as I can? I often recommend that you break down a couple of questions, but don't overwhelm yourself to the point of getting lost in the sauce. So what I mean by that is, if you're a not fill, I recommend that you break down 5 to 10 practice questions just to make sure that your process feels comfortable. And if you find yourself second guessing, adding, taking away, and getting yourself twisted, you're able to identify ways to redirect yourself. But the rest of the day, I recommend people to drive to the testing site just to see how long it would take you. So that way you have comfortability. Where's the testing site at? And again, not fills are naturally going to plan what they are going to do, like what time they're going to wake up, what they're going to eat, what they're going to wear, what time they're going to get to the exam, etc. Fills, on the other hand, I recommend that they break down 10 to 15 practice questions. And it's more than not fills, because not fills tend to be more anxious and ruminate and overthink. Well, fills, we need to exhaust some of your energy, but also make sure that you're staying focused and intentional and deliberate on the amount of questions that you're breaking down, but that you have an understanding of the process that you're going to use on the actual exam. And the rest of the day, I still would recommend going to the testing site, understanding how long it's going to take for you to get there, getting your documents and everything together, so that way it's in one place. And let's go back to not fill. So the day of the exam, you're likely already going to plan everything out. You're going to know what time you're going to wake up, what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear, and all these different things. And you're likely going to get the exam to an hour early, which is awesome. However, what I recommend is anticipating things going wrong and not always going your way. Not like in a panic mode, but not fills tend to have less flexibility and tend to overthink and become overly anxious when things are outside of their control. So I recommend that you anticipate some things not going right, but also having a backup plan for if things do not go how you want them to, but also creating a checklist, because that's how you feel comfortable, making sure that you have all the documents, everything that you need, and then getting to the exam site. And before not fills get into the lobby, I recommend they tell themselves they've done the best that they can up to this point, and that they need to focus on what they need to be doing and not be thinking about the opinions of other people. Fills, on the other hand, listen to me clearly, show up to the doggone exam, because fills tend to run everything last minute and be going by the seam of their pants. So show up to the doggone exam. So fills, making sure that you have all the needed materials and all the strategies and techniques. And I recommend that you get to the exam an hour early at least, to make sure that you actually get there. Because a lot of times people will be like, man, I'll be okay, but traffic and all these things can get in your way. So show up to the doggone exam, because everything that you've done in your life has been last minute, and you need to make sure that you get there and have the highest likelihood that you can of passing the doggone exam. So before fills get into the lobby, I recommend they tell themselves they've done the best that they can up to this point, and they just need to focus on the strategies and techniques that they've been practicing and only do what they know to be true. And then if you've never been in the exam before, the check-in process is the same for every single person. You'll go up to the desk and say, hey, my name is X. I'm here to take the social work licensure exam. You'll show them your 2 forms of identification. They'll have you sign a sheet that says that you're not going to cheat. They'll scan your palm prints. They'll pick them up. They'll scan your palm prints again. If you have glasses on, they'll have you take off your glasses. Then they'll inspect your glasses. If you have long hair, they'll inspect your hair to make sure that you're not hiding anything. If you have any jewelry, they'll have you take off your jewelry. And if you have pockets, they'll have you pat yourself down and take things out of your pockets, etc. But don't let this process rile you up, because I've worked with people where this process has riled them up so much that their mind isn't even on the exam anymore. It's, why are these people treating me this way? Man, why do they think all of these different things? And they don't think any of those things. What they're doing is simply just their job. It's like you're at the grocery store and you're at the checkout line. You're not going to critique the person that's scanning your groceries. You just have to get through the process. And because I've had people I've worked with where the person behind the checkout counter was like, man, I need you to take this off, or I need you to do this. And the person took it offensively. Or the most heinous example that I have is somebody had taken the exam multiple times, and the person behind the checkout counter had seen them before. And they're like, hey, the repeat offender is back to take their exam. But they prepared for people saying things and doing things before their exam that it just rolled off their back. So again, do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true, because a lot of times people will let the check-in process take them outside of what they know to be true. So anticipate your jewelry being taken off, anticipate somebody searching your glasses, anticipate somebody searching your hair or wanting to pat you down, but don't worry about them and just stay true to what you know. And then they'll have you segue over and take your picture. Do yourself a favor and smile for the doggone picture. Because way too many times people are super smug and angry, like, but when you pass the exam, you want to be able to look back to the sheet and say, man, I'm so glad that I was already celebrating before I got into the exam. Because whether you know it or not, you being able to take this exam is a celebration. You worked too hard to get up to this point and be angry. There are people that are not able to take this exam for multiple different reasons. So every time that you get to take the exam, view it as a lesson and blessing for you, but also something that you are just going to get into. And it's not something that you have to tolerate, but something that you are going to be able to perform on. Because go into this exam as if it's a lesson and blessing, but also like it's a job interview versus someone's going to punish you and harm you in some way. So smile for your picture, because you deserve to have happiness in this process. Then they'll take all of your belongings, you'll put them into the locker, and you'll have your license and locker key. So sitting in the chair, every single person that sits in that chair oftentimes is going to have a spike of anxiety. Anticipate having anxiety. So as a not Phil, anticipate having a spike of anxiety when you walk into the lobby and when you sit in the chair. So as you're sitting in the chair, you want to remind yourself of all of the strategies and techniques and processes that you plan to do on the exam, but also giving yourself permission to feel anxious and nervous, because it's 100% normal. Because you being scared simply shows that you care about your test. You being nervous is showing you that you want to do well and that you are the closest that you've ever been to going in the exam, kicking adrenaline chest to get the job done. And then after, unless you have accommodations, and I'll get into that in just a little bit, they're going to have you go into the exam room. And if you've never been in the exam room, it's kind of like a half circle, and there are going to be cubicles, such as if you were at the library, and there is going to be a computer, there's going to be a mouse, there's going to be a keyboard, there's going to be headphones, there's going to be potential earplugs if you ask for them at the front desk, there's going to be a scrap sheet, marker, and you're going to have to examine the room yourself. So when you're in there, a lot of times what people will do is slap the start button and get ready to go into their exam. However, what I recommend people do is utilize the tutorial. The tutorial is 10 minutes of time that does not count towards your exam time. Way too many times people sleep on the tutorial. And people are like, Phil, why do I need to do the tutorial? It's tutorial tutorial. I already know what I'm supposed to be doing in the exam. If you already know the format of the exam, how to mark or flag questions, how to highlight, how to strike through, and how to answer questions, etc., that's okay. But utilize that 10 minutes to calm yourself down. Do progressive muscle relaxation, do deep breathing, see if the exam environment is something that you're comfortable with. Is it hot? Is it cold? Do you want the headphones on? Do you need earplugs? Do you not need earplugs? And what are some things that you need to do to get yourself acquainted to the room? Because if you start doing that, you're going to start the exam more calm than if you just slap the start button and start shooting from the hip and doing what you think is right at that given moment. So that's why I'm telling you is utilizing the tutorial could be a way to calm yourself down and prevent mistakes. Because the more that you are in the process, the more that you take yourself out of the exam. So that's where, again, if you are in an anxious state, use the tutorial to calm yourself down. So that way you're going to be able to understand truly what you need to do. Because if you're like, man, Phil, the headphones are kind of hurting my head, you don't want to determine that during the exam. Or if you need earplugs, you want to ask for the earplugs. But also if the exam is warm or hot, or if somebody's typing or tapping or all these different things, you want to be aware of what your surroundings are and how to make the adaptations. Because the way you practice should be how you perform. But also, you don't want to go into the exam riled and dialed up and make more mistakes than you otherwise would have been able to make if you were more calm. So that's where, as you are doing that, hit the start button, but also reminding yourself of the process that you're going to do. Because by the time that you hit start on the exam, you should already know the process that you're going to do on the exam. Reading the question one time, reading the question 2 times, 3 times, but also ensuring that you're navigating the exam in the way you practice. Because if you're doing something totally different in the exam than you did in practice, we probably have a problem. And that's where, again, if you've ever seen an action film, I always tell people, think of the machine gunner in the movie. Because if the machine gunner, when they're in the villain, they're just kind of shooting like, brr, brr, but it's only once the sniper comes in, boom, and destroys the villain, do you actually start seeing the results? So going to the exam being the sniper and doing things intentionally and deliberately to ensure the results that you're going to get are consistent with what you know to be true. Because way too many times people go in the exam and go rogue. They're like, you know what? I'm going to read the question one time because I'm running out of time, or man, I'm flagging way more questions than I should, or man, I'm doing this, I'm second guessing, I'm overthinking, I'm changing all of these different things. And that's where you want to practice with what you know to be true. Because that begs the question, should you flag questions or should you not flag questions on the exam? And I always tell people it all depends. Because if you're going to flag or mark questions, you want to make sure that if you're going to flag or mark questions, that you are not going to just have the tendency to impulsively change answers without actually looking in the question. Because you can change answers on the exam. However, you want to change answers on the exam based on you missing something in the question versus you letting your anxiety determine what you know to be true. Because I always tell people that unless the computer falls on top of you and says that you missed something, you should not be wanting to change your answer. But in addition to that, you should be so locked and loaded into your process that the roof could be falling in on you and a bear could come in there and start growling and starting to try to eat people. But you're so locked and loaded on the exam that you don't even understand what's going on around you because you're ready to kill the doggone thing. So when you are in that process, you want to be so intentional and deliberate that if you know that something is outside of what you know to be true, you're able to readjust yourself. You're able to get yourself back on track because it's way easier for you to go in the exam doing what you think is right and what you know to be true than to be flapping like a fish out of the water and not actually get to the results that you want to see with and for your situation. So don't go into the exam and compromise, but do what you said that you promised yourself to get to that next right thing and becoming the best possible version of yourself. My next tip is you want to invest in yourself. You want to invest in yourself and to allow for yourself to have leeway when preparing for the doggone exam. Do not expect perfection when preparing for the exam or practicing for the exam. You are a human and will make mistakes and get things wrong. Way too many times people will expect perfection out of themselves, but remember, practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. And you do not need to be 100% correct on everything, because if you know the actual exam, You know that you don't have to get 100% to actually pass. And I'm not a math wizard here, but let's follow this all the way through. So you have 170 questions on the exam, 20 do not count, so it's out of 150. So 150 questions are the amount of questions that you're being scored on. And if you know the exam passing scores, they are from 96 to 106. And if we follow that all the way through, 150 minus 106 is 44. 150 minus 96 is 54. Therefore, you can get 44 to 54 wrong and still pass the doggone exam. So do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or one question take you outside of what you know to be true. Because a lot of times people get in the exam and they get inside of their head and they're like, you know what? I'm getting this question wrong, so I'm probably going to fail the exam. You can get 10, 20, 30, 40. Once you get up to 40 questions that you think you're getting wrong, then we can start kind of worrying whether you're going to pass the exam or not. But you need to stay so focused, because I don't know about anybody, but I don't think that you're paying to take this exam to fail. You're not actively just picking wrong answers and being like, you know what? I'm going to 100% fail this exam because I want to take it again. So if you feel like you're getting the wrong answer, you got to remind yourself that you're not going to be sacrificial and you're not going to be sabotory and sabotage yourself outside of actually passing the doggone exam. And if you did get a perfect score on the exam, guess what? They'd probably have you take it again. So being perfect is never the goal. You don't have to be 100% perfect. You have to be 100% perfectly you to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. But also, when you're preparing for the exam, you want to make sure that you're not neglecting any areas of your life. Because when I'm talking about investing, I'm not just talking about monetarily. I'm talking about physically, emotionally, and spiritually as well. Because if your physical health's out of whack, your mental health's out of whack, your spirituality's out of whack, and you're not going to be focused and be intentional and deliberate with and for your situation. So for example, if you're overstudying and you're exhausted and then you go into the exam and you're ready to take a nap, I don't need you to go in the exam and take a nap. I need you to go in the exam and be ready to snap to get the job done. But also, if you start getting things incorrect, you need to start understanding not what am I doing wrong? What are some things that I need to be looking at differently to become the best possible version of myself, even when you're doing my questions. A lot of times people are like, man, Phil, I'm getting too many of your questions wrong. Man, I'm not doing well enough. Should I reschedule the exam? My questions tend to be more difficult than the actual exam, and it's purposeful. I want you to be going through difficult situations outside of the exam versus going through difficult situations inside of the exam. So that way you're more prepared. So that's where, again, it doesn't matter the scores that you're getting outside of the exam, because the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail is the actual exam. So do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. And I know there are programs out there that say get 75% on our exams or reschedule. It doesn't matter the percentages that you get on practice exams. It matters what you take from what you are doing within the practice exams. Because again, it doesn't matter if you're getting the scores that you want, but if you're learning from every single question. So don't get critical, get curious, but also be willing to give the energy that you give out to other people to yourself as well. Because way too many times as social workers, we're willing to build other people up. We're willing to give everyone else credit and affirmation and attention. But when it comes to us, we like to play on hard mode. So you have to start treating yourself not how you want other people to treat you, but how you want other people to treat somebody that you care about. Because if you are like, you know what, I'm going to burn myself out, I'm going to tear myself down, and I'm not going to build myself up, you're demanding you have a 100% full tank of gas when you're only at a half a tank of gas and beating up on yourself for not being fully charged. So that's where you need to start viewing your situation as if you were somebody you cared about. Because if somebody you cared about was getting ready to take the exam, if somebody you cared about was getting ready to do this, you'd be willing to cash them out. You'd be willing to build them up. You'd be willing to give them positive affirmation, be able to assist them and all these different things. But when it comes to you, you're like, you know what? I don't need no help. I don't need to be on full energy. I don't want to spend that money on myself. Or man, I don't think that I'm actually going to be able to do this. So you have to be willing to identify what you need, but also be willing to build yourself up. Because again, it's not what you do that makes you who you are. It's who you are while doing it. And if you separate the word mistake out, you can identify what you missed and take that into future situations to become the best possible version of yourself. But as investing, it must grow in some way. But if you're in a situation that's restricting you, tearing yourself down, and making you feel worse about yourself, you need to uproot yourself and cut ties with the lies that you've been living in and do the best right thing for yourself. Because if somebody that you cared about was talking to themselves the way you talk to yourself, or degrading yourself, or being hard on yourself, you would come at the person and be like, get away from them. But you also have to remember that not everybody is going to respect your boundaries, respect your time, and respect your goals the same way that you respect them as well. So if people are willing to take your time from you, or willing to do things that could sabotage your exam process, you need to remind yourself, and then not everybody is going to respect my goals, but I have to be willing to cut them off and get them away from me. But I also have to be willing to not just go with the buzzwords, first, next, best, most, and should, feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, suicide, homicide, etc., just because it's what people are telling me. So if somebody is taking your energy or tapping energy away from you, or inserting things into your life that are not actually helping you become the best possible version of yourself, but taken away from you, you have to be willing to cut ties with the lies that you've been living in, but also remind yourself that the only person that's going to advocate for yourself the way that you need to be advocated for is yourself. And just because you're a good person, and just because you're doing good things, doesn't mean people are going to respect you. Because if you're not setting up that boundary, or if somebody's blowing through the wall like a wrecking ball, like Miley on the wrecking ball, and not respecting your boundary, you have to be willing to reinforce, but also uproot yourself if needed. So you are enough to pass this exam. You are enough because what you've been through and what you've been doing is going to lead you to where you belong and where you want to go. However, when you go into a situation with your mind made up, your mind will start utilizing made up facts and cause you to act in ways that avoid the real facts. So if you're like, you know what, I don't even think my time or energy is worth it, I'm not going to be able to pass this exam, you need to be willing to build yourself up and tell yourself positive things, positive vibes, positive results, positive vibes, positive energy, positive results, negative thoughts, negative vibes, negative results, but also remembering that environment component as well. But also when you're investing in something, it's not going to grow immediately. So if you've been studying and you expect yourself to have perfection, don't just jump into the action and be like, you know what, I need to be perfect all the time, but reminding yourself that even if you're not getting the results that you want, that you're still learning something and earning something to become the best possible version of yourself. Because again, if you're putting out a lot of energy towards other people, or if you want other people to respect your goals as much as you respect them, you're going to be let down. Because when you pour too much into other people and neglect your own needs, you'll convince yourself that you're poor and have nothing to offer, but that's not the truth. In addition to that, you need to give yourself credit and affirmation for what you know to be true. Don't be always degrading or finding the things you're doing wrong, but finding the things that you're doing correct and understand why you're doing the things that you're doing. But also reminding yourself that if you're getting things correct, you're going to be in a better position. But also reminding yourself that if you are treating yourself in a way that you would not treat somebody else in, you got to put yourself on punishment and remind yourself that I need to start reframing all the negative thoughts I have about myself into more positive thoughts. Like if I was having negative thoughts about the session of like, you know what, I'm probably not saying the right things, I'm awful, no one's going to like this session, everyone thinks that this is pointless, I need to reframe it of at least one person is going to get something from this session. I'm doing the best that I can with what I have and know. I'm doing everything that I know to be true about this exam, and I'm building people up to tear this exam's heart right out of its chest to become the best possible version of themselves. So again, reframing it to be more positive is going to give you the ability, even when you're unsure of what you're doing, to be in a better position. So you need to remind yourself that what you're doing is going to lead you to where you want to go. In addition to that, if you need accommodations, please, please, please apply for accommodations. So you can get accommodations for any physical needs, but also mental health. If any anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, any learning disabilities, any of these different things, you can get accommodations. And the process is not that deep or not that complex. And if you want more information, go to YouTube, look up my accommodations video, and it'll walk you through every single step. The accommodations that you can get: 4 extra hours on the exam, a private room if you need it. You can get a reader on the exam. You can get a pencil and paper version of the exam. But if you do that, your results are going to be in 10 business days. But also reminding yourself that if you need these accommodations, please get them. No one's going to look at your sheet that says, you know what, pass with accommodations, because accommodations are simply what are going to help you get equity versus equality. Because as a social worker, if you're helping people in therapy or if they're on medications, those are accommodations for the person's life. And you would never tell one of your clients, you don't need that, or man, you shouldn't be doing this. So you shouldn't tell that to yourself. So applying for accommodations can help bridge the gap to allow for you to get to that next level, but also allow for you to pour the energy into yourself the same way that you're pouring into other people, but also waiting for you to do the next right thing for yourself. And if you don't have a lot of people around you that are supporting you, or if you don't have a lot of things in your life that are making you feel good, start creating those things for yourself. Start calling your name. Don't wait for them to call your name. So never forget why you're doing the things that you're doing and ensure your motives are moving you in the right direction. But also don't take anything for granted. And just because you haven't accomplished something doesn't mean that you can't accomplish it. Just because you haven't passed the exam doesn't mean that you're not somebody that can be licensed in the future. Just because you are not where you want to be doesn't mean that you're not already amazing and great and uniquely gifted and talented right now. And you need to stay true to the goal that you've set for yourself, but also remember in the power of your name. You represent who you are. So look at what you can do versus what you can't do. But also remind yourself that what you're doing today is going to lead you to where you want to go in the future. So even if you're doing 1% better than you were yesterday, over a month, you're going to be 30% better than you would have been if you weren't trying to make any improvements at all. Same thing with studying. If you're like, man, Phil, I ain't studying enough, start off with 10 minutes then. 10 minutes in a week is an hour and 10 minutes that you would have not had otherwise. And that's going to compound over time. But also not being so harsh on yourself and being like, you know what? I'm not getting the results that I want in the way that I want them to. Sometimes we have to adjust the timeline in which we think things should be occurring. Because again, we don't have the ability to do things perfectly all the time, but we have the ability to be doing things perfectly for our own selves and looking out for our own selves, but also reminding ourselves that we don't have to impress ourselves to impress other people around us. And just because people don't support us, or just because we don't get the results that we want, doesn't mean that we'll never be supported. And it doesn't mean that we'll never get the results that we want. We just have to keep doing the repetitions and being true to ourselves and not letting one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take us outside of what we know to be true. So if you're in the exam being like, you know what, Phil, I'm going to fail this thing, you haven't even finished the doggone test. How are you going to say that you're going to fail? Or if you're like, you know what, probably not going to be doing this right, or I probably got this wrong. How do you know? You're not the answer key. You're not the person that is going to be able to have the crystal ball and fortune tell yourself. So again, always reminding yourself that you need to have accountability, because when you separate accountability out, you're able to count what you're able to do versus what you're not able to do, and give yourself that affirmation, but also give yourself credit for what you know to be true. So giving yourself credit, even when you don't feel like you deserve it, is going to help you believe that what you're doing is greater than you actually feel that it is at this given moment. So that's where you have to remind yourself that it's not what you do that makes you who you are. It's who you are while doing it. But you also need to not look at somebody else's lawn, or not look at somebody else's life, and not compare yourself to somebody else. Because when you compare yourself to somebody else, you're trying to become who they are, and you've forgotten that you're uniquely gifted and talented within your own right, and you need to be doing the next right thing for yourself, not somebody else. Because it doesn't matter what somebody else is doing. Like, what you eat and drink doesn't make me pee or poo. So how can I be looking at what you're doing and wish that I had what you had? Because I don't know what that person went through to get to where they're at. And I only know what people are willing to tell me or what they're willing to show me, but I'm also needing to look at my own life, not somebody else's. Because comparing yourself to somebody else is the thief of joy, because you have your own story. You have all these own circumstances that you've been through, and you may have different strategies, techniques, obstacles, barriers, but also opportunities that people may not have the ability to access, because you're uniquely gifted and talented within your own right. So don't get critical about yourself. Get curious, get excited when you get things wrong, because you learn more things from things that you get wrong or that you're not doing quote unquote perfectly than the things that you do perfectly. Because the things that you do perfectly, you don't oftentimes remember them. You oftentimes are just going to look past them and be like, all right, what's the next thing? So be willing to celebrate yourself, but also be willing to embrace yourself and identify and have gratitude and be grateful, not just where you are at, but where you come from, because where you come from is going to help determine where you're going to go in the future. So when you are in that mode, and if you're feeling resent, take out the inner negativity and hit the reset button, because you can do things anytime that you want to. And the best day for you to do something is today. So that's where you have to allow for yourself to have grace to run the race to become the best possible version of yourself, but also reminding yourself that don't lose your passion for why you're doing the things that you're doing. You're a human and you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be present and get the lessons and blessings that you can, because in order to have experience, you must have experienced something at some capacity. But if you ignore the experiences or you don't look at the experiences, you're truly never going to be able to identify what you have in your life. But in addition to that, if you have lessons, separate the word lesson out, you have less on, because the more lessons that you have, the less that you should be putting onto yourself, because not every time that somebody is going to be doing something are they going to get a gain. So look at the word again, separate that out. When you're doing something again, you're going to gain something from having additional experience as well as repetitions. So reminding yourself, when you're doing things, be doing things for yourself the way that you do them for somebody else. Because as social workers, we oftentimes are going to be more kind, more gentle, and more empowering to other people. But when it comes to ourselves, we're willing to cut ourselves down and degrade ourselves. But all that's doing is creating a cycle of us never being able to do the next right thing. And we always hear it. You need to put the mask on somebody else after you put it onto yourself. So that's where you have to identify that just because you think you put the mask on yourself doesn't mean that you have. So be willing to give yourself the dedication and time and understanding that you know to be true. So in addition to that, when you feel like you're not having the equation balanced, be willing to reset, but also be willing to have adaptations and make the willingness and accommodations for yourself. The next tip that I have is do not let the little things distract you or destroy the big picture. And then what I mean by that is a lot of times people will get one question wrong, not understand a certain topic, or they'll get themselves twisted and want to give up. But again, do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. Not a certain practice exam. You can't be a walking social work encyclopedia and be able to pass the exam. So if you're not where you want to be, don't be looking at it as a deficit. Be looking at it as a way of what are some things that I need to do to make myself more comfortable. But the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail the exam is the actual exam. So don't get yourself into that mode of like, you know what, I need to be perfect, or man, I didn't score as high enough as I wanted to on that app, or high enough as I wanted to on this practice exam, or man, I should have been studying more, or I should have been doing this, I should have been doing that. You are doing the best that you can with what you have and know, and you can't go back and do anything previous. But what you can do is go forward and do what you need to do for yourself. So reminding yourself to give yourself the same grace that you give somebody you care about. Because in order for you to give yourself grace, you must recognize that what you're doing is the best that you can. So start treating yourself not just how you want other people to treat you, but how you want somebody that you care about to be treated, because you are somebody you care about. But also don't be so close to yourself that you destroy yourself before you get into the exam. So if you're not getting high enough on the practice exams, or not understanding topics well enough, or doing this other thing, or doing this or doing that, you have to really identify what are the processes that you're doing? What are some things that you can take from what you've been through to go into the future to understand how you can get closer to yourself, but also reminding yourself that every situation that you're going through is going to teach you something that you didn't know that was there. But also do not take away from what you need to be doing in order to get to where you need to go. Because there's a lot of times where people are like, well, Phil, I'm not doing this, or man, I'm not doing that. Do you need to do those things? Do you actually need that in your process? Because less is more, and you don't need to bombard yourself and destroy everything in order just to become somebody else. So don't let your past or what is behind you take away from what you're doing right now. Focus on the things in front of you and how you can continue to become the best possible version of yourself. So that's why I always say, do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. And don't use the shortcuts, because all the shortcuts are going to do is cut you short. So don't just read the last sentence. Don't go down the farm grits road. Don't go first, next, best, most, and should. Don't go verlat. Don't go are you safe. Don't be eating cereal during the exam. Don't do any of these things, because the only thing that's going to dictate whether you have the right answer or not is the actual question, not just one detail, not just this other detail, not just this one practice exam, not just anything. You have to understand truly why you're doing the things that you're doing, and not let anything dictate and determine how you feel about what you're doing. So when responding to a situation, avoid having a negative attitude, because it will cause you to add negativity to your life instead of have gratitude, because it'll allow for you to recognize that you're already great and remove negativity from your life. So that's what I'm telling you. Don't let the little details distract you from the big picture. Because if you're doing well and you're like, you know what, I'm getting X, Y, and Z amount of questions correct and I feel okay, don't think about what you need to be doing. Just embrace what you've already done and give yourself credit and give yourself affirmation. Build yourself up, because it's a heck of a lot easier to build yourself up versus throwing a dynamite stick in the basement and blowing the entire thing up. Because if this is not your first time taking the exam, let's say it's your second, third, fourth, whatever amount of attempts, you've seen X amount of actual ASWB practice questions or actual ASWB questions. So for example, let's say it's your second time taking the exam, you've seen 170 ASWB questions. You may not remember them all, but that exposure is valuable. The more exposure and experience that you have, the more experience that you're going to be, and the more comfortable and confident that you can be in the future. My next tip is it's all right to be comfortable and confident. Way too many times when I'm working with people, they have a panic moment of like, Phil, why am I not nervous any longer? Well, what was the goal when you actually started studying? If the goal was for you to feel comfortable and confident in your ability to navigate the exam, you've made it. So don't start trying to create chaos. But a lot of times what people are going to do is start reminding themselves of all the things they haven't done, or they strive better under chaos. But the more chaos that you have in your life, the more that your mind is going to be all over the place. So if you are feeling comfortable and confident, that's okay. Don't try to create chaos in order to build yourself into a moment of, I can't do this. But at the same time, if you find yourself being comfortable and confident in the exam and feeling like the exam is quote unquote easy, slap the brakes. Because a lot of times what happens to people is that they feel like the exam is easy because they're taking the shortcuts. They're going with the buzzwords: first, next, best, most, and should, feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, suicide, homicide, safe, etc. And they're not actually reading the question. So if you're in the exam and you feel like it's easy, slap the brakes, take your time, and understand how you're getting to the answer, but also making sure that you're understanding how and why you're actually getting to the answers that you are. So in addition to that, if you are comfortable and confident, continue hanging on to that, but also continue practicing, because the way you practice is how you're going to perform. And what you are doing is who you're going to become. So reminding yourself, it's okay to feel this way. You don't need chaos. You don't need stress. You don't need anxiety in order to empower yourself and build yourself up. It's a lot easier to go into a situation where you're calm and comfortable in order to be competent versus flying off the handle, flying all around and starting fires in order for you to have something to put out. So when you're in a situation that you feel comfortable and confident, that's okay. That was the goal of why you started studying. But also, if you are in that position, don't create a chaotic situation in order for you to feel like you still have more to do. Because the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail the exam is the actual exam. So don't get yourself into that position of where you're like, you know what, it's over. Because remember, you only have to get a 96 to 106 on the exam. And if we run those percentages out, you have to get a 64% or 70.6%. So again, you do not have to get 100% on the actual exam. You don't have to get 90. You don't have to get 80. You don't have to get 75. So that's why when people are like, man, get 75% on the exams or reschedule, or 80% or 90% or 100%, they're holding you up to a higher standard, which is making you doubt your abilities and skills versus actually giving you credit and helping you build yourself, become the best possible version of yourself. So reminding yourself that it's okay to be comfortable and confident. Don't panic. Don't get chaotic on yourself and be like, you know what, it's over, I'm done, I can't do this. But build yourself up all the way into the exam. And if you're in the exam and you feel like it's easy, slap the brakes and remind yourself that if it's easy because you're running the process, good. But if it's easy because you find yourself going with the buzzwords, half reading, jumping like a cat that got squirted with water into action, and doing all these different things, you want to slow yourself down, because that's bad moves, bad vibes. The next tip that I have is you do not need to feel 100% one way or the other, but make sure it's the right way for you. Because a lot of times what people are doing is they're mixing strategies and techniques together. And if we think back to chemistry class, you mix chemicals together, it's going to boom, and it's going to explode. So you do not want to get yourself into a situation where you're mixing strategies and techniques all together just to try to protect yourself. Because what will happen is people are like, all right, for some questions, I'll do this, for this, I'll do this, for this, I'll do this. But you want to make sure that the strategy and technique that you're using is intentional and deliberate and specific to you and your own needs. So you need to make sure that what you're doing is making you feel good, not just doing what somebody else tells you to do. Because again, who is they? It doesn't matter what they tell you to do. It matters what you know to be true and what you actually want to do with and for your situation. So again, people are like, Phil, I like your style, but I don't use the acronym. That's okay. You don't have to do everything that I do. You have to do what makes sense for you, but making sure that what you're doing is actually leading you to where you want to go. Don't get yourself into a situation where you're like, you know what? This is what they would tell me to do, or this is the answer they want me to pick, or this is the last sentence. We need to make sure that what you're seeing is actually there and in front of you. So again, do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. Don't go with the shortcuts. All the shortcuts are going to do is cut you short and make you do things that you otherwise would not have done. So there is no shortcut or silver bullet to actually get into the answer. You need to make sure that you're reading the question, understanding what's in the question, breaking down the details, comparing the answer that you think it is, the 2 answers that you think it are, 3 answers that you think it are, 4 answers that you think it are, back the question to determine what you need to do with and for your situation. So again, if something that you're doing does not feel right, or if something that you're doing does not feel comfortable, understand why and how you can do it in a different way. Or if the strategy and technique is something that you actually should be doing at that given moment, because not every strategy and technique or not every material is a material that you should be using, or is not a strategy or technique that you should be using, because not every strategy and technique is a good strategy, and not every single question is going to be created equally. Some of them are created in a way that are easier. So that's where, again, my questions tend to be more difficult than the actual exam. So that way, when you're going through the process, you're actually truly understanding it and being challenged outside of the exam, versus having easy questions and falling asleep outside of the exam and then going in the exam and getting folded like a deck of cards, because that's bad moves, bad vibes. And my last tip is you want to reflect on your process of preparation during and towards the end of it. Because a lot of times what happens to people is they get so caught up into the results and they get so caught up in what they still want to accomplish that they forget what they've already accomplished up to this point. And when I'm talking to people, they're like, well, Phil, I don't know X, Y, and Z topics. I don't know community research, the MEDS, DSM-5. I can't break down the questions that effectively. I'm not sure what this means. I'm not sure what this means. I always start out with, okay, so what is your perspective of those topics? Or what have you done up to this point? And what are some things that you could do in the future that may assist you to become the best possible version of yourself? Because a lot of times as social workers, we've been given this job where we help people out, but we don't get to see the result of what that actually is going to occur. Or we have been told that we should never give ourselves credit or affirmation for what we do, and identify how we can get ourselves into a better position. So I'm encouraging you, give yourself credit for what you do, give yourself credit for trying, give yourself credit for understanding that what you're doing is the best thing that you could possibly doing, because you're doing the best that you can with what you have and know at the time. But also, as you're going through your preparation, don't look at the things that you don't know. Look at the things that you have accomplished and put them to the side and focus on the things that you don't feel as comfortable with. But don't let the topics that you don't feel comfortable with make you doubt everything. Because way too many times people are going through the exam and they're like, you know what? I don't know this topic well enough, so I'm probably going to fail the exam. Or man, I don't know X, Y, and Z topic well enough, so I probably don't know every other topic. But if you're studying too many things at the same time, or if you're letting one topic determine how you feel about another topic, you're kind of poisoning your process. So that's what I'm telling you is, as you're going through it, get as much objective facts that you can, because objective facts are going to help determine how you act, but your feelings are going to have you going through just identifying different things, because your feelings are going to be fake and not determine how you actually feel. Because fear, take off the F, because we're not going to take any failures anymore. It has the word ear. And what you hear is what you believe. And what you believe is what you're going to achieve. But also reminding yourself, fear is not based in facts. It's based on your feelings. And your feelings can change determining on or dependent on what situation that you're in. So therefore, if your feelings are like, man, I'm probably not going to do this, or man, I'm not feeling good, or I'm feeling sad, or I'm feeling this, well, what are the facts on what are creating these situations? Because it's not what has happened, but how are you going to respond to what has happened? It's not what you've been through, but what you're going to do with what you've been through. But also knowing that you don't have to be perfect. Again, you just simply have to do what you think is right. And then if you go into the exam and are not successful, get ready to load it back up and say, what worked? What didn't work? What are some things that I can do in the future? And understand how you can get yourself to that next level, but also understanding that you know the best thing that you can for yourself. So reminding yourself that you've done enough, but also reminding yourself that if you don't give yourself credit or you don't value the things that you do, you're going to be left in the dust saying, you know what? I'm not that gifted, talented. I'm not intelligent. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. So the way to hotwire this is to be grateful, because to be grateful is a feeling or showing of appreciation and kindness or thankful. So if we take the word rate out of grateful, it's to assign a standard of value to something according to a particular scale. So hold yourself up to a scale that's measurable, but also don't let your emotions determine how you feel, because your emotions are going to take you through the motions. Your facts are going to determine how you act. So give yourself credit even when you don't feel like you deserve the credit, but also give yourself the feedback that you would give somebody else. Give yourself the kindness, give yourself the grace, give yourself that opportunity to be better than you were yesterday, but also not letting one thought, one situation, one person, or program take you outside of what you know to be true. Because it's not the questions that you get right that's going to determine whether you pass or fail. It's what you do in the actual exam. So if you're taking a practice exam and not scoring as high as you want to, get curious, not critical. Give yourself credit for the questions you got correct, but understand how you got there. Because if you guessed on it, it's a guessed answer is as good as a wrong answer. But also, when you review the things that you've done well, it starts reminding you that it's not all or nothing. It's I can be smart, but I also can need improvements in certain areas. I can be happy and sad at the same time. I can be confident and nervous at the same exact time. So give yourself that credit and affirmation, but also reflect on what you've done. Because when you reflect on what you have done and what you know to be true, it makes it a lot easier for when you are inside of your head, doubting yourself, beating yourself up, and tearing yourself down. So in this mode, you want to remind yourself that up to this point, you've done the best that you can with what you have and know. You can't go back and change anything. All you can do is take the lessons and blessings from your past and take yourself further, but also reminding yourself that in order to have experience, you must experience something at some capacity. And your experiences are only things that you've been through, but you have to start reminding yourself that you have a different process and different way of doing things, and that's okay, because you're uniquely gifted and talented in your own right. And it doesn't matter what somebody else tells you that you should be doing. It doesn't matter what somebody else has done. It matters what you're doing and what you feel is right and what you know to be true, because you're the only person that can go in the exam and pass it for you. Because the way you study and the way that you think and the way that you operationalize could be totally different than somebody else. And that's okay. And that's what makes you you. So that's what I'm saying is reflect on your process and who you are and what you've been doing versus what you've not been doing. Let's segue now into the most common reasons why people fail the exam. And some of these are going to be double counted and are going to be overlaps, but for different reasons. So the first reason why people fail, as I stated before, is that they second guess themselves even when they know the answer. And this is even beyond them not knowing or getting inside their head. And what I mean by this is if somebody's second guessing, they may be listening to what somebody else has told them to do. Man, go with first, next best, most, and should. Feelings, gather information, CPS, APS. Or man, I think it's this answer, but it says work with. Or man, I think it's this answer, but I think I should do this answer versus this other answer. So you start putting them in order. And why that's a problem is because if you know an answer is correct, you need to start going with the doggone answer that you think is correct. Whether you're right or wrong, it's going to be easier for you to learn versus, all right, I think it's C, but I'm going to go with B. Because when you go with another answer and you think it's B, but you go with C, you're going to convince yourself that you didn't have the information or you didn't know what you needed to know, but you did know it. You just didn't finish the doggone process. It's like running a marathon, getting just before the finish line and turning around and starting to run the marathon backwards and being like, you know what? See, told you I can't run a marathon, even though you've run the marathon twice. So when you are second guessing, as I stated before, one, identify the reason for why you're second guessing, but two, give yourself permission to second check, but also three, do it anyway. Like if you're like, man, I think it's C, pull the trigger, especially in practice. Because if you start doing that in practice and you start recognizing when you go with your answer, you get more answers correct than you would have if you didn't go with your answer, you're going to be more likely to be in a better position. But if you find yourself being like, you know what, I'm not there, or you know what, I'm not in the best possible version of myself, or I can't see myself getting there, you're stopping yourself from getting to that point that you need to get to. Because like I said, second guessing is a habit, but also second guessing is a poison that you take that you don't know that you've taken, or somebody's given you the poison and you've been poisoning yourself, whether they're still around or not. So if you grew up in an environment that was more critical, even if you make a mistake, you're anticipating people are going to degrade you and shame you. So now that even though the person may not be around, you're still blaming and shaming yourself. So nobody else can say it to you. You get it wrong and you're like, yep, I suck. I'm terrible. And you're waiting for people to confirm that, but nobody's confirming that at this point. So if you find yourself second guessing, you need to remind yourself that it's okay to make mistakes, but it's not okay for you not to be yourself. It's not okay for you not to finish the process. It's not okay for you not to at least try. Because I'd be rather rep and rock with somebody that's willing to try and understand and learn than somebody that's like, you know what, it's over, I'm out. It'd be like trying to write a paper and then you just never submit the paper and say, see, I don't know what I'm talking about, even though you just had one thing that was a little bit off about the process. So that's why it's the most common reason why somebody fails, is because even though they may have the answer, they've convinced themselves they don't. They overthink, they take away, they add to the question. They're going with the buzzwords: first, next, best, most, and should. Feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination. But again, don't go with the buzzwords. You're not a bee. You're going to get stung, and it's bad moves, bad vibes. So again, if you find yourself second guessing, remind yourself that you are able to do this, but understand why and how you are second guessing. 2, give yourself permission to second check and look at things in additional time. But also 3, just practice going with what you know to be true. It's way easier for you to go into the exam and do what you know to be true than to change your answer, which then leads us into when you should flag questions. Because if somebody's going to flag a question and they're like, you know what, I'm going to change it based on what somebody else told me to do, you want to flag it. But if you review it and see that you didn't miss anything in the question, keep the same answer. Because it's the most painful thing in the world for me to see somebody be like, you know what, Phil, I failed by, let's say I failed by 3, but I changed 6 answers on the exam. We'll never know if you would have passed or not. But it's easier for you to go in the exam, do what you know to be true, than to go in the exam doing what somebody else told you that you should be doing. So when you're second guessing, you want to really determine how and why you're doing it and what is the purpose. But in addition to that, if you're going to mark questions, making sure that if you flag or mark questions, that you're answering the question as if you're not going to be able to look back at it. And if you are looking at a marked question, that you're only changing if you changed or if you see something in the actual question that would make you want to change your perspective. The second reason why people fail the exam is adding details to the questions or applying their real life clients to them. And this is twofold. So I'll break them down systematically. The first one is adding details to the question of, Phil, I can assume this, or it's safe to imagine this, or at my agency, we have already done this, or it's not in the question, but X, Y, or Z. When you assume something, it makes a butt out of you and me. So never, ever, 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 ever assume anything. If it's not in the question, it's not been done yet. If you find yourself adding details, taking away details to conveniently find your answer, and if you're like, Phil, this part of the answer choice that says feelings, gather information, suicide, all these different things is great, but the other half of the answer is bad. Well, half of a right answer is as good as an entirely wrong answer. Because again, if it just says what you want it to say, but you're conveniently omitting part of the answer, or if you're conveniently assuming something about the question to find your certain answer, you want to take yourself into the slow mode and say, it's not there. If it's not in the question, I can't use it. But in addition to that, the myth that people typically spread is, Phil, you can't use any of your real life experience on this exam because the exam isn't like real practice, and I just have to do what the exam wants me to do. That is incorrect. Why? Because the exam is based off the code of ethics. In addition to that, the only time that you're going to get yourself in trouble if you do what you would do in real practice is that you are assuming that all of the questions are in the same setting that you are in, but also that you are knowing these clients just like you know your own clients. So for example, let's say I have a client named Penn, and Penn had depressive episodes, and Penn had suicidal ideations, and I had to hospitalize the individual. So let's say I'm in a question, a client's experiencing depressive symptoms, no suicidal ideations have been cited, and they want to improve the relationship in order to have a better relationship with their partner and then their children, and they want to be able to socialize in public. If I'm automatically jumping like a cat that got squirted with water into action and saying, you know what, they're probably suicidal and I'm going to have to hospitalize them, I'm going to get lost in the question. So you can utilize the rationale and reason for why you're doing things in the field in the exam, but you can't template exact questions to clients that you've worked with. Like, well, Phil was this way, or man, Wall was this other way, or man, Penn was this other way. Well, at the end of the day, You are adding details or taking away details to make the question feel more comfortable to what you've actually done in the field. And that doesn't mean that what you've done in the field is unethical, but you can't assume that you know everything that you know about your real life client about the client in the question, because we only know what the question is telling us about the person. So if you find yourself being like, you know what, at my agency, we do this, what does the code of ethics say, and how can we guide that situation more effectively? Or, man, I did this with Wall, or I did this with Pen, or I did this with Clicker. Well, is Clicker, Pen, or Wall the same person as the person in the question? They are absolutely not. So you do not want to disconnect yourself from the actual process of you being in the question. So if you find yourself taking away details, saying it's safe to imagine, or it's safe to assume, or I just want to do this, it's not what we want them to be doing. It's what's actually happening. So you want to take your cape off and not rescue clients because they don't want to be saved. Don't save them. So that is where, if you find yourself adding details, taking them away, assuming, jumping like a cat that got squirted with water into action, having your cape on, or just automatically going with the buzzwords, feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, suicide, safety, etc., you want to take yourself into the question and not just add anything. Because again, the buzzwords are bad answers in certain circumstances, because if you go with the buzzwords, you're not a bee, you're going to get stung. And you want to make sure that you're not utilizing any shortcuts, because shortcuts simply cut you short and take you outside of the question. The third most common reason why people fail is negative self-talk or self-doubt during their preparation and throughout the exam. Because as I stated before, negative thoughts, negative vibes equal negative results. Positive thoughts, positive vibes equal positive results. So if you're degrading yourself, critiquing yourself, tearing yourself down, and not actually giving yourself the ability to have the freedom to learn, but also the freedom or ability to navigate in a more positive manner. Because if you're somebody that is guilty of negative self-talk, you want to start introducing 2 or 3 positive reframes whenever you start getting negative with yourself. But also, if we look at the word doubt, it's going to spell do you and be about what you said that you wanted to do. So if you're ever doubting yourself, it's just a reminder of who you are and what you want to see. So if you're doubting yourself, it's you trying to protect yourself from where you think that you're not able to get to. But a lot of times where that comes from is because no one that we are around has experienced the same things that we've been experiencing. But you have to remind yourself, you can't protect yourself from a situation by tearing your legs off and hoping yourself to run. Or you can't tell yourself you're going to fail, and if you fail, that you were right. You have to be willing to take the chance and opportunity to give yourself the ability to be where you're supposed to be. Because again, not one thought, one situation, one person, practice, exam, or anything is going to determine whether you're going to pass or fail the exam. Because the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail the real exam is the real exam. So if you're doubting yourself, remind yourself who you are and be about what you said that you were going to do. But a lot of times people let different questions, different programs, or different things make them feel good or bad. People are like, man, Phil, sometimes I feel really great. Other times I want to reschedule my exam, but it's oftentimes based on the results that they're getting. So have a more objective lens. But again, it's not what you do that makes you who you are. It's who you are while doing it. And I would rather have you get every single question wrong in practice, so that way you learn from the situations, than to get everything right in practice and then get folded like a deck of cards in the exam and then be like, what the heck happened in the exam? And then be like, you know what? I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be doing. So being mindful of how you talk to yourself, what environments you're putting yourself in, what materials that you're using, what strategies and techniques that you're letting into your life, because the more strategies and techniques and resources you have, the more responsibilities that you're going to have in your process as well. Because if you're like, well, they say I need to do this, they say I need to do that, I need to get 75% on the exams or reschedule, I need to read this entire book, and I need to do this, I need to do that. What you're doing is taking yourself out of the actual exam or outside of what you're actually doing. So give yourself credit for what you are doing versus the things that you're not doing. But also acknowledging that if this is your first time, or you're the first person in your life that's doing certain circumstances like this, it's okay to be a little afraid. It's okay to be a little scared. It's okay not to be perfect, because if the goal is not to be perfect, the goal is for you to be perfectly you and go in the exam and kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. In addition to that, another reason why people fail is allowing previous questions and or exams dictate how they navigate current questions. And why this is a problem is because as humans, we never want to make the same mistake twice. So what people will do is try to memorize questions or try to memorize concepts, so that way when they're going through a question, they already feel like they have an answer. So they have a backpack full of answers where they're like running and being like, woo, I already know this. But the problem with that analysis is that one detail in the question can determine and dictate and change everything. So if you're like, Phil, I've seen a question like this before, it's this answer, and then the details are different, you're robotically telling the question what it should say versus what the question actually says. But in addition to that, people will often be like, you know what? My previous exam had a ton of these topics on it. So I need to study only these topics and I'll do better in the actual exam. That's not always the case. Why? Because every exam is totally different. We can have 100 social workers go into the exam tomorrow and we'll have 100 different versions of the exam. So don't try to make up for your previous exams, or don't try to understand the topics on your previous exams and assume that they're going to be in the next exam that you're going to take. So you want to stay present in the moment and have flexibility and be well-rounded versus being like, you know what? I've seen this question before. I know what this answer is. I should just go with this one thing and I'm a-okay. What happens to people is they try to keep the path of least resistance and they start listening to the shortcuts or buzzwords people have told them: first, next, best, most, and should. Man, if you see feelings, validate, or man, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, that it's automatically going to be the answer. And if you start getting the answer correct by doing that, you're going to retrain yourself to not read the question, not understand the answer choices, half read the answer choices, and a half but effort is going to give you half but results. So reminding yourself that the only thing that's going to dictate what the answer is on a particular question is the details in the question that you're reading at this point. And it doesn't mean that you can't learn something from every single question, but do not feel like you have a backpack full of answers that you're just going to throw at the questions on the exam, because that's not going to lead you into a good direction. Another reason why people typically fail the exam is overwhelming themselves with materials, techniques, and strategies. And why this is a problem is because a lot of times people are going to like repeat or canary the same strategies and techniques. Man, first, next, best, most, and should. Man, first and next, put them in order. Best and most do this. Or man, you need to read the last sentence. Man, you need to be looking at this one key detail. You only need to be looking for this in the answer choices and all these things. But if you have too many strategies and techniques, your mind is going to be everywhere. Because again, I would rather have you do one strategy and technique 1,000 times than 1,000 strategies and techniques one time, because you're not going to have the experience in order to be able to do that. So reminding yourself, if you have a lot of strategies and techniques and materials, setting aside the materials and strategies and techniques that don't actually work for you. And it's okay. You may have invested money and time into start studying those things or doing different things, but knowing that if something has not worked for you, don't hang on to it. Don't be like, you know what? I need to ensure that I use everything that I have just because I have it. Because if you do that, you're going to get yourself into a position where even if the material is not working for you, it's going to make you doubt yourself even more than if you would have actually just did the materials and strategies and techniques that work specifically for you. So don't overwhelm yourself and get yourself riled and dialed up, but also don't be mixing things together like a chemistry project, boom, and exploding and destroying where you're at. Because if you are doing something and it's working, but somebody's like, man, you should do this book, or man, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that, what you're going to start doing is doubting your process and start reminding yourself that you don't have what you need in order to pass the exam. But that's not the case, because I would rather have you utilize the least amount of materials and strategies and techniques and go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest and get the job done, than to overwhelm yourself and be like, you know what, they say I need to do this, they say I need to do that, and I'm going to have a checklist of everything that I need to do. Because the more chaotic that things are, the more chaos that you're going to believe that you have within your situation. So if you have a lot of strategies and techniques and materials, you want to start weeding the garden and reminding yourself what works, what does not work. And if something doesn't work, don't hang on to it and feel like you need to have it in your life. Cut ties with the lies that you've been living in and start allowing yourself to build yourself up to become the best possible version of yourself. So if you have a lot of strategies and techniques and materials, I would recommend looking through them and saying what works for me, what doesn't work for me. And if something's not been working for me, I need to put it to the side and not let that determine and poison the rest of my process. And if you are doing a strategy and technique, stay consistent as you possibly can. So that way you have experience and exposure to that actual strategy and technique. Another reason why people typically fail is going rogue when they get into the exam room. And what I mean by this is everybody is preparing, everybody is doing everything that they want to in practice, but when they get in the real exam, they can freeze and be like, you know what? I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be doing. And what that looks like is you let the panic of the moment or the moment override your actual thoughts. So you could get in the exam and be like, all right, I'm going to read the question twice. I'm going to read them out loud and I'm going to start ruling things out and highlighting and doing these things. But when you get into the exam, you realize that you're reading them once, you're a silent film, you're not highlighting or doing any of these things. And then you're almost like you're an outside observer. I've had a lot of people that have failed the exam say, Phil, I'm not even sure what happened in the real exam. I kind of froze up. I started second guessing. I started adding. I started taking away. And what happens to people is that they let their stress and anxiety overtake them. And the best way to kind of reset yourself is to remind yourself what you need to do to calm yourself down. Maybe that's taking a physical break. Maybe that's taking a mental break. Maybe that's deep breathing. Maybe that's just identifying what is making you feel riled up, progressive muscle relaxation, etc. But also reminding yourself that you need to have a sense of accountability, but a plan. But everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. So anticipate that in the exam, you're going to get anxious and nervous and not know things, but it's not what you feel that's going to determine what you do. It's how you are experiencing that. So if you're like, you know what, I don't know this question, remind yourself, this is one of the 44 to 54 that I can get wrong. And if I'm pessimistic, this is one of the 64 to 74 that I can get wrong. And that's okay. So give yourself permission to get things incorrect versus being perfect in the exam. Because when you give yourself grace, you're going to be able to better analyze and understand what's going on in the question versus being like, boom, I'm out, and then giving up on yourself. So again, if you find yourself doing something that you didn't practice in the exam, slap the brakes and remind yourself that it's okay to do everything that you know to be true. Because what happens to people is they let their anxiety and stress get the best of them and they start doing things that they otherwise would not have done. And again, a phrase that sticks with me is when people get into a desperate situation, they get dumb. And what that means is when you are in a desperate situation and you want something more than you've ever wanted it, you may start doing things that you otherwise would not have done, or start making compromises about yourself in situations that you otherwise would not have made if you were in a calm situation and you were able to react just based on the facts. So again, don't go into the exam doing things that just feel right. Go into the exam doing things that are actually right with and for the situation. So again, don't let the heat of the moment, don't let anything get you outside of what you know to be true. So if you find yourself going rogue, slap the brakes, readjust, and understand what process that you need to do. So you want to have the number of times that you're going to read the question, how you're going to read the question, but also have a maximum number of times that you're going to read the question. So if you find yourself like me, and if I read the question more than 3 times or more than 4 times, I start panicking, I start overthinking, I start ruminating. You want to have that shut off valve and button and give yourself the opportunity to move on to another question. And the last reason why people typically fail the exam is overthinking the process, questions, and or their abilities. And what I mean by this is a lot of times people will overthink questions and be like, man, this question is way too easy, or man, I need to be doing all these different strategies and techniques, or do I really know this topic well enough, or man, I didn't get every single question right, so I must not be ready, or you know what, I did kind of second guess, or man, I'm not going as fast as I should be, or you know what, I almost got that incorrect, so I can't give myself credit, or I'm going to probably fail the real exam because I've failed it before, or you know what, my friends are smarter than I am and I'm not able to get it done. And that's the problem though, is once you start putting negativity or anxious thoughts within your process, you're going to start breathing ideas or facts in order to determine how you're actually going to feel. So a lot of times what happens to people is if they've never taken the exam before, they take on the opinions of every single other person as if it is true. If they failed the exam before, they have that moment of they're always going to think that they're going to repeat the same process. So again, don't let one thought, one situation, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true, but also have a way to reset yourself and determine what you actually do know. And that's why I always tell people reflect on your process, even if you don't think it's needed, because it's way easier for you to give yourself credit for the things you're doing versus looking for the results. So as a therapist, you may not see if your client's doing better. Your client may drop out, but your client may be killing the game. So reminding yourself that you're doing the best that you can with what you have and know, and you're not going to know every question, you're not going to know every situation, but you're going to at least have some ability to navigate the process versus just rolling around and being like, you know what, I don't have what I need at this given moment. So again, do not forget where you come from. So we all don't start at the same position, but we have to go through the same steps now to get to where we want to go. So a lot of times what gets people riled up is they're like, man, Phil, I've never been in a position like this before. Me in school, we didn't have to do exams, so I'm scared that I'm going to fail. I've never been good at standardized testing. Or man, I'm the first person in my family that's ever done something like this. Or man, I don't know what this looks like. Well,
a lot of times people say that they have imposter syndrome. So if we take the word imposter apart, it spells impose. And impose means to force something unwelcome or unfamiliar to be accepted or be put into place. So if you've never done something before, or if you're the first person in your family to be able to do this, reminding yourself that you're blazing a new trail that other people can go down in the future, but don't put as much pressure on yourself to be perfect, but just being present to give yourself the grace to run the race to become the best possible version of yourself. So it's not always going to be an easy process, but don't give yourself the easy way out. Don't go with the buzzwords. Don't go with the shortcuts. Don't get yourself riled and dialed up and say, that person says this, or this person says that, or this other person says this. Really listen to yourself and get it connected to what you know to be true. And also give yourself grace and opportunity and the willingness to not do what you think is natural, but do what is the most effective thing. And if you're not where you want to be right now, that's okay. That's the practice that you need. That's the purpose of practicing. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. And the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. But you also want to remind yourself that when you're heading in the direction, that you're giving yourself guidance and credit. And if people are not repping and rocking with you or don't see why you're doing the things that you're doing, don't let them deter you off the path that you're supposed to be doing, because you're uniquely gifted and talented to do it what you're supposed to do, not what somebody else is supposed to do, not what somebody else wants you to do, but truly what you want with and for your situation. So that's where, if it's something you want, give yourself the ability to operate, give yourself the ability to determine how you're doing things, what you're doing, and what you need to be doing in the future, and not just what you need to change, but what you need to maintain as well. Because a lot of times people don't need to change a whole lot of things. They need to maintain the gains that they've had, but also be willing to be flexible to give themselves the freedom to be who they're supposed to be. So if you're overthinking, beating up on yourself, tearing yourself down, remind yourself that the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail the exam is the actual exam. But the only thing that's going to be in your control is the strategies, techniques, and the ways that you're going to navigate the exam. Because in order for you to get in the spaces and places that you deserve, you have to be willing to go through different situations that you've never been through in order to get the experience. Because in order to have experience, you must experience something at some capacity. But also don't limit yourself and determine what you're capable of, because nobody knows what they're capable of until their back is against the wall and they're not really sure how they're going to do it, but they're going to do it anyway because it's what they want. So it doesn't matter what obstacles come in. Your goal is more important than how the obstacle is. So therefore, it's not what you do that defines who you are, but who you are while doing it. So reminding yourself that as long as you represent what you know, what you have at your disposal right now, but also have the willingness to do something different, but also give yourself the willingness to try. Don't be perfect, be perfectly you, and don't expect to get 100% on the exam, but expect to be 100% you. Do not let one thought, one situation, one person, one program, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. And it doesn't matter what other people say. You don't have to get 75% on practice exams. You don't always have to go with the buzzwords: first, next, best, most, and should, feelings, gather information, CPS, APS, right to self-determination, etc. But also, you don't have to utilize any fancy strategy and techniques. You have to understand what the question says, understand what the answers say, compare the answers back to the question to do the next right thing. And that's where the more systematic that you can be, the more graceful that you can be, the more optimistic and positive that you can be towards yourself. So you want to treat yourself how you want somebody that you care about to be treated, because you should be somebody you care about, and giving yourself the same energy that you're giving out to other people, because you deserve it. You're worth everything that you want and where you want to go. It's just sometimes you have to change the timeline and what you need to get there, and remind yourself that you're not denied, you're delayed. So you need to remind yourself that you're getting what you need to right now, when you've been through what you've been through in the past, and when you're going through what you need to right now to get to the spaces and places that you deserve. So again, do not let one thought, one situation, one person take you outside of what you know to be true. Don't expect yourself to be perfect. Don't overwhelm yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Don't tear yourself down, but allow for yourself to have grace, to run the race, to become the best possible version of yourself. Build yourself up and give yourself the energy and space that you need in order to become the best possible version of yourself, and not comparing yourself to other people, because you're uniquely gifted and talented to get to that next level. If you haven't heard it, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, and you can become everything that you want to be. And again, give yourself grace to run the race, to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest, to get the job done. Let's segue now into topics that can be tricky for people. And these aren't going to be all encompassing or a comprehensive overview of all the information that you can see on the exam. These are just topics that when people hear them, they oftentimes get a lot more afraid. They're unsure of what these topics are actually going to look like or how to actually navigate them. The first topic up to bat is subpoena versus court order. And when we're looking at a subpoena, the first question we want to ask ourselves is, who is the subpoena from? Because a subpoena from a lawyer is a subpoena. A subpoena from a judge is a court order. So if you see that the word subpoena, you want to ask yourself, who is the subpoena from? Because if it's from a lawyer, it's a subpoena. If it's from a judge, it's a court order. And there are two ways that you can break down the word subpoena. So key emphasis on sub, and then the second part peon. So when you think of a sub, think of a substitute teacher. Because if you were like me growing up, if you had a substitute teacher, you didn't really respect them. So thus you would exert privilege over them. Or peon is somebody that's below you. So if somebody's a peon, they're going to be below you and you don't really respect them. So we can assert privilege over them. So subpoena from a lawyer, you can assert privilege. A subpoena from a judge, a court order, we're not able to assert privilege. So two ways to be able to recognize it. Sub equals substitute teacher, because a substitute teacher is not somebody that we respect. We can exercise privilege over them. Or peon, think of a peon as somebody that's below you. And if somebody's below you, you're not going to respect them. And thus you can exercise privilege over them. Because when it is a subpoena from a lawyer, asserting privilege is possible. If it's a subpoena from a judge, it's a court order, and it's not always a possible action. So when we're looking at this, asserting privilege is a fancy term for saying that you're going to respect your client's right to confidentiality. So if you're in a question and it's talking about confidentiality as it relates to legal proceedings, asserting privilege could be possible if it's a subpoena from a lawyer. If you're in a normal question or it's talking about let's say a parent wants information about their child, or a partner wants information about their partner, etc., and there's not a release of information in the question, we're not going to assert privilege. We would respect a person's right to confidentiality. And why I point that out is because there can be some questions where asserting privilege is just thrown into the mix, but it's not going to be the same exact concept. So if you see asserting privilege, it is where you're going to respect your client's right to confidentiality as it relates to a legal request from a lawyer. If you're in a normal question, respecting your client's right to confidentiality is just what it would be in general. So in this mode, after we've identified who the subpoena is from, so if the subpoena request is from a lawyer, the first possible step could be to assert privilege on behalf of your client. And as I stated before, asserting privilege is just a fancy term for us being able to respect our client's right to confidentiality. So respecting our client's right to confidentiality is us not providing information about that client to anyone. So it's essentially saying I cannot confirm or deny the person is a client at the agency. This may be the first step. And why I say it may be the first step is because if it is not a live piece of communication, such as an email, a letter, etc., I'm not going to look at the email or letter and say, I'm asserting privilege over you, because it's not going to do anything. However, if there is a live piece of communication, it's a phone call or in person, asserting privilege could possibly be the first option. And I'll explain why I say possibly in just a little bit. So, the second possible step is to consult a supervisor at the agency for guidance if needed. This may not be needed because if in the question it states that we know what we're doing, or if it doesn't say in the question that we're unsure what we're doing, going to a supervisor is not always going to be the robotic answer. And a lot of times, what people will do is like, well, Phil, at my agency, I would go to my supervisor if I was unsure. But if in the question it doesn't say that we're unsure, there's no reason for us going to a supervisor. So the most important step as it relates to responding to a subpoena from a lawyer is to contact the client regarding the subpoena request. Why? Because the client will dictate or determine whether we disclose their information or not. And this is important because this is a subpoena from a lawyer. If it's a subpoena from a judge, a court order, the client doesn't have the ability to say whether we disclose their information or not. And we'll get into that in a little bit. However, that's why I said this is the most important step as it relates to responding to a subpoena from a lawyer. So if the client wants you to disclose their information, they need to sign a written release of information. Because if it is not written, there is no proof that they provided a release of information. And if there's no evidence, we're not going to be able to back up our claims that they told us that we could do it. So if there is no proof, our ability to be able to disclose things goes poof. So if the client wants you to disclose their information, they need to sign a written release of information. So if the client does not want you to disclose their information, the process stops here. And that's important because it's up to the client to determine or dictate whether we disclose their information or not. So the second question you want to ask yourself as it relates to a subpoena, remember, the first one is, who is the subpoena request from? So if it's a subpoena request from a lawyer, it's going to allow for us to have the option to assert privilege. However, if it is a subpoena from a judge, it is going to be considered a court order, and we're going to follow different steps. The second consideration, so let's say it's a subpoena from a lawyer. The second question you want to ask yourself, is there a release of information? Because if there is a written release of information for the lawyer, I'm not just going to be like, you know what, I'm going to contact my client to see if they want me to disclose their information or not, because the client has already provided me the ability to give the information to their person. So that's where the first question you want to ask yourself, who is the person that is requesting the records? So if it is from a lawyer, it's going to follow the steps of responding to a subpoena. If it is a subpoena from a judge, it's going to be considered a court order, and it's going to follow the steps of responding to a court order. So in this mode, if it is a subpoena from a lawyer, our second question is going to be, is there a release of information? Because if there is a release of information, we're then going to release the information. If there's not a release of information, we're then going to contact our client to determine how they want us to respond. So in this mode, asserting privilege could possibly be the first step if it is a live piece of communication, such as in person or a phone call. If it's not a live piece of communication, such as an email or a letter, I'm not going to be like, I'm asserting privilege over you. I'm just going to go and talk to my client. So if the client wants you to disclose their information, they need to provide a written release of information. If the client does not want you to disclose their records, we're going to continue asserting privilege, and the process stops. So if they provide a written release of information, we're going to exercise our best clinical judgment. So if the client provides a current written release of information, because that's another thing that we want to keep in mind as well, because if in a question it states that you'd been working with someone and they completed treatment, somebody's releases of information are going to be voided once they complete treatment. So let's say I was working with a client and then they completed treatment, and then I get a request from the person's lawyer asking for their records. I would then need to reach out to the client again to get another written release of information. So if the client provides a current written release of information for their lawyer, because that's another thing that you want to keep in mind in the question as well, is if it just says that you have a release of information for a random lawyer, or a random lawyer is reaching out to you, we need to make sure that the person that we're giving the records to, we actually have permission to give the records to. So in that case, then we provide the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of the subpoena request, because we never ever provide all the information about a client's records in any way, shape, or form. This is the only area in the Code of Ethics that is black and white, and states in all instances we provide the least amount of information. So regardless of us having a release of information from our client that is current, we're still going to provide the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of the subpoena. And why that's important is because if you provide more information than needed, we potentially could be giving ammunition to the courts that could be utilized against our client in some way, shape, or form. So a quick review: a subpoena, sub equals substitute teacher, because if you think of a substitute teacher, we don't respect them and we can exercise privilege over them. Or peon, think of somebody that's a peon, they're somebody that's below us, and thus we don't respect them, so we can exercise privilege over them. So the first question, when you see that it is a subpoena, should be, who is it from? A subpoena from a lawyer is a subpoena. A subpoena from a judge is a court order. And if it's a court order, it's a direct order, and we're going to follow different steps. If it's a subpoena, we're going to allow for our client to determine whether we disclose their information or not. So if it's a subpoena from a lawyer, the second question we want to ask ourselves, is there a release of information? Because if there's already a written release of information, we're not going to obtain another written release of information from our client because they're going to be like, I already gave you permission. Why are you confirming the permission that I've already given to you? So the first possible step as it relates to responding to a subpoena is to assert privilege on behalf of the client, which is I cannot confirm or deny the client is at the agency. So this would be the first step if it is a live piece of communication in person or over the telephone. If it is not a live piece of communication, such as an email or a letter, I'm not just going to jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action and be yelling at the letter and be like, I'm asserting privilege over you, because it would not make sense. So identifying how we are receiving the subpoena request as well. So in addition to that, we need to consult with a supervisor at the agency if needed. It could be needed if the person is unsure what to do in the question, we're feeling like it could be harmful to the client and we're not sure how to proceed, etc. However, the most important step within responding to a subpoena from a lawyer is identifying how the client wants us to respond. So if the client has not already provided a written release of information, we're going to contact the client and ask, would you want us to disclose your information? So if the client wants you to disclose their information, they need to sign a written release of information, because if it's not any proof of us having this release of information, because if it's not written down, we're not going to be able to understand whether it is actually real. And if they provide a written release of information, we're able to release the least amount of information about the client. If the client does not want you to disclose their information, the process stops here and we would continue asserting privilege. So if they want you to disclose their information, we're then going to move to the next step, which is going to be releasing the least amount of information, but we want to double check that there is a current release of information that is written and that there is proof that it exists for the person that is requesting the records, their lawyer. Then we provide the least amount of information, because we never, ever provide all of the information in any way, shape, or form. On the other side of the river, we have a court order. So a court order is very similar to a subpoena, but remember, a subpoena from a judge or a subpoena from the court. So if you're in a question and you see the word subpoena, you need to look out for whether it says courts or the judge, because if it says the courts or the judge, it is then going to be a court order, and a court order is a direct order that we need to listen to in the question. So that's where in questions, it can either have a subpoena from a judge or a subpoena from the courts, or identified a court order. So the exam may try to trick you and be like, all right, a subpoena. And if you're not thinking and you're going quickly, you're like, boom, subpoena, I'm going to be asserting privilege. But remember, asserting privilege isn't just a robotic answer either, because if it's a live piece of communication, we can assert privilege. But also, if we already have a written release of information, asserting privilege is not going to take us anywhere. So I say all this because the words in the question are going to be very, very important, and you never want to jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action and miss details. So a court order is a direct order that we have to listen to. And it's not just robotically like, you know what, the judge wants this, I'm going to hand it over, but there are different processes that we are going to utilize versus a subpoena from a lawyer. So we cannot assert privilege or ignore this, since it is a direct order. So these steps are going to be relatively similar to that of responding to a subpoena from a lawyer, but there are going to be different reasons for why we are doing the things that we are doing. So the first step with responding to a court order is to contact the client to inform them of the request and how we possibly need to disclose information about their treatment, and why we possibly need to, we'll get into in just a little bit. But we are still going to be contacting the client. We're not contacting the client for permission. We're contacting the client to let them know we possibly need to disclose information about the records, but they don't have control whether we do so or not. The second step is to consult the supervisor if needed. And again, this may not be needed, because if in the question it says that you already know what you're supposed to be doing, or that you have already done steps within this process, you're not just going to go to a supervisor and be like, what should I do, if you already know what you're supposed to be doing. However, we may consult the supervisor if needed, since there's likely an agency policy regarding court orders, or there's a legal team that can take the request that we have received. The third step, which is an optional step and going to be unique to court orders, is that we can advocate on behalf of the client to keep the records confidential or omit part of the records if it is going to protect the client from any harm. Because as a social worker, we never want to do any harm to our clients. And if us disclosing records could be harmful to the client, we are going to advocate on behalf of the client to keep the records confidential or omit part of the records. But we are not doing this willy-nilly. We need to do so by talking to the judge, because the judge is going to determine how we are able to respond and react in the best way that we possibly can. So for example, let's say I have a client that is in a custody case and they came to me because they were experiencing psychosis and they were drinking alcohol and they came into treatment on their own free will. And then I get a court order from a judge that wants to know about the client's treatment as well as their records. In that context, if the client was exhibiting psychosis and drinking alcohol, but now they've maintained sobriety and they're on medications and are not experiencing any symptoms of psychosis, but I feel like their previous alcohol use as well as their symptoms of psychosis could be harmful to them, I could go to the judge and say, hey, I don't believe that this part of my client's records are going to be helpful within this court case, because their mental health treatment is not going to determine whether they are a adequate parent or positive parent in some way, shape, or form. And the judge can be like, you know what? That's okay. You don't have to disclose any of the records and we can keep the records sealed. Or I want part of the records, just maybe their attendance and that they're attending treatment, etc. Or screw that. I want all of the records. Well, in that case, we have to respect what the judge tells us. So if the judge is like, you know what, you don't have to disclose any information about the client's records, the process stops here, because we're not going to release information if the judge is no longer saying that it's needed. However, if the judge wants us to still provide some of the information or provide all of the information, we're going to move on to the next step, which is to exercise your best clinical judgment, which is to release the least amount of information regarding the court order and the requirements that are within that court order. So in no way, shape, or form, regardless of whether a judge lets us omit part of the records or all of the records, do we disclose every single part of the client's records, because we never, ever provide all the information. It's always the least amount of information. So again, the court order is not up to the client. We would contact the client to inform them that we possibly need to disclose the records. And why we say that is because if it's going to be harmful to the client for us to disclose the records, we can advocate on behalf of the client to the judge, and the judge could be like, you know what, you don't have to disclose the records. So that's why it's not, you know what, it's court order, automatically give the records, because there's some flexibility and freedom within the process. So after we contact the client, not for permission, but to let them know that this is the case, we're then going to consult with the supervisor if needed. It may not be needed. What could be in the question is that you're unsure what to do, you're feeling uncomfortable with the process, you're feeling like you're not helping the client, etc. Then supervision could be helpful. The third step, which may be an optional step, because if the records are not going to be harmful to your client and there's no issues there, you're just going to skip automatically to release the least amount of information. So the third step is where we can advocate on behalf of the client to keep the records confidential or to omit part of the records if needed, to protect the client from any harm, because we never want to do any harm to our clients. And we do so by talking to the judge, because if we're just going to do it willy-nilly on our own, the judge can put us in contempt of court and put us in jail. And it's never a good situation for you to put yourself into a precarious situation by doing things on your own. So if there is something that's potentially going to be harmful to the client, we can go to the judge. The judge can say, you know what, you can omit all of the records or part of the records or none of the records. So if the judge is like, you know what, you don't have to disclose any of the information at all, the process stops there. If the judge is like, you know what, I still want part of the records or I want all of the records, we're still not going to give them all of the records. We're going to then release the least amount of information, because we never, ever provide all of the information in any way, shape, or form. So let's do a quick review of the differences between a subpoena and a court order. So when we see subpoena, the first question you want to ask yourself, who is the subpoena request from? If it's from a lawyer, we are going to view it as a subpoena. If it is a subpoena from the courts or from a judge, it is going to be a court order. So if it is a subpoena from a lawyer, we can follow the steps of responding to a subpoena. So 2 ways to be able to recognize and apply a subpoena. Sub equals substitute teacher or peon, because a substitute teacher as well as a peon is somebody that we do not respect. Thus, we can exercise privilege over the individual. And exercising privilege or asserting privilege is just a fancy term of I'm going to respect my client's right to confidentiality. So if you see the word assert privilege and it's outside of the context of a legal proceeding, it's likely trying to lead you down a bad path, because if it's not related to a legal proceeding, it's going to be you respecting your client's right to confidentiality versus you asserting privilege. So asserting privilege could possibly be the first step, because after we identify whether the subpoena is from a judge or a lawyer, if it's from a lawyer, the second question you want to ask yourself, is there a release of information? Because if our client has provided a release of information for their lawyer and the release of information is current, we're not going to assert privilege because the client has already given us permission to release information about their records. So asserting privilege could also possibly be the first step if there is not a release of information. In addition to that, if it's a live piece of communication, so if it's a phone call or in person, we can then assert privilege if there's not a release of information. However, if it's not a live piece of communication, such as a letter or an email, I'm not going to shout at the letter or the email if I'm asserting privilege over you. I'm just going to continue carrying on. The second step is to consult the supervisor at the agency if needed for guidance. So this is not always going to be a fallback answer. So you'd be looking in the question to see if it states we know what we're doing, if we need guidance or we're unsure, because this step may not be needed. So the potential first step and the most important step with responding to a subpoena from a lawyer is to contact the client regarding the subpoena request, because the client is going to determine whether we disclose their information or not. So if the client wants you to disclose their information, they need to sign a written release of information, because if it's not written down, there is no proof, and our ability to disclose things is going to go poof, and that's bad moves, bad vibes, because you never want to put yourself into a position of, well, my client said that I could do it, and there's like, well, where's the proof of that? And you have nothing to back it up. So if the client does not want you to disclose their information, then the process stops here and we continue asserting privilege. If the client has provided a current written release of information, we can then disclose the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of the subpoena request, because we never, ever provide all of the information about our client's treatment to anyone in any way, shape, or form. A court order, which could be a subpoena from a judge or a subpoena from the courts, which would be a court order, and a court order is a court order. And since this is a direct order, we cannot assert privilege or ignore this, because we need to comply with it. The first step is to contact the client, not for their permission, but to inform them that we possibly need to disclose their information. So that way it's not a blind side to them, or that they see us in the courtroom and they're like, what the heck is this person doing here? So we're informing them that we need to get involved within this situation, possibly. The second step, which could be optional, is to consult with a supervisor if needed, if there's an agency policy or procedures that need to be followed with court orders. The third potential step and an optional step is to advocate on behalf of the client to keep the records confidential, or to omit part of the records if it is going to protect the client from any harm with us disclosing their information. So that's where we need to identify specifically who is requesting the information, but also what are potential consequences of us disclosing the information in this way. Because if our request from the judge is about something that's not relevant to the client's treatment, or if it potentially could be harmful to the client, we're then going to go to the judge and ask them whether we can omit part of the records or all of the records. Because if the judge is like, you know what, you don't have to disclose any of the records, the process stops here. If the judge is allowing for us to omit part of the records, we're still going to disclose the information that they are requesting. And if the judge is like, you know what, I want all of the records from you, well, tough luck there, Chuck. We're not going to give you all the records in any way, shape, or form. We're always going to provide the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of the court order. So if they're always wanting all of the client's records, we still ethically need to disclose only the least amount of information, because if they're only getting parts of the information, it's going to be only relevant to the case or the request that we're getting. Because if we provide all of the information about somebody, we're opening our client up to situations or circumstances that are not actually relevant to the court proceeding or the process in any way, shape, or form. So those are easy ways to be able to differentiate and recognize and apply a subpoena versus a court order. And a quick review of the questions you want to ask yourself if you see the word subpoena: who is it from? And if we identify that it is from a lawyer, second question, is there a written current release of information? And if there is, we can just disclose the least amount of information. If there is not a release of information, we then need to assert privilege depending on how we are receiving the request, and then talk to our client. Court order, we need to ask ourselves who is the subpoena request from. So if it's from a judge or the courts, it's a court order. And if it's a court order, we need to reach out to our client. But then the next question we want to ask ourselves, is this going to be harmful to our client, whether we disclose these records or not? And if it's going to be harmful, we then need to advocate on behalf of our client to the judge, and the judge can give us permission to omit part or all of the records, but we always, 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 always release the least amount of information. Let's segue now into the stages of community organizing. And a lot of times when people think about community organizing or community interventions in general, they're like, Phil, I'm not a community organizer. I only do interpersonal practice. I do clinical work. I don't have any comfortability when it comes to community. Well, the easiest way to be able to recognize and apply the processes of community organizing versus clinical work, if you will, is to remind ourselves the purpose of all social work is the absolute same. And what I mean by that is the purpose of all social work is that we empower individuals to become the best possible versions of themselves and to allow for them to accomplish whatever they particularly want to see with and for their situation. So if you're somebody that does clinical work or interpersonal practice, it's not going to put you at a disadvantage as it relates to community work. And what I mean by that is because the processes of community work and individual community are going to be the absolute same. And what I mean by that is the first step when you're working with an individual client is going to be establish a reputation and rapport with the client. So the client's going to get to know who you are. You're going to get to know who the client is and what is of interest to them. Well, guess what? The first step of community organizing is the absolute same as clinical work. So as we're going through this, I'm going to draw the parallel between individual therapy work and community work because they are the exact same with only minor differences. So as we're going through this, remind yourself that community organizing or community work is just a large individual client, and the purpose of social work is going to remain the same. We're working with the client to empower them to become the best possible version of themselves and to work towards whatever goal is of interest to them. So the first step within clinical or interpersonal practice is to establish reputation and rapport, and the same thing with community. So when it comes to community work, we need to develop a reputation and rapport with the community. So the social worker needs to get to know the people in the community, and the people in the community need to get to know us. But as we're getting to know people in the community, we need to understand who the key leaders are, influencers, and or people being impacted or influenced by a particular issue of interest. And why this is important is because if somebody that is a key leader in the community views you as a valuable resource as well as a valuable asset, and they start telling other people about you and who you are, you can start getting more respect as well as reputation based on the fact that you are connected to somebody that already has influence as well as a reputation within the community. In addition to that, what better people to communicate with than the individuals that are already experiencing whatever you're trying to solve? Because if they are experiencing something and looking for a solution, they're going to be more likely to listen to what you have to say. In addition to that, the social worker needs to get to know the community, or for the community to get to know them, so they can work and collaborate together to improve the identified issue, need, and or concern. A key emphasis on collaborate together, because we're not coming in like Miley on a wrecking ball and telling the community what they should be doing. Even though we may know about resources, and even though we may know things that could be helpful for the client, we're not just going to jump like a cat that got squirted with water or like a super person with our cape on and saying, this is what you should work on. We need to still collaborate and get some buy-in from the individuals. So common ways to establish rapport with the community: focus groups, one-on-one meetings, participant observation, and or snowball sampling. And this is where we're going to start seeing some differences between individual work and then community work. Because when you're establishing a rapport with the individual, it's just going to be based on what they are particularly looking for. So let's break these down a little bit further. So a focus group, key emphasis on focus, because this is where we get a group of people together and identify where they want to focus on. So let's say we're in a community and looking to improve domestic violence resources or the availability of domestic violence treatment. We would get people together that are experiencing domestic violence and ask them what they would like to see within the resources that we could provide. Maybe it's shelter, maybe it's transportation, maybe it's food resources, maybe it's a crisis hotline, etc. So all of these things would help us identify where they specifically want to focus on. And without a focus group, you're just spitballing and shooting at the wind what they want to see with them for their situation. One-on-one meetings is one of the most powerful tools that we can have. Why? Because word of mouth is super duper important. Because if you have a positive experience with somebody, you're more willing to tell another person, to tell another person, to tell another person about your experience. Participant observation, emphasis on participant, because this is where somebody is going to become a participant or to participate in the community, and they are going to behave as if they are an individual that is going to be experiencing the actual issue and or concern with and for their situation. And then emphasis on observe, because this is where somebody is going to become an active participant or they are going to participate and then observe what it is like to experience X, Y, or Z issue, need, and or concern. So if I were to be doing a focus group with individuals that are experiencing domestic violence, I may act as if I'm an individual that's experiencing domestic violence and try to access the resources and services already being provided by the community to identify what are some things that are going well, what are some things that are not going well. So that way I have that actual in vivo exposure to how to get the things done. Because it'd be impossible for me to help solve an issue if I've never experienced what it was like to have that issue in general. So if I'm like, man, it should be really easy for somebody to get domestic violence resources in this community because there's X, Y, and Z resources. But then once I start trying to engage in those resources myself, I might be like, man, the wait times are terrible. Man, these people on the phone are rude. Man, these therapists are not trained in X, Y, and Z way, not to be critical, but to understand what needs to improve. Because if we're like, wow, we need more staffing, man, we need more hours, we need different people in different trainings, that could be helpful. And that's why participant observation is helpful, but also can be a tricky thing if the community knows that you're not actually part of the community. And another process is snowball sampling, which is often coupled with one-on-one meetings. So think of a cartoon anytime that there's a snowball. So let's say it's a cartoon, there's a snowball at the top of the hill, and then somebody pushes it down, and over time it's going to grow and 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 grow until it's really, really massive. And what that would look like is with one-on-one meetings. Let's say somebody has a positive experience and they tell one person and that person tells another person, that person tells another person, that person tells another person, and the network grows more massively because word of mouth is the most powerful tool on the planet. So snowball sampling is where I start getting people together and identifying what experiences that they've been having, and other people are going to be told about whatever the resource is, as well as things that they can do in the future. So the main goal is to identify the strengths, resources, dynamics, issues, and the history of the community to establish rapport. So key emphasis on history here, because as we're doing rapport, it's really, really important to understand not just what the person is going through right now, but what are some things that they've been going through in the past. So let's say in the community, they've had previous individuals try to help them access domestic violence resources, and it was not as helpful and put them in more danger, it cost them more money, etc. They're likely not trying to engage in that involvement process any longer. So in order for us to understand how we can assist them, we must understand what they've been through before and how we can help them not just reinvent the wheel, but help the wheel spin a little bit better to help them become the best possible version of themselves. So think back to the individual client. After you've established a rapport or reputation with that client, you're then going to start doing an assessment and understanding more in depth what they want to see with and for their situation. Well, in the community, it's the exact same process. So after we have established a reputation and rapport with the community, we then are going to do an assessment and identify specifically what they want to focus on. So what this is going to look like is we need to identify the issue and or multiple issues of concern for the community. And not every time that something is occurring within the community, do they actually want to address and change anything in any way, shape, or form. So that's where the social worker will work with community members to figure out what change and or multiple changes and or improvement and or multiple improvements that the community actually want to see. And why that's important is because if we are going to have a reputation and rapport with the community and say, this is what you should change, we need to do X, Y, and Z, the community is going to be like, boop, I'm out. You're being forceful, and I don't need to be told what to do. So this is where we're going to continue collaborating with the community to understand what they want, not what we think that they want, but what they're actually open and willing to explore. In addition to that, the social worker will gauge the community's interest or motivation in changing the identified issue and or multiple issues. Because as I stated before, just because something is present within somebody's situation does not mean that they actually want to address and assess it. So, for example, going back to the domestic violence example, if somebody is wanting to see the availability of domestic violence resources expanded in the community, but then we ask them what is their motivation or what would be their willingness to enroll in services if they were available, they're like, man, I don't want that in the community, or man, I don't want anything else, or I don't want extra funding and all these different things. So even though the community could find benefit, they may not be motivated or they may not want to initiate into changes in some way, shape, or form. So that's where the social worker will explore past attempts at change or even current attempts to better guide their efforts, because there is no need to reinvent the wheel. We simply just need to make the wheel spin a little bit better in the direction that the community wants to go. And a process that can occur at this moment could be a needs assessment. And needs assessment is where we assess what the community needs, what they have right now, what they need, and what we can help them with if the community actually want to see the change with and for their situation. Because if the community is like, you know what, we don't want to see any changes in any way, shape, or form, the train stops here because we can't force the community. However, after we establish reputation and rapport and we do an assessment and the community wants some changes, we're then going to move to the next step. And again, think of the individual client realm. This would be a treatment plan. In the community, it'd be similar to a treatment plan as well. So again, we establish reputation and rapport, we do an assessment and develop a treatment plan. So within this, we're going to set goals and objectives based on the identified issue and or multiple issues of the community members. And again, that's what the community wants, not what I want for the community, but what the community actually is going to find benefit from with and for their situation. So this stage is to lay the groundwork to make the intended change or impact on the issue and or multiple issues being experienced by the community. So it's all about what the community wants and how we can assist them to get to where they want to go. So the goals are the overarching change or multiple changes the community organizing project will accomplish. So I always tell people, think about the skeleton within science class. The goals are a skeleton or a structure for what could be, but without any objectives or without any idea of how we're going to get that done, it's just going to remain dead and be structural. So goals without any action or any idea of how we can get things done is not going to be meaningful at all. So the goals are going to be the skeleton with structure and potential, but nothing without the objectives. So the objectives are the specific steps that need to be accomplished or to occur for the overall goal and or multiple goals to happen. So think back to that skeleton. The objectives are the skin or flesh because the objectives help to flesh out the actual situation. So the objectives are what we're going to do in order to reach the overarching X that we want to see. So without the skin or flesh, the goals are not going to be possible. So the objectives help to breathe life into the actual community organizing project. So the social worker identifies the resources, people, and or length of time that the social worker believe will promote and accomplish the overall goal and or multiple goals identified by the community. And why this is important is because you may be like, well, Phil, didn't we say that the community should be in control? in every situation, you are correct. However, as a social worker, when we are working with individuals, we need to utilize our clinical judgment as well as what we think is going to be helpful for the client and then collaborate with that client. So, in this process, we're analyzing all the different situations and possibilities that could be available. And we're utilizing our clinical judgment to put it all together. And then in a future stage, which is going to be the next one, we're going to propose those things back into the community to ensure that the community is okay with what we have already been doing. So we're going to identify the goal and or multiple goals and then the objectives with the community, but we're going to start identifying what we think could be helpful to carry those a little bit further. So this stage helps to bring life to the intended change and helps to inform the community of what can be done to address the issue and or multiple issues. So when we're doing a treatment plan, we're going to allow for our clients or the community in this context to identify what they want to see different. And then the objectives are things that they potentially could be doing in their situation. And then the social worker is going to help guide the intervention or the modality that is going to be needed in order for the objectives to be successful, as well as for the client to reach their goal and or multiple goals. So this is the stage where the social worker is going to take a little bit of control. However, they are going to put the control back into the client within the next stage. So if we think back to the individual client, we're going to establish a reputation and rapport. We're going to do an assessment. We're going to do a treatment plan. And then once we identify a treatment plan, we're going to identify the resources as well as supports that the client has within their situation to ensure the likelihood that they are going to be successful. Well, in the community, it's going to be the exact same thing because we are going to identify and mobilize specific individuals and create a task force team or task force team. So in that, there's task force or task force team. So if we look at that, key emphasis on task, because the task force or task force team or goal-oriented team are the individuals that are going to carry out the tasks or carry out the goals in order for us to accomplish whatever we want to see within for this situation. So the task force team or the task force or the goal-oriented team, think about the Autobots coming together and ready to fight the good fight. So we're collecting all of our resources and all of the things that could be helpful in order for us to become the best possible version. So this is where the social worker will gather key members of the community to ensure that they are aware of the roles and to confer the goals and objectives that the social worker created previously and based on the feedback of the community. So this is where the social worker is going to go back to the community and say, hey, here are the goals that you have identified. Here are the objectives that you've identified. And this is what I think could be best with and for your guys' situation. What do you guys think? So this is where the social worker is not just going to go off on their own and do what they think is right. They're going to check back with the community to see if the community is okay with the process. So at this point, we're just gathering everybody together to ensure that everybody knows what they're going to be doing, as well as identifying what resources do we have, what resources do we need, as well as how are we going to carry this thing out. So during this stage, community members can critique or change any of the identified issue and or multiple issues and or how they will be addressed. Because again, that's where the social worker is going to identify and confirm with the community members if what is going on is what they want to be going on with and for the situation. So this is where the social worker needs to confirm that community members, leaders, influencers, and or people being affected by the identified issue and or multiple issues are okay with the identified goal and or multiple goals, as well as the objectives. Because if at this point, the community wants to pull the plug on it, the community wants to stop doing this, that's where the process stops. And if we think in the individual client realm, that'd be like if a client was like, you know what, I want to get housing resources, and you start collaborating with different housing agencies, you get them all squared away. They can have an apartment, they can do all of these things. And then the client's like, you know what, I don't actually want to live there, or I don't actually want housing right now. And of course, it can be frustrating, but the client has the right self determination. They can determine what they want to see for themselves. So in this mode, we are bringing everyone together and getting things all squared away. So that way, within the next couple of stages, we're going to do the dang thing. So as we think back to the individual client realm, we're going to establish rapport. We're going to do an assessment. We're going to develop a treatment plan. We're going to develop and identify the resources as well as supports that could be helpful for the client, we're then going to develop and finalize the action plan so the client can do the dang thing. So this is where the social worker in the community realm creates a detailed plan with the steps, actions, and resources needed to accomplish the agreed upon objectives to reach the identified goal and or multiple goals. So within the action plan, emphasis on ACT, because this is going to paint the picture of how people are going to act, as well as create a sense of accountability, as well as standards that are going to be helpful when carrying out the actions within the action plan. So within this, remember the objectives are the actions that we're going to do. So these are what we are going to try to carry out in order to reach the goal and or multiple goals. So the social worker will identify the potential barriers to accomplishing the identified goal and or multiple goals, as well as the implementation of the objectives. Because if we never anticipate things going south or not going to be working out, we'll never know if what we're doing is correct. So that's where we need to ensure that we're staying focused on the agreed upon objectives to accomplish the identified goal, but also what are some things that can go wrong? So let's say within the domestic violence example, we find out that people want more transportation, they want housing options, they need funding resources. And then we find out some of the barriers are that it's easier for when we provide transportation to people that their domestic violence abusers could be tracking them down. The funding is being misappropriated. All these different things could be barriers with and for the situation. But if we anticipate things going south or going wrong, we can then make adaptations as they occur versus being like, you know what, I have no idea what I need to be seeing. Because when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. But in addition to that, if we don't have a target, we'll never know if we're going to hit it. So making sure that we're being intentional and deliberate and specific as we're carrying things out. So during this stage, the social worker must enforce particular standards and procedures to guide the plan of action to gauge the impact of the community organizing project. As I stated before, if we don't have a target on what we're trying to hit, we'll never know if we're going to actually make it there. So let's say we're trying to impact, let's say 50 individuals within our community in order to get more access to domestic violence resources. Before we just said we want to increase domestic violence resources. Making it 50 makes it more tangible and to identify whether we're being effective or not. So in this, we need to have some standards as well as not be vague and say, I just want this to occur, but how would we know if it was actually going to happen? Let's say we were trying to increase funding and we had no funding requirements or no goal of how much funding that we're going to get. And again, it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing, but if we have no target to hit, we'll never know if we've hit it and if it's been successful or not. So that's where during this stage, before we start doing the dang thing, we need to be more calculated and to understand what's going on in the community, what could be helpful, and how can we do the dang thing and reduce the likelihood that this project is going to fail. Because again, in any project that we do, we want it to be successful. We want things to work out. But if we never anticipate things not working out, we'll never know if it's going to work out or not. So after we put everything together, have standards, have values, have a target to hit, we're then going to move on to the next stage, which is to execute and evaluate the action plan. So emphasis on act within action, because this is where we're going to evaluate the actions that we've carried out within the process. So this is where the task force team, or the goal-oriented team are going to come into play. Remember, emphasis on task within task team or task force team, because this is where we are going to have individuals carrying out the tasks in order to accomplish the goal and or multiple goals. So this is where the task force or task force team delivers the resources and services to the community, aka the objectives, to strive towards meeting the identified goal and or multiple goals. Because again, if we have no one carrying out the actions, we'll never have any actions completed. So this is where the social worker monitors and amends any issues with the efforts and or plans to accommodate for any unforeseen issues or barriers. So in the previous stage, we identified potential barriers, but you can never anticipate all the things that potentially could be going wrong. So that's where we need to continually monitor as well as make adaptations and amendments to how we're carrying things out. So if we never have any flexibility within our process, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier for us to crumble and fail. But if we're willing to examine and stay attuned to the needs of our community and be willing to shift and make adaptations, we're going to have a better likelihood of being successful. So this is where the social worker will gauge whether the plan of action met the goal and or multiple goals, as well as fulfilled the objectives. Because again, we could have been super successful. We reached 50 families, we raised $10,000, but let's say the objectives were unsustainable and are not going to be something that we can replicate. Because again, let's say in order for us to do 50 families, we had to be overstaffed, we were over budget, we are now in debt within the program, or let's say the 50 families that we reached out to, it created more harm than good, etc. So this is where the social worker will propose changes for future efforts if future issues exist, as well as if the community actually wants to work with us still, because if they don't want to work with us still, we're going to be lost and it's not going to be helpful. In addition to that, we need to consider whether the current issue and or multiple issues were and or was actually adequately addressed. Because if we have solved the problem, there's no need for us to continue doing the dang thing and continue reinventing the wheel. In addition to that, the social worker and community will decide whether the issue is addressed, and if not, then they may need to revisit a previous step. And a key emphasis here is if the community actually wants us to continue addressing a particular issue and or multiple issues of concern. Because if we go to a previous step and we have to start back at step one, we're probably in some pretty hot water, because step one is a reputation and rapport. Step two would be, you know what, let's start assessing for what you guys want to focus on. Step three would be develop a treatment plan. Step four is mobilizing the action or task force team to carry things out. And then we are going to develop and finalize an action plan. And then step six is doing the dang thing. So if we are going to revisit a previous step, there has to be a meaningful reason for us doing so. But again, if we're going back to the first step, we're probably not going to be in a good position to continue working with the community, because they're not going to like us and we're not going to be in a positive position. But remember, in the core of what we're doing within the community, similar with interpersonal work, is that we have to ensure that the community or the client is getting their needs met in the way that they specifically want to have them met. So let's do a quick review, and I'll provide a real life example of how community organizing is occurring even right now, how you guys are part of a community organizing project by attending this session. So step one is to develop a reputation or rapport with the community. So why I say that you're part of a community organizing project right now is because when I started helping people pass the exam and developed fill in the gaps, I was following the community organizing steps or stages without realizing that I was actually doing that. And what I mean by that is I started putting out YouTube videos, and I was understanding what people traditionally were struggling with and what they particularly wanted. And if you've heard about me, you likely have not heard about me from me. You likely heard about it from a coworker, supervisor, Facebook, YouTube, all these different things. So how step one is occurring is that I'm putting out YouTube videos, I'm putting out podcasts, I'm doing different study groups, individual tutoring, etc., in order to reach the need of a particular community. So at this moment, the process of establishing a reputation and rapport occurred based on somebody telling you about me, but also what I'm doing is based on the needs of particular individuals. So when I was starting out doing YouTube videos, I was asking people what they struggled with. And they're like, man, breaking down questions. I'm not even really sure how to do that. Other people are telling us first, next, best, most, going with all these different buzzwords. And I was like, okay. So I was putting out videos related to breaking down questions, as well as identifying different concepts and content areas as well. And from there, an individual reached out and was like, man, do you offer individual tutoring? I had no idea what it was at the time, but they're like, you know what? I think it would be really helpful. So I started breaking down questions with them. They told another person, that person told another person, and they passed their exam, and then more people started to find out. But in addition to that, people were like, man, Phil, the way that you break down information is super helpful. You should start doing study groups. So I was doing YouTube videos, I was doing individual tutoring, and I was also starting to do study groups on Sundays, reviewing particular topics, as well as not to memorize them, but be able to actually recognize and apply the information while breaking down questions. And throughout that process, I continued to establish a reputation and rapport, but also identifying the issue and or concern of the community, because people are like, man, breaking down information, being able to break down questions, being able to understand it, but also, man, Phil, I'm feeling anxious about the exam. I'm not really sure how to handle those things. So then in my earlier videos, and if you've watched my earlier videos, I used to have goals and objectives that I would set. And what I mean by that is my first goal was to help 100 social workers pass their exams. And at the time, I thought it was super lofty and not possible, because if I helped at least one person, I would be fulfilled. But then 100 people passed their exams, and the objectives were offering individual tutoring, Sunday study groups, doing YouTube videos, and then more people started passing their exams, 250 people. And then I asked the community how many people they think, 500, and then 1,000, and then 2,000. And now over 3,000 people have gone on the exam, kicked it directly in the chest to get the job done. And then based on the feedback of individuals, the objectives have changed over time. Doing individual tutoring, doing Sunday study groups, doing YouTube videos, doing a podcast, doing one time per month free study groups, doing the 1-day course based on the feedback of other people. So all of these different things, but also when you're in that mode, continuing to stay focused on the reputation and rapport, as well as the issue and or concerns. So the next step of identifying and mobilizing an action or task force team is not actually relevant to what I do, because believe it or not, I'm the person that's doing all the things that are related to fill in the gaps. I'm the person that's answering all the emails. I'm the person that's writing all the questions. I'm the person that's doing all the tutoring. I'm the person that's doing all the study groups. I'm doing all the editing. I'm doing all the recording. I'm doing everything as it relates to fill in the gaps. And it's purposeful, because if you send an email to me, I want to make sure that you get the direct response from the source versus somebody just pushing you off and not giving you direct feedback. However, if I had a team, somebody doing the email, somebody doing the editing, somebody writing questions, somebody doing study groups and individual tutoring, step 4 would be a little bit more plausible here, but that's not the case since I'm doing all the things behind the scenes. Step 5 would be if I were to develop and finalize the action plan, which is very similar to what has been done, because it's not a mistake when I'm doing sessions and what I'm going to be covering, because again, I'm still putting out YouTube videos, putting out the podcast, and on Sundays, people aren't like, man, is there a Sunday study group? They're like, man, what is the topic? And it's intentional and deliberate, because the process needs to stay the same. So that way people don't get confused of like, man, is it on Saturday? Is it on Sunday? Is it on Monday? So that way it's relatively consistent. So step 5 is just shifting and continuing to do all the things that have been working. And then step 6 is doing the dang thing and understanding the feedback of other individuals. Because if people over time were like, boo, you suck, your questions aren't good, the study groups aren't great, the 1-day course is awful, like you should not do this. And then I have to make a decision, shift back to a previous stage, continue to develop a reputation and rapport, assess what people actually are looking for or what they think would be helpful, and then making a shift, or just hanging my head up and not helping people any longer. And at the end of doing the 1-day course, you'll be sent within an email a survey of what you thought was helpful, what was not as helpful, and what to conclude in future sessions as well. Because unless the feedback is going to be conducive to what is going to be helpful, it's not going to be productive for me to continue doing what I think is best. It's always good to get the feedback of other individuals to ensure that what you're doing is helpful. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the stages of community organizing, as well as a real life example of how you being in the session was a part of the stages. Again, reputation and rapport was by you hearing from somebody else or watching YouTube. In addition to that, the study groups that I do, the individual tutoring, the 1-day course, the free study group, and all the different things that I do is based on the feedback of what people need as it relates to the exam. And then the goals and objectives. Goals allow for people to go on the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. The objectives of doing YouTube videos, doing podcasts, doing individual tutoring, doing the Sunday study groups, doing 1 time per month free study groups, doing the 1-day course, and all the different things that people particularly could find helpful to go on the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done, and then continuing to shift and do the dang thing. Let's segue now into the differences between positive and negative reinforcements, as well as punishments, because a lot of times people get themselves confused and get themselves twisted of like, man, I'm not sure what this means, or what does this topic mean, or man, I thought it means this. So the biggest recommendation that I have for you right now is, if you've ever seen Men in Black, think of that pen that is going to erase your memory. So erase your memory up to this point of what you've heard about positive and negative reinforcements and punishments. And why I say that is because it will make it a lot easier for you to understand a way that you don't have to know the technicals of it, but just be able to manipulate the words to better recognize it in the future. So what I mean by this is, if we look closely, positive, P equals putting something into the situation. So anytime that you see positive, don't think desirable, do not think of awesome. just think of you putting something in. Think of a positive transaction. If I give you something, it is a positive transaction. So positive, P equals putting or adding something into the situation. Think of a plus within mathematics. So positive is I'm putting something into the situation to influence something. Negative, N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. So if we think about a negative, it is something that is going to be taken away. So positive, P equals putting or adding something in. Negative, N equals nabbing or removing. Or think of a minus or subtraction within mathematics, because if it's a negative transaction, something has been removed or taken from the individual. Whether it is to reinforce or punish the individual is irrelevant at this point. So positive, I'm simply putting something in. Negative, I'm simply removing or subtracting something from the equation. Where we get the meaning for each of these terms is from reinforcement or punishment. So reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So positive reinforcement is I'm putting something into the situation in order to reinforce or increase the likelihood that somebody does a behavior that I want in the future. Negative reinforcement, negative, N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. Reinforcement, to increase the likelihood or raise the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So if you think of reinforcing something, it's strengthening something in order for it to become stronger in the future. Punishment on the other side of the river, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So anytime that you see punishment, think of us trying to decrease the likelihood that a behavior is going to occur. So that's where a lot of times people think the meaning comes from positive and negative, but it actually comes from reinforcement or punishment. So positive punishment is positive, I'm putting something into the situation. Punishment, I'm going to push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that something is going to occur. Negative punishment, N equals nabbing or removing. So something has been taken from the situation. Punishment, I'm trying to decrease the likelihood that somebody behaves in a way that I don't want them to in the future. So positive, P equals putting something in, simply adding something to the equation. Negative, I'm taking or removing something from the situation. Reinforcement raises or increases the likelihood that something is going to occur. Punishment, I'm trying to push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that somebody is going to behave in that manner in the future. So let's put it all together and go through the terms and then particular examples. So the first one up to bat is positive reinforcement. So positive, P equals putting or adding something into the situation. So anytime that we're putting something into the situation, it is a positive transaction. That's it. Not desirable, not awesome, not great. Remember, reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So anytime that I'm trying to promote or incentivize or motivate somebody to do something, it's a reinforcement. So positive is putting something in, reinforcement to increase or raise the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. And what is going to make it more plausible is that it needs to be something that I'm adding that is desirable. Because if I'm giving you something that you don't want, so for example, let's say I'm giving you a piece of cake every time that you do something and you don't like eating cake, you're not going to do whatever the heck that I'm trying to encourage because you're like, man, get that away from me. I don't like that. So positive is I'm putting something in, reinforcement to increase the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. But it must be desirable to you to incentivize or motivate you to get whatever X reward is going to exist. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Getting $20 for a correct answer on the exam to increase the likelihood of future correct answers. So if we break this down a little bit further, positive P equals putting or adding something in. So getting $20 was what was put into this situation. It's predicated on you getting a correct answer on the exam. If you don't get the correct answer, you're not getting $20. You get the correct answer, you're getting $20. Reinforcement to increase or raise the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So if you get $20 and you like money, you're more likely to get correct answers in the future. So if you like getting cashed out, you're more motivated to get correct answers on the exam. If you don't like money, it's like, you know what? I don't care if I get it right or wrong. But if you like money and you get money every single time you get a correct answer, you're more likely to get a correct answer in the future. Another example, being able to talk with a friend when you answer 5 questions correctly to increase the likelihood you answer questions correctly in the future. So positive, P equals putting or adding something in. So what was added is being able to talk with a friend. So if you like this friend, you're likely going to be more motivated to answer questions correct. If you don't like this friend, you're going to purposely not get questions correct. So it's predicated on you getting 5 questions correct. You answer the questions correct. You get to talk to your friend. You answer them incorrectly. You are not able to talk with your friend. And the purpose, reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood that the behavior is repeated in the future. So again, if you want to talk to your friend, you're going to be more motivated and pumped up to answer the questions correct. If you don't want to talk to your friend or it's somebody you don't want to talk to, you're likely to not feel motivated or incentivized to answer the questions correctly. The last example, getting money for completing your homework to increase the likelihood you complete your homework in the future. So positive, P equals putting or adding something in to the situation. So if we look closely, what is added into the situation is getting money. So it doesn't specify the amount of money that you're getting, but you're still getting cashed out. And it is predicated on you completing your homework. You complete your homework, you're getting money. You do not complete your homework, you're not getting the money. The purpose is to increase the likelihood you complete your homework in the future. Positive, P equals putting or adding something in. It must be something desirable. The purpose is to increase or raise the likelihood that you do a behavior that you otherwise would not have done if you were not being incentivized or motivated by the reward that you are being provided. So positive reinforcement, P equals putting or adding something in. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. And you must be provided something that is desirable to you. The next one up to bat, negative reinforcement. So negative, N equals nabbing or removing something from this situation. So anytime that you see negative, think of a negative transaction of something being removed or taken from you. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So negative reinforcement is the one that oftentimes is going to confuse people the most because it's not what the person is doing, it's why they are doing what they are doing. So, negative, we're taking something away. The person is still going to be doing a behavior, but not because they want to, but it's because what was removed is more of a dislike or something they want to avoid than the action that they are doing. So, as we're going through these, don't focus on what the person is doing, but the motivation of why the person is doing it. Because negative, N equals nabbing or removing something from this situation. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something occurring in the future. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Putting your seatbelt on in the car will eliminate an annoying sound and increase the likelihood that you put your seatbelt on in the future. So if we look at this closely, we need to identify what is being removed. So what is being removed is the annoying sound that is being taken from your car. And if you're just like me and you're in the car and you hear ding, 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 you're like, all right, I'll put the doggone seatbelt on. Give me some time. So it's not the fact that I put on the seatbelt in the car, it's why I did it. Because if every time that I put on the seatbelt, I got a reward, we're looking at positive reinforcement because something is being provided to me as a reward. Negative reinforcement, the annoying sound of ding, 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 is being removed from my situation. So I'm more motivated because even though I may not want to put my seatbelt on in the car, I would rather put the seatbelt on in the car than hear the annoying sound. So therefore, reinforcement is going to increase the likelihood I put my seatbelt on in the future without the annoying sound dinging in my ear. And that's why I said people oftentimes get confused with this because it's not what the person is doing, it's why they are doing it. Yes, I put on the seatbelt because you might be like, well, Phil, that's a positive because I'm doing something different. Positive is I'm being provided something. Negative is something is removed in order to encourage that I do something in the future when it's a negative reinforcement. Another example to articulate this a little bit further, taking out the trash, even when you do not feel like it, will cause your partner to stop nagging you about it. Therefore, you are more likely to take out the trash in the future. So if we look at this a little bit closer, negative reinforcement, N equals nabbing or removing something. So if we look closely, what is taken from the situation is the partner nagging. So again, partner could be like, you know what, be really nice if the trash was taken out. Man, it's kind of stinky in here. Is anyone going to take out the trash? And again, you might be like, all right, I'll do it. And again, you're taking out the trash even when you do not feel like it, not because you want to be a good person, not because it's something you're excited to do, not because you're pumped up and motivated to do it, but it's because you would rather do the action than hear something you dislike, such as your partner nagging you. So in the future, you are more likely, reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood, you are more likely to take out the trash in the future without your partner having to nag you. Like, I mean, it'd be really nice if the trash was taken out. Man, it's kind of smelly in here. Is anyone going to do anything about the housework? So again, it's not that you're taking out the trash, it's why you are taking out the trash that is important here. Because if you're getting a reward for taking out the trash, we're getting positive reinforcement. Negative reinforcement is that something is being taken away from you that you don't like in order for you to do a behavior. Another example, you do not like asking for help, but when you reach out to people for help, it reduces the amount of stress in your life. Therefore, you're more likely to ask for help in the future. So, negative N equals nabbing or removing something. So, if we look closely, what is going to be removed from the situation is the amount of stress in your life. So, unless you like having stress in your life, you're likely not going to be enjoying this. So therefore, even though you do not like asking for help, you're going to reach out to people for help because it's going to take something that you don't like outside of your situation. You hate asking for help, but what you hate even more than asking for help is when you feel stressed and have the burning of the neck feeling of like, I'm in danger, someone help me. Therefore, reinforcement R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something occurring in the future. So therefore, even though you're doing an action, asking for help, the purpose is not because you find it beneficial, but it's because it's removing something that you hate, such as stress. Therefore, you're more likely to ask for help in the future before you get into a stressful state or in a stressful situation. So, a quick review: positive reinforcement, positive, P equals putting or adding something in. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. And we're going to be putting something positive to motivate and incentivize somebody to do an action. Negative reinforcement, N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something occurring in the future. So therefore, negative reinforcement is taking something that the person does not like outside of their situation to increase the likelihood they do behavior in the future. On the other side of the river, we have positive punishment. So positive, P equals putting or adding something in to the situation, because whenever you see positive, think of something added into the situation. It's not desirable, it's not awesome. It's simply you putting something there that was not previously there. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So therefore, punishment is to decrease the likelihood of behavior occurring. And if it as a positive punishment, we're putting something that the person does not like into their situation to de-incentivize or unmotivate them to do a behavior in the future. So positive, putting something in. So we're putting something that they don't like into their situation to reduce or decrease the likelihood that they are going to do a behavior that we don't want them to do in the future. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Spanking a child for misbehavior. The spanking would reduce the likelihood that the child behaves in a negative manner in the future. So positive, P equals putting something in. So spanking a child. So that is what is put into the situation. And that's why I was telling you, positive does not always mean desirable or awesome, because spanking a child, it's not going to be like a celebratory thing of like, whoa, this is really great. Positive simply just means that you're putting something in. So the spanking is predicated on misbehavior. And the purpose is to push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that the child is going to misbehave in the future. So the punishment side is to push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood of something occurring. So if we're putting something in and it's something they don't like, they're likely not going to do that in the future. Another example to articulate this a little bit further: every time that you second guess yourself while answering a question, you have to pay somebody $1. The monetary fee will decrease the likelihood you second guess yourself in the future. So, breaking this down a little bit further, so every time you second guess yourself while answering a question, so that is what the situation is. Positive P equals putting something in, you have to pay somebody $1. So, the monetary fee or the penalty that is being put onto you, unless you don't enjoy your money or don't really have connection to money, you're going to be like, I want my money. Therefore, you're less likely to second guess yourself in the future. So, punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood of something occurring in the future. So, you getting fined for doing something is going to de incentivize you of doing that action in the future. The last example, someone hits you with a baseball bat every time that you yell at them. So, being hit with the baseball bat would decrease the likelihood you yell at them in the future. So, looking a little bit further, someone hits you with a baseball bat, and that's what was put into the situation because positive P equals putting something in. Every time that you yell at them, you're getting hit with a baseball bat and slapped like a baseball over the fence like a home run. So being hit with a baseball bat, which was put into this situation, so positive P equals putting or adding something in, would decrease the likelihood that you yell somebody in the future, unless you like getting hit with a baseball bat, which I don't think anyone really does, because being hit with a baseball bat would be very undesirable and painful. Therefore, positive punishment is putting or adding something in that you don't like in order for you to be unmotivated or de incentivized to do a particular behavior that I do not want you to do. The last concept of that is negative punishment. So negative N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. So anytime that you think of negative, think of a negative transaction that something is being taken from you. In punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that something is going to occur in the future. So if something is a punishment, it's going to de-incentivize or unmotivate you from doing something that is not what we want you to do. So in this interaction, if I'm taking something from somebody and it's going to make them less motivated to do something, I'm taking something that they enjoy so they feel the pain and the pressure of their actual actions. So negative punishment, N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Taking a child's video game away for misbehaving will reduce the likelihood that they misbehave in the future. So negative N equals nabbing or removing something. So taking a child's video game away, and if you think of a child that likes video games, it's going to be a super painful process. It's like, please don't, please give me back my game. However, it's because they misbehave. If they behave, they keep their video game. They misbehave, you're taking the video game. And what this is going to do is reduce the likelihood that they are going to misbehave in the future. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood of something occurring in the future. The next example up to bat, losing a paycheck when you violate a work rule will reduce the likelihood that you violate the rule in the future. So N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. So losing a paycheck is what is taken from this situation. And a lot of times when people like getting cashed out and like their money, you mess with their money, it's going to change their circumstances as well as situation. So that's why we're taking something that they want, and it's only going to occur when you violate the work rule. If you violate the work rule, they're taking your money. You follow the work rule, you're keeping your own money. And the purpose will reduce the likelihood that you violate the rule in the future. Because again, if you are being told you shouldn't do that, and you're like, oh, I don't think that's the case, and then they take your money, you're like, holy smokes, whether I agree with this rule or not, I'm going to follow the rule because I like getting cashed out. Another example, not being able to talk with a good friend when you lie to them will reduce the likelihood you lie to someone in the future. So negative N equals nabbing or removing. So not being able to talk with a good friend is what is taken from you. Now, if this is not a friend that you enjoy, you may just lie to them purposefully so that way you don't have to talk to them. But remember, it must be something that is desirable. So not being able to talk with a good friend when you lie to them, so it's predicated on you lying, you tell the truth, you're able to talk to them, you lie, you are going to have your ties cut with them because they don't want to be associated with you. And the purpose here, punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that something is going to occur and the future. So negative, N equals nabbing or removing. So anytime that you see negative, think of something taken away from somebody's situation. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood. So something is going to be de-incentivized or unmotivate you to do something. So if I'm taking something that you like, you're going to feel the consequences as well as pressure from your actual actions. So a quick review of positive and negative reinforcements. So positive, P equals putting or adding something into the situation, or plus, think of an addition to this situation. So anytime that you see positive, do not think of desirable, do not think of awesome, simply think about something being added in to the situation. Negative, N equals nabbing or moving. Doesn't mean undesirable, doesn't mean bad. It just simply means that something that was previously in somebody's situation is now taken away. Where meaning is going to come from is reinforcement as well as punishment. So reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood. Think of you reinforcing something, you're strengthening something over time. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood. So you're de-incentivizing or unmotivating a behavior that you do not want them to do in the future. So positive reinforcement, P equals putting or adding something in to the situation. So positive is putting something in. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood. So positive reinforcement is putting or adding something desirable. So they are going to feel incentivized to do a behavior in the future. Negative reinforcement, N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. So negative transaction is a subtraction. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something occurring in the future. So negative reinforcement, nabbing or removing something undesirable. They don't like that. So they're going to be happy that it's gone in order to increase the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. Positive punishment, positive, P equals putting or adding something into the situation. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood of something occurring in the future. So positive punishment is me putting something that they don't like into the situation. They're going to be like, get that away from me. I don't like it. And it's going to decrease the likelihood that they do a behavior in the future. Negative punishment, N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood of something occurring in the future. So negative punishment is nabbing something that they enjoy from their situation. Punishment to decrease the likelihood they do a behavior in the future. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply and differentiate positive and negative reinforcements as well as punishments from one another. Let's segue now into when to refer versus when to seek supervision. And these lists are not going to be exhaustive because there are plenty of reasons for why supervision and a referral would be needed. But these are some common ones that people typically get tripped up on and get confused about. And an easy way to be able to recognize and apply and differentiate them is refer, R equals no return, because this is where somebody is no longer going to be returning to treatment with you. Supervision, S equals specialized, because this is where somebody is going to get specialized pieces of information that is going to give them superpowers and more clear vision of where they need to go clinically in the future. So refer is when we're going to send somebody out and they're no longer going to be working with us. Supervision, S equals specialized, because we're going to be going to someone to get specialized pieces of information that is going to give us more superpowers and a more clear vision. So as we're going through these, reminding ourselves that there are multiple different considerations that can be involved as it relates to these concepts, but these are just general ones to give you an overview of what you could see on the exam. So when to seek out or receive supervision, again, S equals specialized, because this is specialized pieces of information that is going to give us superpowers and a more clear vision. And as I stated multiple times, this list is not exhaustive because a lot of times people are like, man, Phil, give me information on supervision. What are some things about supervision that I should know about the exam? And I say, you know what? Every single supervision situation is different, and you need to lean in on the code of ethics on how to actually parse through this situation, but also reminding ourselves that there are ethical dilemmas that exist. Therefore, there is not one right answer or one way of doing things. So let's get into this a little bit further. So, in one time when you would seek supervision is when the social worker does not have the appropriate education or training to treat a client. So they have little experience while weeding a client. And what I mean by that is, let's say somebody is coming in, they are coming in with depression, anxiety, they're stressed, relationships, etc. and I have little experience with working with that particular population, I could go to my supervisor, get supplemental information or specialized pieces of information to assist that client in a more effective and appropriate manner. However, there are certain circumstances when a client needs more specialized treatment. And even though I may have little experience, I would not seek supervision. I would refer them out. Certain cases could be trauma, and what I mean by that is there are trauma modalities, EMDR, eye movement desensitization, reprocessing, TFCBT. It could also be eating disorders. We could have substance use treatment. All these different things are more specialized pieces of treatment, dialectical behavioral therapy, that you need specialized treatment in order to work with these certain populations. So therefore, if it says little experience, you don't just want to robotically be like, all right, seek supervision. I'm out of this joint. It could possibly be seek supervision, but you want to consider, is this something that I can get supplemental information from my supervisor around, or is this something that's more specialized? Trauma treatment, dialectical behavioral therapy. We could have eating disorders, substance use, etc. So if it says little experience, you want to ask yourself, what is the person's presenting concern, and can I assist them if I were to get supplemental information? If not, I need to stay away and refer them to somebody that is more qualified. Another time where you would seek supervision is when the social worker has the appropriate level of training, but wants feedback on what they've done or what they plan to do. And why that's important is because we need a sense of accountability. We never know if what we are doing is right unless we ask other people on what we've been doing, because if we have no feedback or no accountability, and if we are being taught in a wrong, unethical manner, and we continue to repeat it, we're not going to know the difference between ethical and unethical work. So, therefore, if we've done something, we may want to ask people if what we have been doing is correct, or if we plan to do something, what better way to have an informed decision than to discuss it with someone else. Another time is when the social worker feels uncomfortable in a situation, which would open the door to countertransference. So countertransference, C equals client, and it's always going to be counter to the therapeutic process. And that's where a lot of times people are going to get countertransference and transference mixed up. But the first letter of the word is going to determine who we are putting things on. So countertransference is where the social worker or therapist is putting it onto the client, and it's 100% counter to the therapeutic process. So, for example, let's say I'm working with a client and they're talking about how they were sexually assaulted, and I have an experience where I was sexually assaulted as well, but I am having a reaction to what my client is talking about. Well, that would be countertransference because I am putting my own experience of being sexually assaulted onto the client, and it's going to be counter to the therapeutic process. Another example would be if I am working with a client and they're discussing that they used to have sexual relations with children, or they used to sexually abuse people, they used to be violent with people, and I find myself having physical reactions or having negative moods or views towards my client. That's countertransference because I'm putting my own previous experiences or my own values, morals, and ethics and my own emotions onto the client. And that's always going to be counter, because if I'm not treating my client based on who they are and where they are at today, I'm pretty much templating my client, and that's bad moves, bad vibes. So whenever the social worker is bringing something in to the therapeutic process that could impact their work with a client, it is going to be seeking supervision. Another instance is when the social worker has a reaction or previous experience similar to the client's that could get in the way of treating the client, and that would be countertransference. C equals client because that's where the social worker or therapist is putting it onto the client, and it's always going to be 100% counter to the therapeutic process. Another example would be, let's say I was in a domestic violence relationship and my client is currently in a domestic violence relationship, and I'm telling them, man, you should get out of that relationship, or man, you need to be going to a shelter, or man, you need to be developing a safety plan, or all these different things. But all I'm doing is putting my own experience onto the client and telling them what they should do. And that's counter to the therapeutic process because we need to allow for clients to have the right to self-determination and to determine what they would like to see with and for their situation. Another example is, let's say I and working with a client that is finding it difficult to maintain sobriety. And then I start putting my own sobriety experience onto the client and saying, you just need to do X, Y, and Z. This is how you can change this, and everything will be great. And it's counter to the therapeutic process because I'm not allowing for my client to be uniquely gifted and talented in their own right. And I'm trying to bulldoze them and telling them what they need to be doing at this given moment. So anytime that a social worker is putting their own previous experience on the client that the client is not directly experiencing themselves, it's counter transference. So keeping that in mind, that anytime a social worker is bringing something into the therapeutic process, it's going to be seeking supervision because it's not our client's responsibility as well as their burden to help us and handle our own emotions. So countertransference is where the social worker is putting it onto the client, and it's 100% counter the therapeutic process. And one more example to articulate this all the way through. Let's say I have a client that reminds me of my brother, and I have a bad relationship with my brother. And I start treating my client more poorly. I'm shorter with my client, and I'm more angry at my client. My client has done nothing wrong. They simply just remind me of somebody that I know. That'd be countertransference because I'm putting my experience onto the client and it's counter to the therapeutic process. On the other side of the river, let's say my client reminds me of my brother and I have a good relationship with my brother and I'm having more favorable treatment towards the client. I'm more lenient with them. I'm giving them special treatment. And that could be counter to the therapeutic process as well because I'm not keeping an objective professional lens. I'm compromising because I'm viewing the client as a family member versus them actually being a client. Other situations, when the social worker brings anything into the session that could jeopardize the client's progress, sexual attraction, dual relationship, conflict of interest, etc. So if a social worker is sexually attracted to a client, it's not the client's responsibility to handle our emotions as well as feelings. We would go and talk to our supervisor, process it out, and potentially seek therapy services if we are not able to stay objective and stay professional. We need to be doing our own due diligence to ensure that we never, ever harm a client in any way, shape, or form. Dual relationship, as well as conflicts of interest, are often confusing for individuals. So for a dual relationship, key emphasis on dual. So there are two ways that I have people think about this. I'll think of an old Western of you about to have a duel in public with the tumbleweeds flying behind us, and you're about to whip out a pistol on the client. So dual relationship is where you are in a situation in public with the client while also maintaining a professional relationship with them as well. Or think of a Middle Ages of about to have a duel with them, about to whip out a scimitar or a longsword of duel, and you're about to have a public exposure to the client in some way, shape, or form. Conflicts of interest are almost the exact same as dual relationships, with the main difference being key emphasis on interest, because if you think of us gaining interest, we're gaining a benefit or a reward from knowing the client. So a dual relationship is simply you being in a similar situation as the client in public while also having a professional relationship in private with them as well. While conflict of interest is the exact same thing, but I'm gaining interest from having that relationship or exposure to the client. And this is where not every time that you see a dual relationship or conflict of interest, do you need to rule or refer the client out. And why that's important is because we're going to go over dual relationship and conflicts of interest when you need to refer them out. But a couple of examples of what supervision would look like when it relates to dual relationship and conflicts of interest, because there are three questions you want to ask yourself as it relates to dual relationships as well as conflicts of interest. The first one is, what is the proximity or connection to the client? How closely connected to the client am I? And the second question is this going to negatively impact their treatment in any way, shape, or form? And the third question is, if an outside observer was observing this interaction with me and the client, would they think that I'm exploiting or harming my client? And that's going to be important as we go through a couple of examples. So let's say you have a child that's in first grade and your client has a child in fifth grade and they go to the same school. So you have a client that has a fifth grader and you have a child that is in first grade. So you have a child and your client has a child, but they go to the same school. But in the school system, they're not going to have any possibilities of interacting because fifth graders and first graders do not connect. So in that example, even though my client's child and my child are attending the same school, I don't have to refer them out because the proximity is not that close. Two, I'm not exploiting or negatively impacting my client's treatment by having a child in the same school as my client. And three, if an outside observer was to view this, they would not think that I'm exploiting my client because our children are simply just going to school. Another example would be, let's say you're in the grocery store and you see your client. That would be considered a dual relationship because you're in the same public space or place as your client, but you're not going to refer them out after seeing them at the grocery store one time. A conflict of interest could occur if your client is at the checkout counter, sees you, offers to pay for your groceries, gives the cashier the money, and you are now in a situation where your client is giving you a monetary reward from knowing them. And you wouldn't just refer them out for them doing that because you could have a discussion with them. You could set a boundary with them and why it's inappropriate. So, in those instances, you are in a public space or place with a client, but you don't automatically have to refer them out. Another example, let's say you're working out at the gym and you see your client and you've only seen your client this one time. And it's not like a group session. It's not like a situation where you're going to have regular contact with them. You seeing your client at the gym is dual relationship. Conflict of interest would be that your client starts trying to pay for your gym membership. They start trying to enroll you in classes or give you preferential treatment, etc. So dual relationship is where you're connected to the client in a therapeutic way, but also in a public space. While conflict of interest camps on interest, you're gaining interest from knowing the client. Again, two ways to remember dual relationship. Think of an old Western. You're about to have a duel. There's a tumbleweed behind you, and you're boom, 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 about to have a draw with your client, or you're in the Middle Ages about to whip out a sword of duel, and you're about to have a sword fight with your client in public. While conflict of interest, think of interest, think of a reward because you're gaining a reward from being connected to your client. An example where it would be supervision. Let's say you see your client at your neighbor's house and you look out your window and say, holy cow, that's my client. But you're not connected to your neighbor. Your neighbor's not your friend. You don't have any connections to that neighbor at all. You just simply see your client in public and say, oh my goodness, that is my client. Well, in that moment, you would not refer them out to a different person because you're not connected to your neighbor. You're not close to your neighbor. Your client's not trying to come and knock on your door and talk to you in any way. Conflict of interest would be that you see your client at your neighbor's and then they start trying to mow your lawn, they start trying to do extra work on your home, etc. And that would be a conflict of interest. But you could address that with your client and not have to refer them out. So where supervision is going to come in is if the proximity to your client is not that close, if it's not going to negatively impact the therapeutic process, and if somebody was from an outside looking in, they're not going to think that you're exploiting the client. So anytime that you're seeking supervision, it's because you're bringing something in to the therapeutic process, such as countertransference, C equals client, because you're putting something onto the client and it's going to be counter to the therapeutic process, or you have a dual relationship. Think of a duel. Think of an old Western about to whip out the pistols like bam, bam, bam. Or you're about to have a Middle Ages duel of like duel or conflict of interest. You're gaining interest. So your supervisor should have the expertise, credentials, and experience to assist you in their practice. So they should have more experience than you do in the process. So supervision, S equals specialized because we are getting specialized pieces of information that are going to give us superpowers and a more clear vision. On the other side of the river is when to refer a client to another social worker. So refer R equals no return because this is where we are going to be sending a client to another professional and they are no longer going to return to treatment with us. Supervision, the client's still working with you and you're working on your own stuff that could negatively be impacting the treatment process. So refer is going to occur whenever the client brings something into the therapeutic relationship that could prevent their progress. So anytime the client brings something in, it's refer. Anytime the social worker brings something in, It's supervision, because we are responsible for our own personal morals, values, and ethics, as well as experiences, while the client is responsible for their own, because I can't change what the client is doing. I can simply send them to prevent having any dual or conflicts of interest or overstep boundaries, etc. So for example, let's say the client has a sexual attraction to the therapist and or they are acting inappropriately towards the social worker. So in this moment, take note of and or, because a lot of times what will happen to people is they get so quick at reading the question of they're like, oh my God, my client's sexually attracted to me. I'm out. Like I can't work with them any longer. However, let's say a client has a sexual attraction to you, they express that sexual attraction and you're able to set healthy therapeutic boundaries. They're never going to overstep those boundaries. You would still be able to work with the client. However, if somebody is sexually attracted to you, you try to set boundaries with them and they try to bulldoze the boundaries and say, you know what? I'm going to try and climb you like a tree or try making sexual advances or make sexual comments towards you, then you would refer them out because that would be considered transference. Remember, countertransference, C equals client, because we're going to put something onto the client and it's counter to the therapeutic process. While transference, T equals therapist, because this is where the client is going to put something onto the social worker or therapist, and it's not always going to be counter to the therapeutic process. So, for example, let's say we remind our client of a sibling that they had a good relationship with. Well, that could help establish reputation and rapport with the client relatively quickly, and they would trust us. However, let's say we remind our client of their sibling and they hate their sibling. Well, in that process, it would not be as productive or helpful for the client. So that's where transference, because we can't control what the client brings into the session, is not always going to be counter to the therapeutic process. So that's where anytime the client brings something in, it's transference, but also reminding ourselves that it's not just automatically like, boom, ejecto seat, you're out of the session. It's if they are acting unethically or inappropriately, we can set healthy professional therapeutic boundaries. And if they respect them, we can continue working with them. If they do not respect them, we're going to ejecto seat and refer them out. So anytime the client brings something into the therapeutic process. So when the social worker does not have any experience in treating a presenting issue and or when the person requires more specialized treatment. So if we remember back to supervision, I stated that if we have little experience, we could still seek supervision and work with them unless they need more specialized treatment, trauma treatment, eating disorders, substance use, dialectical behavioral therapy, etc. Anytime that somebody needs more specialized treatment, we're going to refer somebody out to get that treatment because our clients are not experiments that we are going to try our skills and abilities on. We need to treat them in the most ethical way that we can. In addition to that, if we have no expertise or experience at all, we're not going to fake it until we make it and just be like, you know what, I can work with this client because that's going to harm the client in some way, shape, or form. So again, it's twofold. We don't have any experience at all, or we have little experience in a particular area, more specialized treatment, substance use, eating disorders, dialectical behavioral therapy, trauma, etc. We could then refer them to another provider. We would inform the client of the necessity of the referral to ensure that their needs are being met. So again, it's twofold. Because if we have no experience, it's given we're referring them out. And if we have a little experience, but they need specialized treatment, well, in that circumstance, we are then going to refer them out. But if we have little experience and it's not specialized treatment, let's say it's depression, anxiety, certain circumstances like that, we could then get supplemental information or supervision from somebody that has more expertise than we do. And another time we refer somebody out is when the client and social worker have a dual relationship and or conflict of interest arises. And as I stated before, this is where it gets really confusing and tricky because people are like, well, Phil, you just said dual relationship and conflict of interest for supervision and refer. But remember, I already kind of prefaced this, that again, the three questions you want to ask yourself: what is the proximity to the client? Two, what is the impact that it has on the therapeutic process? And three, if somebody was an outside observer, what would they say about the interaction that I'm having with the client? But remember, a dual relationship, think of an old Western. They're about to have a duel with us in public, about to whip out the pistols. Like in conflict of interest, emphasis on interest because we are gaining interest from knowing the client. So, a couple of examples when you would refer the person out is when the proximity is closer to you. In addition to that, that you are going to be viewed as exploiting your client in some way, shape, or form. So, a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Let's go back to the example of the school. Let's say I have a child that is in the fifth grade, and my client has a child in the first grade, and there is a program at the school where fifth graders and first graders are going to collaborate together. And there is a likelihood that my child could be paired with my client's child. Well, in that circumstance, I'm going to rule that out and refer the client out because I don't want my child at my client's house and I don't want my client's child at my house because it would be putting me closer to the client. But in addition to that, let's say my client finds out that my child attends the same school as their child and they start providing preferential treatment. Their child starts bringing gifts or food for my child, or they start trying to pay for my child's lunch, etc. And be a conflict of interest because I would be gaining interest from knowing the client, and the client is treating my child in a special manner. Another example is, let's say I am working with a client and then my brother is dating my client. I find out that my client is dating my brother, and my client is at the family dinner table with me, my brother, and my parents. And I'm like, oh, and that would be a dual relationship. Why? Because the proximity is dating my brother and it'd be a close relationship, but also the impact that it would have on the therapeutic process. Because let's say my client is starting to talk about my brother or starting to want to know more about my brother from me, but also it could be viewed as me being exploitative of my client because I could be giving intel to my brother, or my client could be getting intel from me about my brother, and it would be a bad situation. Conflict of interest could occur because let's say I find out that my brother is dating my client and my client starts offering to pay me more money for sessions. They start offering services based on the industry that they're in. Let's say they are a hairstylist, let's say they're a lawyer, let's say they're a mechanic, etc. Well, in that circumstance would be a conflict of interest because I'm gaining interest from knowing the client. Another example is, let's say I need mechanical work done and I take my car to a mechanic shop and I realize that the person that's going to be working on my car is my client. In that circumstance, it'd be a dual relationship. Why? Because I know my client knows me, and now they're also working on my car. In that circumstance, if there's no other garage that could be worked on, if there's no other mechanic in the place, I'm not going to be being like, you know what, I'm just going to get the heck out of here and take a broken car, but also refer my client out because the connection would not be that close because the client could work on the car and I'm not going to repeatedly get mechanical work done. So in that circumstance, there could be supervision and I'll still be able to work with the client. Conflict of interest could occur when, let's say, my client is the mechanic at the shop and they offer to do it for free or discounted. In that circumstance, I could deny it. And if they respect that, we could seek supervision. But if they are like, you know what, we're doing this anyway, then I might have to for the client out because it could create a conflict in the future of being viewed as me exploiting the client. Another example is, let's say we go back to the gym example of my client works at the gym. I find out that they work at the gym and they're starting to give me discounts on my exercising, or they're offering to train me. They're enrolling me into fitness classes. In that circumstance, it could be conflict of interest because I'm gaining interest from knowing the client. But if I know that my client works at the gym and I'm going to the gym and I see them sparingly and it's not impacting the therapeutic relationship, it could be a dual relationship where I would not have to refer them out. I'd simply seek supervision. So as we're looking at some of these situations, it's not always black and white because if somebody is connected to somebody that I know, but it's not going to negatively impact the therapeutic process. So therefore, if let's say I was working with a client and the client was dating somebody that I knew, but they're no longer dating that person, I wouldn't have to refer them out because that's old news because I am not going to have any connection to that person as well as with my friend. So that's where, as we're looking at dual relationships and conflict of interest, we want to understand the proximity, the impact, but also the outside observer perspective. Another example, let's say my client works for a lawn care company, and let's say I am getting lawn care done on my home, and I look outside and I see my client. In that circumstance, it would be a dual relationship because I'm in a personal situation in a professional relationship with my client as well. So it'd be a dual relationship. Conflict of interest would be, oh man, this is Phil's house. So let me just give him a discount, do a special treatment, etc. So in that circumstance, if your client's mowing your grass, you may have to refer them out because it's too close to home. Literally, they're right outside your home. So as you think about a dual relationship and conflict of interest, do not just automatically jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action and be like, you know what, it's always supervision or it's always referring out, because we need to also understand what are the circumstances in which the dual relationship is occurring, what's the proximity to the client, what is the impact it has on their treatment. In addition to that, if there was an outside observer, what would they be able to say about the situation? So, understanding that if your client is bringing something into the therapeutic process, it could negatively impact their treatment. So, we would have to refer them out. So, for example, another example would be, let's say I am looking outside my house and I see my client in their car looking and taking pictures of my home. Well, in that circumstance, dual relationship, but also it could potentially be a precarious situation because my client is overstepping the therapeutic boundaries. And so that's where we never want to exploit our clients, but we also need to remind ourselves that there are circumstances where we may be connected to our clients. So let's say it's in a rural setting and it's an unavoidable connection that you have with the client. You then broach it with the client and understand how we can better proceed and set those healthy therapeutic boundaries. But in addition to that, we never, ever, ever, ever want to exploit our clients in any way, shape, or form. In another time when we need to refer the person out is when the client and social worker do not mesh well, and the client wants the transfer. So it's never, ever, 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 ever appropriate for the social worker to be like, you know what? I think it's best if you're referred out or see another person, because it's not our own personal preferences as well as our own personal morals, values, and ethics. It's up to those of our client. So if there are ethical situations that our client is engaging in or unethical behaviors, and it's our ethical duty to not influence our professional judgment, then we can refer them out. But just because we don't like a certain client or don't like certain diagnoses, etc., does not mean that we have the right to refer them out. Because as a social worker, we need to work with individuals in the capacity that we are trained, as well as what we are able to do. So therefore, if the client wants you to transfer them out, you may ask them why that is the case. However, sometimes you just refer them out to another person because they have the right self-determination. You don't want to question every possible thing about the client. So therefore, you would refer when the client is bringing something into the therapeutic process, when you don't have any experience or competency to work with the client, or they need more specialized pieces of information or treatment modalities. We have a connection to the client that is more close in proximity. It would negatively impact the therapeutic process. An outside observer would think that we're exploiting our client. In addition to that, when the client wants to transfer. So a quick review: refer, R equals no return; supervision, S equals specialized, because we're going to be getting specialized pieces of information that is going to give us more clear vision and better assist our clients. So we would seek supervision when we are bringing something in the therapeutic relationship, when we don't have enough expertise or knowledge in a particular area that is not a specialized piece of information, when we are experiencing countertransference. Countertransference, C equals client, because that is where we are going to be putting something onto the client and it's 100% counter to the therapeutic process. So any reactions that we have that are similar to the client's experiences, any adverse reactions to what the clients are bringing in or experiencing. So anytime that we are having something that could jeopardize or negatively impact a client's treatment, we would need to do our due diligence of seeking supervision. So our supervisor should have more experience, credentials, and expertise than we have. When we are going to refer, R equals no return. This is where we are going to have the client bring something into the therapeutic process, when something that could be negatively impactful, and we're not able to set healthy professional therapeutic boundaries, or the client is overriding the healthy therapeutic boundaries. In addition to that, the client is putting something onto us that is not actually present. They need more specialized treatment, trauma treatment, dialectical behavioral therapy, substance use, eating disorders, etc. We're experiencing a dual relationship or conflict of interest that is very close in proximity to the client, it's unavoidable, and it could be viewed as being exploitative of our clients, as well as when the client wants to transfer and to kind of spin it all the way back around, because a lot of times people will get supervision mixed up with consultation. Consultation, C equals coworker, because consultation is where I'm going to consult with a coworker for a short period of time, while supervision, S equals specialized, because I'm getting specialized pieces of information to give me more clear vision that is going to be a more long-standing relationship. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply and differentiate the differences and similarities of refer versus supervision. But again, do not feel like you have to memorize anything or be able to understand every possible situation, because the question is going to bring the details to you. So don't have that pressure of being like, man, I need to be perfect. I need to know everything. I need to be all over. You simply need to be able to recognize and apply the concepts as you can see them in the exam, but also remind yourself to give yourself grace to run the race, to go in the exam, kick it direct on the chest, to get the job done. Let's segue now into easy ways to be able to remember the personality disorders, because a lot of times what happens to people is that when they're thinking about the personality disorders or they're thinking about the DSM in general, they become super concerned. They become super worried that they don't know the concepts or content well enough. But as I always say, do not expect to be able to memorize everything, but be able to differentiate one diagnosis from the other diagnoses to be able to go on the exam, kick it directly in the chest, get the job done. The personality disorders are broken into 3 clusters. Cluster A, the odd and eccentric behaviors. Cluster B, the dramatic, emotional, and erratic cluster. And then cluster C, the anxious and fearful cluster. And each of them are going to have overlaps within the disorders that are falling under within the cluster that they are in. However, we can manipulate the names of the majority of the personality disorders to be able to tell us what the characteristics and different circumstances are within the personality disorders, and then be able to differentiate it from the others. The first personality disorder up to bat is paranoid personality disorder. Key emphasis on paranoid, because if you think of somebody that's paranoid, they're worried or concerned about multiple different things going on within their situation. So paranoid personality disorder is where somebody is paranoid or worried that other people are going to use them, exploit them, or harm them in some way with no actual evidence for what they are experiencing. So they're always going to be leery and going to be restricted in relationships for fear that people are going to harm them, exploit them, or use them. So stated in a different way, it is someone who is paranoid that other people are going to use information or situations against them in some way, and they fear that people are not going to be loyal to them and they can't trust them, either friends, spouse, etc. Anyone that somebody is connected to, they're always feeling like the person has a hidden motive. They always feel like the person is going to be doing things for tit for tat and always going to be trying to challenge them and going to harm them or exploit them. But there's no actual evidence for the claims that they are making. So let's say you have a friend that has paranoid personality disorder, and they're always accusing you of stealing from them. They're always accusing you of talking behind their back. They're always accusing you of gathering information about them and spreading rumors about them. And there's no actual evidence for the claims that they're making. And you're like, dude, I'm not saying anything about you, or I don't know where you're getting this information from, but they're continuing on with their beliefs. So it's almost like a delusion, false belief, not based on reality, even when presented with factual information. So paranoid personality disorder is where somebody's paranoid that other people are going to harm them, exploit them, or use them, or are worried or weary around people that they are in a relationship with for fear that they are going to leave them, or that they are going to try to harm them or cheat them or deceive them in some way, shape, or form, with no actual evidence for the claims that they're making. So Cam's on paranoid because the person has paranoia as it relates to relationships. The next personality disorder up to bat is schizoid personality disorder. Key emphasis on zoid. I always tell people, think of zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop, because this person is going to behave as if they are a robot and are going to function as if they are a robot and not want to have any relationships with other people. Because a lot of times people are going to get schizoid personality disorder and schizotypal personality disorders mixed up. The major difference between them is that schizoid, think of a zoid, think of a robot, beep, beep, boop, boop, because they're going to behave as if they are a robot. While schizotypal, they're not a typical person, and they're going to have odd and eccentric ways of behaving themselves in schizoid personality disorder, they're not going to want relationships with other people. Schizotypal personality disorder, they want relationships, but other people don't want relationships with them because they're odd and eccentric ways of behaving. So schizoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop, because the person is going to behave as if they are a robot. So stated in a different way, it's someone that does not care, does not care, does not care, does not care about having any relationships with other people or being close to other people. So that's including their family as well as any friends. So they prefer to be by themselves and they do not care about criticism from other people. So they have one purpose, such as a robot does. So if you think of a robot, it doesn't have the capacity to form relationships. It's only programmed to do certain things. So somebody that's schizoid personality disorder is going to be staying in their own lane. They prefer to be by themselves. They don't want to be connected to other people. They don't really have a preference on strangers versus their family. But in addition to that, they're going to prefer activities where they don't need a lot of human contact and they do not want relationships with other people. So an easy way to be able to recognize this one, Zoid, think of robot, beep, boop, boop, and they do not want relationships with other people. They're emotionally cold, they're distant, and they are only going to be interested in things that they are interested in, but they get very little pleasure from the things that they're even engaging in. So they're simply just doing what they think is expected of them. The next personality disorder up to bat is schizotypal personality disorder. Gamson typo. When you see typo, think of typical because they're not a typical person because they're going to behave in odd and eccentric ways. They're going to have magical thinking, delusions, and they're going to communicate in a way that is strange to other people, which is going to cause disconnect from those other individuals. And as I stated before, a lot of times people are going to get schizoid personality disorder and schizotypal personality disorders mixed up. However, the major difference is that the individual that has schizoid personality disorder, think of a zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop, they do not want relationships. But individuals with schizotypal personality disorder, they want relationships, but other people do not want relationships with them. So, stated in a different way, it is someone who has ideas of reference, emphasis on ideas. So if you think of somebody's ideas, it's the thoughts that they have in their head. Reference, emphasis on reference. Think of a reference point. So ideas of reference are where my ideas are more grandiose and beyond the reference point that I'm having. Like, man, I think that other people are talking about me. Or man, I think that that movie was talking directly to me. Or man, that person told me that I should go to Phil's one day course because they wanted me to feel connected to him and that I need to be changing my career from social work because that's what he said at the beginning of the session when I didn't say any of those particular things. So that's where somebody's going to identify hidden meanings and things that are not actually there. So your ideas are beyond the reference point that are actually possible. Magical thinking camps on magic because this is where somebody believes that their thoughts have magical powers and they're not actually connected. So, for example, if you had a thought like, man, I don't want to see this person at this friends gathering. And then they're like, you know what? I'm not coming to the friends gathering. You're like, holy crap. My thoughts made this person not come. So I must have magical powers. Or, you know what? I want my friend to call me later today. And then they call me. It's like, wow, I just thought about that happening and it occurred. So I'm connecting things that are not directly connected to one another and believing that I possess magical powers. Delusions, false belief not based on reality, even when presented with factual information. In addition to that, odd ways of speaking and presenting themselves in social situations. So this is where somebody could wear attire that is not going to make sense. So wearing a bathing suit to a therapy session, wearing a bathing suit in the winter, wearing a snowsuit in the summer, and wearing a witch's hat when it's not Halloween and thinking that you have magical powers. This could be very out there type appearances, but also your speech patterns are going to be in a way that is not going to make sense to other people, utilizing overly exquisite words that other people are not going to be able to understand. They tend to be anxious in social situations and want relationships, but do not want to be judged by other people, but people don't want relationships with them because they are going to have odd and eccentric ways that other people don't want to be around. So schizotypal personality disorder, where somebody's not a typical person, because they're going to behave in odd ways that are not going to make sense to other people, but also they're going to feel disconnected from other people because other people don't want to be connected to them due to their odd behaviors. So a quick review of cluster A, paranoid personality disorder, is where somebody is paranoid that other people are going to use them, exploit them, or harm them in some way. They're always going to be weary or accusatory towards the relationships that they in, for fear that the people are going to leave them, gossip about them, harm them in any way, shape, or form with no actual evidence. Schizoid personality disorder, Kim sound zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop, because this person is going to behave as if they are a robot. And think about a robot, it's cold, it's emotionless, it's not going to have the capacity to have a relationship with another person. So somebody that's schizoid personality disorder is not going to have close relationships. They're not going to desire close relationships. They prefer solitary activities where they can do them by themselves, and they don't want to be around other people. So they have one purpose, such as a robot does. Schizoid, think of a zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop. Schizotypal, they're not a typical person because they're going to behave in odd and eccentric ways, and other people are not going to want to be around them. They want relationships with other people, but other people do not want relationships with them. So again, the major difference between schizoid and schizotypal is that schizoid personality disorder does not want relationships, while schizotypal wants relationships, but other people do not want to be around them. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply and differentiate the disorders within cluster A, the odd and eccentric behaviors. The next cluster off the bat is cluster B, the dramatic, emotional, and erratic cluster. And these are the personality disorders a lot of times people are going to think about when they are thinking about the personality disorders, because these are going to be the more in your face type personality disorders. And these ones are going to be more out there and going to be more impactful towards other individuals. So the first personality disorder up to bat within cluster B, the dramatic, emotional, and erratic cluster, is borderline personality disorder. So there are two ways to be able to recognize and apply borderline personality disorder. Kim's on border and then line, because this is where somebody is on the border of one relationship and ready to go into another relationship, or they're willing to cross the line within relationships because they struggle with setting boundaries. So borderline personality disorder is often mistaken for histrionic personality disorder as well as dependent personality disorder because of their focus on relationships. However, the major difference between borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, as well as dependent personality disorder is why they are focused on a relationship and why they want to be in a relationship. So borderline personality disorder, again, Kiev's on border, think of somebody on the border of one relationship and ready to go to another relationship, or a line, they're willing to cross the line within relationships, is that the individual wants love, 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 and acceptance from other people. So the purpose of why they're in multiple relationships is because they're looking for love, 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 and acceptance from other people. Well, histrionic personality disorder, they're trying to make themselves a part of history. So they're looking for attention, 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 and acceptance from other people. While dependent personality disorder can sound depend because they're trying to depend on other people to survive and thrive. So they're looking for more of a survival angle versus either attention or love. So borderline personality disorder is where somebody's on the border of one relationship and ready to go to the next because they don't feel like the person loves them enough. Stated in a different way, it's someone who has a fear of abandonment and will do anything, anything, anything to ensure that people do not leave them, buy them things, do favors for them. So it's all around, if I do things for other people, they are going to love me. And again, it could be at the expense of themselves. So, for example, if I had borderline personality disorder and I was fearful that one of my friends was not going to want to be my friend any longer, or that they were going to leave me in some way, and then they called me and said, Phil, I need to watch my children today. I have no one else to watch them, and they're going to be left alone. And even though I had this session today, I'm like, you know what? I'm just canceling the session. I'm darting out of this joint. And you guys would be like, where in the heck is this guy at? Like, what's going on? And I, again, am sacrificing myself for somebody else for fear that they will leave me if I do not do what they want me to do. In addition to that, the person will have mood fluctuations from euphoria. Think of somebody excited and happy, of like, woo, to uncontrollable rage of like, I hate this person, get away from me. And again, it can happen in a matter of seconds. In addition to that, the person ranges from idealization to devaluation. So ideal, think of an ideal situation, It's the best thing ever. Let's say I meet somebody, I'm like, I love them. We're going to get married. They're awesome. They're incredible. They're the most amazing person I've ever met. To devaluation, camps on devalue, because if you devalue something, it goes down in value. So this is where I hate this person. I never want to see them again. They're the worst person on the planet. And that's where we kind of use the term splitting. Splitting is where I am seeing somebody as all good or all bad. They're the most amazing person in the world. I love them too. I hate them. They're the worst person. Get them away from me. I'd put a knife in the back of their neck, which can cause unstable, frequent relationships. Because if one moment somebody thinks you're the best person on the planet, and then in the next moment they hate you and want to harm you, you're oftentimes going to be like, this is kind of a roller coaster that I do not want to be on. In addition to that, they can experience suicidal ideations and gestures, and this can be twofold. Somebody can utilize suicidal ideations or gestures as a manipulation tool to keep somebody in a relationship with them of, I'm going to kill myself if you don't stay in a relationship with me, or they're going to experience suicidal ideations and gestures in order to kind of cope with the feelings of emptiness or like they're never enough, and kind of self-harm and kind of overcome the despair that they're experiencing. So borderline personality disorder keeps some border because they're on the border of one relationship and ready to cross over into another relationship because they don't feel like the person loves them enough and accepts them. Or they're also willing to cross the line within relationships because they struggle with setting boundaries or respecting other people's boundaries in some way, shape, or form. So borderline personality disorder is entirely focused on love and acceptance from other people. The next personality disorder up to bat is histrionic personality disorder. So key emphasis on history because this individual is trying to make themselves a part of history and they want every single person to be talking about them and for them to get as much attention as they can from other people. So a lot of times, as I was saying, people get borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorders mixed up. However, the purpose for the relationships and their behaviors are going to be totally different. Borderline personality disorder, they're looking for love, and acceptance from other people. Histrionic personality disorder, they're looking for attention, and acceptance from other people. So that's why I say that they're trying to make themselves a part of history, because if you think of people that are historical figures, people are going to be talking to them and about them for the totality of their days. In addition to that, if you think about historical statues and figures, they're often going to be naked and nude, because somebody that's histrionic personality disorder is going to utilize their body and sexual seductiveness to get attention, and acceptance from other people. So histrionic personality disorder could be somebody that is in frequent relationships, but it's not because they're looking for love. They just want people to pay attention to them and to give them acceptance in some way, shape, or form. Stated in a different way, it's someone who is uncomfortable when situations are not about them. So they will do anything for attention from other people. And the common behavior with somebody that's histrionic personality disorder is that they're always going to try one-upping another person. So again, if you have friends that have tried one-upping you or tried to invalidate your story by describing their own story, it's not going to mean that they have histrionic personality disorder, because just because somebody has one symptom doesn't mean that they have an entire disorder. But let's say we have somebody that has histrionic personality disorder that and you're telling other people, you know what, I'm about to take my family on a trip to Disneyland. We're super duper excited. We're pumped up. And everyone in the office or in your friend group is like, man, that's super cool. That's super incredible. Somebody that's histrionic personality disorder, remember, they're uncomfortable with situations not being about them, would be like Disneyland. We're going to Europe. We're going to Italy. We're going to this exotic tour, like whatever that is. And they're like, you know what? I went to Disneyland a billion times when I was a baby, and that's for babies now. And I'm about to do this on the back of a dragon and slaying it, because they're going to be identifying a mythical story to make their story sound way better. And they're always going to try to overemphasize the things that they do to make them seem more impressive to other people. Where you're like, man, I'm really wanting to understand how to do, let's say, dialectical behavioral therapy. And they're like, dude, I actually met Marshall Lanahan and did all these different things. And I've done these trainings, and because they want everything to be about them and kind of bulldoze anyone else that is getting attention at that particular moment. So again, all eyes are on them, and they're trying to make themselves a part of history. So this person will utilize their body and sexual seductiveness to get attention from other people as well. They'll try to show off parts of their body. They'll criticize other people's parts of their body in order to make themselves feel more superior and to be viewed as more valuable, if you will, by other people. So the person has mood swings and at times will be self-dramatizing. So think of a theater act. So when I was growing up as a kid, my mom would like to watch soap operas like General Hospital, Days of the Lives, all those different things. And if you've ever seen any of those shows, there's always that twist and turn that is always going to happen. So, like, things are going really, really great. And then it's like, oh my gosh, you'll never guess. And then something wild just dramatically happens out of nowhere. So, that's similar to what histrionic personality disorder would be like. Let's say you are talking to your friends about taking the exam and you're super pumped up and excited, and somebody that has histrionic personality disorder comes in and says, guess what? You'll never guess what happened to me. And they're like, what happened? And it may not even be anything that important or that out there, but they're having that like damsel in distress type mentality of like, oh my gosh, I need everyone to pay attention to me or to help me out or to give me as much emotional energy as I possibly can get. So it's like a theater act. So any given thing that this person does, they're always going to emphasize it like it is the greatest thing that's ever happened on the planet. So like you're talking to a friend and you're like, man, I've had a really rough day at work. And they're like, oh my God, you'll never guess what happened to me at work. And da 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 da. And they just take over the conversation and you're like, oh, okay, sounds cool. But it's always like a theater act and everything has to be all eyes on them. And if it's not, they're going to be uncomfortable. In addition to that, the person is a chameleon because the person is moldable to situations for acceptance and views relationships to be more intimate than they actually are. Because if you think about it, if I'm trying to make myself a part of history and I want every single person to be talking about me, I'm always going to find ways to relate to other people or to be better than other people. So, for example, let's say I have two friend groups. One friend group likes sports and the other friend group likes board games. When I'm with the people that play board games, I'm like, man, anyone that doesn't play board games are stupid. I don't understand why no one else would. Like anyone else that doesn't are losers. And then when I'm with the friend group that plays sports, I'm like, man, anyone that doesn't play sports are losers. And I don't understand why they wouldn't. And let's say somebody from the board group was like, Phil, what did you just say? And I'm like, and I just kind of freeze and kind of like twist myself out of the situation because again, I'm trying to position myself in being gifted and talented in multiple areas, but I'm always going to try to view myself as being impressive to other people. So I'm just going to always be impressionistic, utilize words that people are using, try to mold myself into situations for acceptance, but also anyone that is going to give me attention, I'm going to view as them wanting to be in an intimate relationship with me, which could cause unstable, frequent relationships. Just because somebody is being nice to you and just because somebody's showing you attention doesn't mean that they actually want to be in a relationship with you. So, a quick review: histrionic personality disorder, think of history because they're trying to make themselves a part of history and they want every single person to be talking about them, or think about historical statues and figures. They're all naked and nude because this person will utilize their body and sexual seductiveness to get attention from other people, because the difference between histrionic personality disorder and the other personality disorders is histrionic personality disorder is where somebody is trying to make themselves a part of history and look for attention, and acceptance from other people. Or borderline personality disorder is where somebody's looking for love, 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 and acceptance from other people. And dependent personality disorder, which can be mistaken for the other two personality disorders that we have already talked about, is where somebody is going to be in relationships because they need to depend on other people to get their needs met. So histrionic personality disorder, they're going to be making everything about them. And if things aren't about them, they're uncomfortable. They're going to one up people. They're going to tell stories like they're on the back of a dragon with a sword and a mythical creature. They're also going to utilize their body and sexual seductiveness. They're going to have mood swings when things are not about them. They're going to lash out at other people, but also have swings of depression when people aren't talking about them. They're going to be moldable to other people and try to make themselves seem more impressive than they actually are, given the circumstances of particular situations. And they're going to get into relationships for attention, and acceptance from other people. The next personality disorder up to bat is antisocial personality disorder. And a lot of times people will get antisocial personality disorder mixed up with avoidant personality disorder, just based on the fact that when you think of antisocial, you think of somebody not wanting to socialize. Well, antisocial personality disorder, key emphasis on social. It's not that the person doesn't want to socialize with other people. Other people do not want to socialize with them, because somebody that has antisocial personality disorder is somebody that is going to be willing to break the rules, norms, and laws of society because they don't feel like they actually apply to them. So that's where Antisocial is not that I don't want to socialize with people. Other people don't want to socialize with me because my erratic behavior, my engagement in illegal activities, and that so what type mentality. Well, avoidant personality disorder is where somebody is going to avoid social situations for fear that they're not good enough and that they're not going to be accepted by other people. So, antisocial personality disorder is going to be very similar to conduct disorder, which is a childhood diagnosis where they're engaging in illegal activity, stealing, harming, intimidating people, and not following rules. So, antisocial personality disorder is the person is not able to socialize because they break the social rules, norms, and laws of society. So it's someone who fails to conform to social norms and will break the law and hurt people for their own personal gain. Because a lot of times people will get antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorders mixed up as well. However, antisocial personality disorder is somebody that doesn't really need affirmation or credit from other people. They're somebody that is more looking for I need to be in control of every situation that I'm in. If somebody tries telling me what to do, I'm going to challenge them. I'm going to come at them. And again, it's not that I am trying to find benefit and be looking like I'm more impressive than other people. I'm just trying to manipulate other people for my own personal gain and don't like feeling controlled. While narcissistic personality disorder is I need to be viewed as the best and greatest person on the planet. I'm going to manipulate people. I'm going to coerce people for my own personal gain in order for me to be viewed as highly. Well, antisocial personality disorder is like, so what type mentality. Catch me if you can. I'm going to do what I want. You can't stop me, regardless of what is going on. So the person lacks remorse for their actions. They'll harm people, deceive people, and be like, you know what? That's just how life is. They'll go into a Walmart and steal and be like, you know what? Walmart steals from a bunch of people. So what? I'm not going to be stopped. What are you going to do about it, punk? And it's like they don't have any regard for the safety of themselves or other people. So they're willing to risk their own lives. They're willing to risk the lives of other people. They're willing to hurt other people. They're willing to hurt themselves, etc., in order for them to have as much control as they possibly can. So they also find it hard to fulfill obligations and lack impulse control. So antisocial personality disorder is where somebody is going to live life on their own terms and what they think is supposed to be right within society, whether it is going to align with societal rules, norms, and laws or not. So antisocial personality disorder is catch me if you can or so what type mentality. It's going to be engagement in illegal activity. So individuals that have antisocial personality disorder are oftentimes going to be incarcerated and or are going to be doing things that could cause them to be incarcerated. So they're going to be engaging in more illegal activity and they're going to be like, I did it. So what? What are you going to do about it, punk? Type mentality because they don't like feeling controlled. So the next one up to that is narcissistic personality disorder. And I don't have a clever way to be able to recognize and apply narcissistic personality disorder. And if somebody had narcissistic personality disorder and heard that, they would be really frustrated because narcissistic personality disorder is all eyes are on me and I need to be respected and be viewed as the most gifted and talented person on the planet, regardless of whether I am or not. And if people aren't willing to do that for me, I'm going to challenge them, degrade them, and harm them in any way that I can. So the major difference between antisocial personality disorder is I'm going to do what I think is right for my own personal gain, and I'm willing to break the rules, laws, and norms of society to do so. And I'll admit when I've done something. While narcissistic personality disorder isn't really about you can't tell me what to do. It's I'm a gifted and talented and powerful person. So antisocial personality disorder is somebody that could be incarcerated, while narcissistic personality disorder is somebody that is like a CEO or a politician because they're only thinking about themselves and what they can gain from other people. Well, antisocial is like, so what? You can't tell me what to do, punk. I'm going to do what I want and you're not going to stop me. So, looking at this a little bit further, narcissistic personality disorder is someone who's preoccupied with success, money, love, and acceptance from other people. So, they always need to be viewed as highly gifted and talented, and that they need to be benefiting themselves off of other individuals. In addition to that, the person lacks remorse for their actions, and they're going to have a grandiose sense of self esteem and feels like they're never wrong in situations. So, if I am not even capable of doing something, I'm going to convince people that I am. I'm going to fake it until I make it, essentially. And what this is going to do is I'm going to think that I'm more gifted and talented. And if I convince other people that I'm more gifted and talented, I'm not going to worry about whether I've harmed other people. I'm not going to worry about if somebody calls me out if something is wrong. I'm just going to bulldoze and convince them that they are wrong. So antisocial is I did it. So what? What are you going to do about it, punk? So if you've ever seen the Friday movies, antisocial is more like Debo of like, that's my bike, punk, or that's my chain now. Well, narcissistic is convincing or manipulating people for your own personal gain and never saying that you are incorrect. So, for example, if you say, you know what, Phil, you messed this up, or man, you said that you were going to do something for me, and I'm like, oh, did I? I don't remember doing that, or I didn't say that. Like, where are you getting that from? And it's because I'm trying to make you question your own reality and to make it look like I'm perfect and never going to make a mistake in any way, shape, or form. So that's where a lot of times the strategy gaslighting comes with narcissistic personality disorder. And again, a lot of times people are going to misuse that term within society. However, where it is going to originate from is from the movie Gaslight, where there was an individual that stole some jewels and hid it into a house. And they get into a relationship with an individual where they are trying to get the jewels back from the house. And they, again, it's an older movie, so they're going to utilize lanterns and they're going to change the amount of light within the lanterns and convince the person that they're not changing the lantern lights and that the person is going crazy. So in that situation, they're like, I'm not doing anything. Like, what are you even thinking? Because again, they're never going to say that they're wrong. They're going to convince you that you're wrong or somebody else is to blame for what is going on. In addition to that, the person feels like they are special and can only relate to people of their own caliber. They're like, I'm the most gifted and talented person on the planet. I'm the only person that can do this. So, like, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're doing this because I'm the only person that can do this. So, I don't know what you're kind of getting at because I'm that person. I'm the best person that is ever able to do this. So that's where they are going to feel like they're special and only relate to certain people. So that's where if somebody has narcissistic personality disorder, they oftentimes are going to try pitting people against one another. Or if they have already utilized that person or they aren't feeling like the person has a use in their life any longer, they're going to associate with other people where they can get more gain or pit another person against another person for their own benefit. So they're always going to be manipulative and hurt people without any empathy or remorse to advance themselves. So the difference again between antisocial and narcissistic is antisocial, they don't need the like recognition from other people. They don't need all eyes on them type mentality. They're like, don't tell me what to do. I'm going to do what I want. So get out of my face, punk, or I'm going to end your life. When narcissistic, they need everybody talking about them. They need all eyes on them, and they will do anything for their own personal gain. They'll manipulate people. They'll harm people. They'll lie about things. They'll be deceitful and convince other people that they're the problem. They're not the problem. And they'll only associate with people that they seem to be superior to. So that way they can kind of like triangulate the other person. They can belittle other person. But once that person stops giving them the credit and affirmation they're looking for, they're going to dispose of the person in order to find someone else that will co-sign what they've been doing. So a quick review of cluster B, the dramatic and emotional erratic cluster. Borderline personality disorder is where somebody is on the border of one relationship and ready to cross over into another relationship because they're looking for love, 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 and acceptance from another person. Histrionic personality disorder camps on history because they're trying to make themselves a part of history. So they're trying to get attention, 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 and acceptance from other people, and they want all eyes on them. Antisocial personality disorder camps on social because they're going to break the social rules, norms, and laws of society, and other people are not going to want to socialize with them. Narcissistic personality disorder is where somebody is going to make everything about them, all eyes on them, and everything that they do, they want everyone to give them affirmation and credit. And if they don't, they're going to belittle them, they're going to challenge them and make themselves superior to anyone in any given circumstance. So the difference between antisocial and narcissistic, antisocial, think of somebody that is incarcerated, while narcissistic, think of a CEO or a politician because they're always going to feel like they are right and never really tell the truth or just kind of cross their words as if they've never done anything wrong. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the differences among the cluster B personality disorder. The next cluster up to bat is cluster C, the anxious and fearful cluster. And there are going to be some overlaps with the other personality disorders. I'll be drawing the parallel as we go through them. The first personality disorder up to bat is avoidant personality disorder. Emphasis on avoid because avoidant personality disorder is where somebody is going to avoid social situations because they do not feel like they are good enough. And a lot of times people will get paranoid personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, and avoidant personality disorders mixed up. However, remember, paranoid personality disorder is where somebody is paranoid or worried that people are going to use them, exploit them, and harm them in some way. So they are going to avoid social situations to protect themselves. Schizoid personality disorder, again, sound zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop, because the person is going to behave as if they are a robot and they do not want relationships. Antisocial personality disorder, Kim-san social, because the person is not going to be able to socialize with other people because they're breaking the social rules, norms, and laws of society. So it's not that they don't want relationships. Other people don't want relationships with them because of their behavior of being erratic and not having regard for the safety of other people. While avoidant personality disorder is where I'll avoid social situations because I don't feel like I'm good enough or that I will actually be accepted by other people. Stated in a different way, the person avoids social situations because of their own self image. So it's someone who's worried about being judged by other people and avoids activities that they know that they will not be good at. So they only stick to activities that they are good at and that they will have acceptance from other people. So the person will only spend time with people that they know that they will be accepted by, yet are also reserved with sharing personal information as well. So they have relationships with other people. It's just the relationships that they have, they're oftentimes not expressing themselves or showing their true selves to those individuals for fear that people are going to reject them or push them away and not actually accept them for who they are. They also have a low self esteem and view themselves as socially inept or inferior to others without any evidence. And that's the key component there is that the person doesn't have any evidence for the claims that they are making. They're like, you know what? I'm stupid. Other people are not going to want to be around me. I'm awful at everything that I do. But the friends that they have are not saying any of those things. No one's trying to reject them. No one's trying to come at them in any way. So that's where they are always viewing themselves as inferior to other people, and they're comparing themselves to other people without any evidence that they're not equally as gifted and talented as other people. So their fear causes them to avoid anything that can involve any possible rejection or criticism from other people. So they're always going to avoid social situations for fear that they're going to be rejected or that other people are not going to want to be around them based on who they are. So it's all around. I need to be accepted by other people. But if I'm not accepted by other people, I'm going to avoid the social situation to protect myself. And that's different than paranoid personality disorder, because paranoid is where they believe that people are going to harm them, exploit them, or use their actions or what they say to other people in some way. While avoidant is I'm not willing to take the risk of being connected to other people for fear that they're not going to want me based on who I am. So avoidant, they avoid social situations because they don't feel like they are good enough. The next personality disorder up to bat is dependent personality disorder. Key emphasis on depend, because this is where somebody is going to depend on other people to survive and thrive. So there are going to be frequent relationships with independent personality disorder. However, as I stated before, borderline personality disorder, key emphasis on border, somebody's on the border of one relationship and ready to cross over into another relationship because they don't feel like they are getting enough love, and acceptance from other people. Histrionic personality disorder, where somebody's trying to make themselves a part of history. So they're looking for attention, and acceptance from other people. While dependent personality disorder, they may have frequent relationships, but it's all based on them being fearful that they're not able to take care of themselves and that they are going to depend on other people to survive. Stated in a different way, it's someone who finds it difficult to make decisions without feedback and reassurance from other people. So they're always going to be looking for guidance from other people. And the purpose is if things do not go well, they can say it was the other person's fault, not their fault, and that they are too scared that they aren't going to make the right decision. So even though somebody could be getting a lot of information, and even though somebody could be able to make the decision on their own, they're still contacting someone to co-sign their decisions in some way, shape, or form. So the person also finds it difficult to initiate projects or do things on their own and will seek out assistance in tasks that they could entirely complete and that they know how to complete. They are just fearful that they're going to make a mistake or that they're not going to do it, quote unquote, in the right way. And therefore, prefer other people to do things for them. So the person fears being alone and will engage in relationships where they can be taken care of. So dependent personality disorder, they are going to depend on other people to survive and thrive with and for their situation. And this is the key component again. They're going to seek out assistance in tasks that they can complete on their own. So that's where it's going to be an over reliance on other people for fear that they're not going to be able to complete the task in an appropriate manner. But in addition to that, that they would prefer other people do things for them for fear that they are not good at them, but also that if they were to do something on their own, that they would mess it up. So they're going to go to great deals of length in order to get affirmation or feedback from other people. So let's say you know that you need to register for the exam. So you're calling every single friend that you have to say, do you think it's a good idea for me to schedule the exam? But in your mind, you want somebody to tell you no. So you keep calling people and they're like, yeah, schedule your test, schedule your test. And you're like, who's going to tell me no? So that way it's going to co-sign the decision that I'm making. And the last personality disorder up to bat is obsessive compulsive personality disorder. And it's different than obsessive compulsive disorder. So obsessive compulsive personality disorder, key emphasis on obsessed, because this is somebody that is going to be obsessed with being the best, and they are going to always feel like they have the best way of doing things and that other people should just listen to what they have to say. While obsessive compulsive disorder is where somebody's going to have obsessions, intrusive thoughts, or negative thoughts and compulsions, which are behaviors that they do after they've experienced the intrusive thoughts or negative thoughts that they are experiencing. So a huge difference is that obsessive compulsive personality disorder is where somebody is going to be obsessed with being the best and try to influence other people's situations, while obsessive compulsive disorder is where somebody is going to have obsessions or intrusive thoughts and compulsions or behaviors that they do in relation to that. So obsessive compulsive personality disorder is more distressing towards other people because other people don't like being bulldozed and told what to do, versus obsessive compulsive disorder, which is more distressing for the actual person. So stated in a different way, obsessive compulsive personality disorder is where somebody is obsessed with the best because they feel like they have the best way of doing things. So it's someone who is overly structured and focused on rules to the point where activities can be delayed or worsened by the actual rules and laws that they believe should be followed. So for example, we're playing Monopoly, and normally people that play Monopoly are going to play house rules to make the game faster and speed it up. And this person is not okay with that. So they're whipping out the Monopoly rules and saying, we're not doing it right. We need to be doing X, Y, and Z. And you're like, man, just loosen up and take it easy. And they're willing to flip the board over on you because you're not doing it the quote unquote right way. In addition to that, the person is focused on being perfect and is overly devoted to work and being productive at the expense of leisure activities. And it's beyond them actually wanting to accomplish a particular goal because there's not a financial necessity. There's not actual goal that they're trying to meet. They just prefer to be productive in any way, shape, or form over actually taking it easy and relaxing. And they find it difficult to actually relax. So the person finds it difficult to discard worn out items and hoards money when it's not a financial necessity. So they find it difficult to let things go because obsessive compulsive personality disorder is entirely based on control, to the controlling all of their actions, the actions of other people, and they want to keep their environment as sameness as they possibly can. So obsessive compulsive personality disorder is where somebody's obsessed with becoming the best. They're overly productive and structured and follow rules to the expense of leisure activities and enjoyment of themselves as well as other people. They find it difficult to get rid of things. They find it difficult to spend money, even when it's not a financial necessity. So they're hoarding money as much as they possibly can to prevent any future financial crises. So a quick review of the cluster C personality disorders. Avoidant personality disorder, again, sound avoid. They are going to avoid social situations for fear that they are not going to be accepted or be good enough for other people. Dependent personality disorder comes on depend because this is where somebody is going to depend on other people to survive and thrive and strive within their situation. And they will go to great deals of length in order for them to get reassurance, guidance, and for somebody to co-sign the decisions in their life. Obsessive compulsive personality disorder can sound obsessed because this is where somebody is going to be obsessed with being the best and feel like they have the best way of doing things, regardless of the feedback of other people. They're rigid, stubborn, and only like to do things in their own particular way. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply and differentiate the personality disorders from one another. Let's segue now into the schizophrenia spectrum. And the schizophrenia spectrum is going to identify the progression of psychosis. So, therefore, a lot of times when people think about the psychotic disorders, they get themselves twisted and confused. However, the major difference between brief psychotic disorder, schizophreniform, and schizophrenia is the length of time that is required. So, the schizophrenia spectrum is truly a spectrum based on the length of time. So, the first diagnosis or disorder up to bat is brief psychotic disorder. So, key emphasis on brief. Think of a brief amount of time. It is a shorter period of time. So, when you think of something that's short, think of 30 days or less, because brief psychotic disorder is where somebody is going to be experiencing symptoms of psychosis for 30 days or less. The next one up to bat is schizophreniform. Key emphasis on pre. So, if you look closely, it's going to have the word pre. And then if you look at the tail end, it's going to have form. So schizophreniform is the pre-form of schizophrenia. So it's longer than a brief amount of time, so longer than 30 days. However, less than 6 months, because the final avulsion is schizophrenia, which is 6 months or longer. So that's where the major difference between the psychotic disorders, brief psychotic disorder, schizophreniform, and schizophrenia is the length of time. When you think of something that's brief, think of 30 days or less, because brief psychotic disorder is 30 days or less. Schizophreniform, it's the preform of schizophrenia, so longer than a brief amount of time, so longer than 30 days, yet less than 6 months, because the final avulsion is schizophrenia, which is 6 months or longer. So the major difference here is the length of time that is required for the symptoms that you can see. Brief psychotic disorder, 30 days or less, because something that's brief is shorter, 30 days or less. Schizophreniform, it's the pre-form of schizophrenia, so it's longer than a brief amount of time, longer than 30 days, yet less than the final form, which is 6 months or longer, which is schizophrenia. So schizophreniform, longer than 30 days, yet less than 6 months, because once it turns over the 6-month threshold, it's going to turn into schizophrenia. So the major difference here is simply the length of time. The criteria are going to be the exact same. Brief psychotic disorder is going to require less symptoms. It just is one of the following symptoms of 1, 2, or 3: delusions, hallucinations, or disorganized speech. But schizophreniform and schizophrenia are going to be the exact same, of needing 2 of the following symptoms: delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, grossly disorganized catatonic behaviors, or the negative symptoms. So that is another difference as well. But simply the length of time is going to help you determine what we are considering in the question. Brief psychotic disorder, 30 days or less. Schizophreniform, preform of schizophrenia, so longer than a brief amount of time, longer than 30 days, yet less than 6 months, because 6 months or longer is schizophrenia. So the symptoms are as follows: delusions, false belief not based on reality, even when presented with factual information. And that's what's going to make it a delusion, because as a human, naturally, when we get new pieces of information, we're going to start making adaptations to our thought process or our schema. So delusions are where you have a false belief not based on reality, but you are given factual information and you're like, no, that's not the case. I don't believe you, and you're lying to me. So, for example, let's say we had a client that's like, you know what, I'm being hired by the government and I'm here to solve X, Y, or Z. Or, you know what, I'm getting special messages through the television. These are messages that are meant for me and no one else. And then you get actual evidence of, like, you know what, the government's not saying that you're working with them. Your TV is not even on, or you don't have any relationship with any of the people that you say that they're talking to you through the television. And they're like, you know what? You're against me too. So I'm out. And again, delusions, false belief, not based on reality, even when presented with factual information, and they refuse to give it up. Because as humans, as we get new information, we're oftentimes going to be making adaptations to our thought processes, as well as the way that we view the world. But a delusion, you have a false belief, so it's not based on reality or facts. And when provided factual information, you are going to decline and not even give up or change your thought process. Hallucinations are auditory, visual, tactile, or olfactory, hearing, seeing, feeling, smelling things that are not actually there or that other people are not able to experience as well. So it's external or internal stimuli that other people are not experiencing at the same time. Disorganized speech, think of something that's disorganized, it's chaotic, it has no rhyme or reason, so it's all over the place. So when you think about that in the context of speech, it's saying things that do not make sense, utilizing made up words, utilizing a different alphabet or language that is not existing at this moment, utilizing made up words with no rhyme or reason or no meaning, or that other people don't understand what you're trying to tell them. Tangential speech, bouncing from topic to topic to topic to topic with no common theme, and it's going to impair effective communication. So, for example, if I'm talking about how to pass the exam, and then I start talking about Powerade, then I start talking about cell phones, then I start talking about glasses, then I start talking about microphones, and then get back to talking about the exam, you'd say, Phil, what do Powerade, cell phones, glasses, and microphones have to do with passing the exam? But again, in order for it to be disorganized speech, it must impair effective communication. Because if you're able to understand what I'm telling you and it makes sense within the context of the situation, you're not going to think it's off kilter, or in some way, you're not going to be lost in my thought process. Because if I'm talking about what disorganized speech is and I'm naming those objects, you're going to be like, yeah, that totally makes sense. But if we're just having a conversation, you're like, Phil, what's going on? And I'm like, Powerade, cell phone, glasses, and microphone, you're going to be confused, like, wait, what? So that's where disorganized speech, think of something that's disorganized, it's chaotic with no rhyme or reason. So it's when communication is chaotic and it impairs effective communication. Though grossly disorganized or catatonic behaviors, again, grossly disorganized, something that's disorganized is chaotic with no rhyme or reason, or catatonic, key emphasis on cat. Think of a cat that's scared. It's frozen into place, because disorganized behaviors are going to be things that are going to be chaotic with no rhyme or reason or over the top expressions. While catatonic behaviors, think of something that's catatonic or experiencing catatonia. It's going to be flatlined because somebody's body and or mind is going to be so overwhelmed that they're not able to respond or react to their environment. So a couple of examples that we can see: repetitive senseless movements or childlike silliness. So this could be rocking back and forth. This could be pacing. And this could be flapping. This could be doing different behaviors that do not make sense. This could be we're in a meeting and I'm doing behaviors that you would not expect. So like you and I are in like a supervision meeting with other people, and then I stand on top of the desk and beat on my chest like a gorilla, like, oh, and I start throwing footballs all around. You'd be like, what the heck is going on? Or that doesn't make sense. Or I'm laughing in situations where it's not someone telling a joke or something's funny, or I'm just doing different behaviors where somebody's looking at me like, what the heck is that guy even doing? Another possibility: repeated movements with no rhyme or reason, pacing back and forth, walking and flapping, hitting my head against things, etc. Pacing, walking in circles, talking to myself, either just in general or as if I'm responding to hallucinations. And a lot of times people are like, well, Phil, I talk to myself all the time. But remember, one symptom does not make it an entire disorder, but also the way that this person is talking to themselves as if an entire person is there, or they're responding to something that is not actually there within their situation, writing constantly, writing letters to people that you think have influence or that you are communicating with that you're not actually communicating with. Poor hygiene or lack of grooming or disheveled appearance. Poor hygiene, not having activities of daily living, showering, grooming, brushing teeth, making sure that you have clean clothing. This could be disheveled appearance. Let's say you're normally used to having somebody that is more presentable, and then they have dirty clothing, their hair's all over the place, they're unshaved, they haven't really showered or any of those different things in a decent amount of time. So think of like a mad scientist or somebody, his appearance that is just as if they are not able to shower or keep up with their activities of daily living. Unpredictable or inappropriate agitation. So this is where somebody can be a ticking time bomb and ready to explode at any given moment. Or that if somebody is angry, that their reaction is over the top. So for example, let's say you're working with an individual and they tell you a story about how they were at a stoplight and they were on their cell phone and somebody honked behind them because the light turned green, and they got out of the car and was ready to punch a hole into the person's window for them honking the horn at them, and be like, holy smokes, I can understand that was frustrating for you. But at the same time, your reaction is over the top, or they're going to be yelling like, leave me alone, to the external stimuli that they are actually experiencing or having a conversation. And also could be that their expressions are not consistent with what is going on within this situation. Another possibility in more catatonic behaviors is adopt in a pose which may be maintained for hours, and they may resist efforts to be moved in a different position or assume a new position for hours as well. So, for example, if you've ever tried standing on one foot in a decent amount of time, you're going to want to topple over and you're not going to be able to keep your balance. So let's say you were able to do it for 30 seconds. Somebody that has catatonic behavior could stand on their leg for hours at a time or even days at a time because their body is frozen as if they are a statue because their mind and body are so overwhelmed that it's shut itself down. So symptoms, delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, and grossly disorganized or catatonic behaviors. Symptoms 1, 2, 3, and 4 are positive symptoms, if you will. So positive P equals putting something in. So these are things that have been put into somebody's situation that were not previously present prior to their active phase symptoms. On the other side of the river, we have the negative symptoms. And a lot of times people are not comfortable or aware of the negative symptoms. Negative, N equals nabbing or removing something outside of the situation. So the negative symptoms are symptoms that are going to take away somebody's functioning that was previously there. So the negative symptoms are diminished emotional expression. So you do not have any outward emotional expression, or even if you're super duper excited, let's say somebody hands you a check for $10,000, you're just kind of like, that's great. Versus somebody standing up on the desk like, this is incredible. I love it. So diminished emotional expression is where somebody's emotions are turned all the way down. So it's reduction in the emotional expression of emotions, face, eye contact, intonation of speech, movements in hand, head, and face during conversation, or a flat affect. So if you think about that, it'd be as if somebody is just kind of like frozen and not really having a lot of energy or expression, and they're not able to actually engage in the conversation. An intonation of speech, key emphasis on tone, because this is where somebody is going to have a monotone of voice and they are just going to be flat affect and as if they are talking to a robot and there is no change in expression at all. So that's where intonation of speech is, where their speech is going to be kind of flat and it's going to be almost robotic with no actual engagement in excitement or having any variations within their voice. Abolition, camps on avo, think of avoid. So abolition is where somebody is going to avoid a self-initiated mission because they are no longer motivated or excited to accomplish whatever they have set forth. So abolition, they're avoiding a mission. So avo, think of avoid. Lition, think of a mission. They're avoiding a mission because they lack motivation to complete self-initiated purposeful activities. So key emphasis on self-initiated because this would require somebody to do it on their own. However, if they had a friend, parent, concerned person want them to do activities, they may be motivated to engage in those activities, but when it comes to themselves, they're going to prefer to not do things. So little interest in participating in work or social situations, and they withdraw from family, friends, and social activities. So they must have had a baseline of being more social and more engaging with other people. Now, abolition, they're avoiding self-initiated mission, so they're avoiding their interest and avoiding activities that they previously would have completed. Alogia or logia, camps on log, think of a lump on a log, or somebody not being able to keep up with a log of communication. And they're going to find themselves losing themselves in conversations, or you're communicating with a person, but they're unsure what they should say. They're utilizing simple words, or the words that they're using do not make sense in the context of the situation. Like if you ask them, what have you been up to? And they're like, Powerade, phone, glasses, microphone, you'd be really confused what the person is talking about. So it's where somebody avoids communicating with other people or utilizes few words when communicating. And the next one up to bat is anhedonia, key emphasis on done, because this is where somebody's pleasure is going to be done. And it's going to be also associated with depressive episodes. But again, one symptom doesn't create a disorder. So anhedonia is a decreased ability to experience pleasure and or the reduction in the initiation of engaging in pleasurable activities. So let's say somebody used to love running, somebody utilized to like working out, somebody used to play video games. and now they have no motivation or even enjoyment or excitement while doing so. So anhedonia is where their pleasure is going to be done. And the last one is asociality. So key emphasis on asocial, because if you think of somebody that is not being social, they're going to be considered asocial. So asociality is they're not socializing with other people. They don't have an interest in socializing with other people, but also are just avoiding the initiation of communicating with other people. So asociality is apparent lack of interest in social interactions and may be associated with avolition, but also can be due to limited opportunities for social interactions. So avo, think of avoid, because they are going to avoid lition, think of a mission. So they are going to avoid a self-initiated mission that they previously would have wanted to complete prior to experiencing active phase symptoms. So a quick review of the schizophrenia spectrum. The major difference here is going to be the length of time. Brief, think of a brief amount of time, 30 days or less. Schizophrenia form. Pre, think of prior. So it's the pre form of schizophrenia. So longer than a brief amount of time, longer than 30 days, yet less than 6 months, because 6 months or longer is schizophrenia. So the major difference here is the length of time. Delusions, false belief not based on reality, even when presented with factual informations. Hallucinations, auditory, visual, tactile, or olfactory, hearing, seeing, smelling, or feeling things that are not actually there or that other people are not able to experience as well. Disorganized speech, Kiam-san, disorganized, think of chaotic with no rhyme or reason. And when it comes to speech, it's going to be impaired communication with other people, because you're not going to be communicating in an effective manner or utilizing themes or words that do not make sense. Grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior. Grossly disorganized, think of something that's disorganized. It's chaotic with no rhyme or reason, or catatonic behaviors. Kiam-san, cat, think of a cat that's scared. It's going to be frozen into place or space. The negative symptoms, N equals nabbing or removing. So these are the symptoms that are going to be removing things from the person's life. So diminished emotional expression, their outward emotional expression is going to be turned all the way down. They're not going to have a lot of emotions within their face, eye contact, and notation of speech. They're going to be talking more robotic and not really have any expression. They're not going to be utilizing their hands, head, or any movements within their body. And they have that flat affect, abolition. Avo, think of avoid, lition. They're going to avoid self-initiated missions that they previously would have wanted to complete, a logia or a logia. Kiam-san, log, think of them being a lump on a log. They're not having a lot of energy within conversation, or they're finding it difficult to keep up with a log of communication because they are unsure what to say, or they're utilizing few words when communicating. Anhedonia, Kiam-san, done, because this is where somebody's pleasure within activities that they would have wanted to enjoy previously is going to be done. Asociality, Kiam-san, asocial, think of somebody not wanting to socialize with other people, and it could be apparent lack of social interactions. With abolition, avo, think of avoid, lition, think of a mission. They're going to avoid a mission of communicating, but it could also be due to limited opportunities for social interactions. So let's say somebody's hospitalized, they don't have the numbers for the people, other people are not wanting to communicate with them based on their symptoms, etc. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply and differentiate the disorders within the schizophrenia spectrum. The major difference here is the length of time that is needed, but also understanding what are the particular symptoms, as well as identifying how they can be different than other disorders as well. Let's segue now into bipolar disorder. And a lot of times people will get bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorders mixed up simply because they sound very similar. However, the major differences between bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorders are the duration of symptoms, the impact it has on somebody's life, as well as the necessity of an episode of depression. Other than that, the symptoms are the exact same. So do not overthink and get yourself riled and dialed up. So let's look at this a little bit further. So bipolar 1 disorder, so the first edition, so bipolar 1, think of 1, the first edition, because that is going to help us out with a couple of differences in a little bit. The person must have at least one manic episode. So by definition, if an individual has ever had a manic episode, it is going to be bipolar 1 disorder, because there has to be a presence of at least one manic episode. So bipolar 1 disorder can have manic episodes, can have hypomanic episodes, as well as episodes of depression as well. So that's where it can be present, but is not 100% required. And the only requirement for bipolar 1 disorder is one manic episode. Hypomanic, as well as episodes of depression, can be present as well. The duration of symptoms is 1 week. So bipolar 1, think of 1 week or longer, or any duration that's going to necessitate hospitalization. So that's where the name bipolar 1, think of 1 week or longer, or any duration that requires hospitalization. And what could require hospitalization? Psychosis, again, symptoms of psychosis, delusions, false belief not based on reality, even when presented with factual information, hallucinations, auditory, visual, tactile, or olfactory, hearing, seeing, feeling, or smelling things that are not actually there. Disorganized speech, think of disorganized, think of chaotic, no rhyme or reason. When it comes to speech, it's going to be impairing effective communication, grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior, where somebody's behaviors are going to be chaotic with no rhyme or reason, or they're going to be experiencing catatonia, or they're going to be catatonic. Think of a cat that's scared, is going to be frozen into place, or suicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent. Homicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent. So, by definition, if somebody's experiencing any symptoms of psychosis or suicidal ideations or homicidal ideations, it's going to be bipolar 1 disorder, which would be a manic episode. In addition to that, it does require a negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning. Because if somebody is not having a clinically or negatively impact on their functioning, so clinically significant or negative impact, we're going to be looking at more of bipolar 2 disorder, because bipolar 1 must have that negative or clinically significant impact where it's impairment in one or more areas of their life. So it doesn't mean that they're always going to be hospitalized. It just means that there is an impairment in their life. They're about to be homeless, they're having physical aggression, they're about to lose their jobs, etc. In addition to that, it does not require somebody have an episode of depression. And that'll make sense in about 10 seconds. So bipolar 1 disorder, think of 1 week or longer, or any duration that requires hospitalization. Psychosis, suicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent. Homicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent. So bipolar 1 disorder must have at least one manic episode, but can also experience hypomanic as well as episodes of depression. In addition to that, it does require a negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning, and it does not require someone to have an episode of depression. And on bipolar 2, I always tell people, think of the number 2, think of the second edition, because if something is the second edition, either within a movie or a TV series, it's oftentimes half as good as the first edition. So keeping that in mind, bipolar 2 disorder must have at least one hypomanic episode and then at least one episode of depression. So that's where, if we remember, bipolar 1 disorder, it only requires one manic episode. It can have hypomanic episodes and can have episodes of depression, but they are not required. Bipolar 2 disorder must have at least one hypomanic episode and at least one episode of depression. So that's going to be one major difference, that bipolar 2 disorder must only have hypomanic episodes and it requires at least one episode of major depression. So therefore, if there's ever been any manic episodes, by definition, it's bipolar 1 disorder. However, if there are hypomanic episodes and episodes of depression, it can be either bipolar 1 disorder or bipolar 2. And the major differentiating factor is if somebody had a manic episode. So, for example, let's say we have somebody that is 27 years old and they have a manic episode, and the rest of their life, they only have hypomanic episodes and episodes of depression. Still, by definition, it's bipolar 1 disorder. If they've only had hypomanic episodes and episodes of depression, we're looking at bipolar 2 disorder. Another difference is the duration. So bipolar 2, 2 plus 2 is 4 for 4 days or longer. Or if you want to think about bipolar 2 disorder being the second edition, it's half as good as the first edition. So half of a week is 4 days or longer. And if you notice, there's no requirements of hospitalization, suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent, or any episodes of psychosis. So in addition to that, it does not require a negative or clinically significant impact on somebody's functioning. And it does require an episode of depression. So that's where the main differentiating factor is the presence of either a manic episode, a hypomanic episode, episodes of depression, as well as the duration. So let's look back at bipolar 1 disorder. So bipolar 1, think of 1 because it's the first edition. They must have at least one manic episode. If there's ever been any manic episodes, we're looking at bipolar 1. But it can also have hypomanic episodes as well as episodes of depression. The duration, bipolar 1 week or longer, or any duration that requires hospitalization, psychosis, suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent. And it does require a negative or clinically significant impact on somebody's functioning. And it does not require someone to have an episode of depression. So a couple of examples of what bipolar 1 disorder or a manic episode could look like. Britney Spears when she was shaving her head and chasing after paparazzis, Charlie Sheen when he said that he had tiger's blood, or any behaviors that can be viewed as more erratic, outwardly expressive, and going to cause a negative impact. So, for example, let's say during a manic episode, I spent all of my money, I gambled it all the way, and now I'm at risk of being homeless. And I'm telling people that I'm a prophet and that I have special messages that I can share with them. Well, in those circumstances, I do have a negative or clinically significant impact because I gambled all of my money away. I'm going to be homeless, but I'm also experiencing delusions where false belief not based on reality, even when presented with factual information. So a bipolar 1 disorder or a manic episode is going to be more distressing and is going to have more of an impact on the person's overall life. Bipolar 2 disorder, bipolar 2, think of the second edition. Bipolar 2, 2 plus 2 is 4 for 4 days or longer. Or bipolar 2 is the second edition, so it's half as good as the first. Half of a week is 4 days or longer. They must have at least one hypomanic episode and at least one episode of depression. So if somebody has a hypomanic episode and an episode of depression, you want to ask yourself, does the person have any presence of manic episodes? Because if so, by definition, it's bipolar 1 disorder. In addition to that, if you're in a question and you're debating between bipolar 1 disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, you want to ask yourself, are there any symptoms of depression that are present? Because if there are symptoms of depression that are present, you'd be like, okay, is there a manic episode? But if you're in a question and there are no depressive episodes present, well, guess what? By definition, bipolar 1 disorder, because bipolar 2 disorder does require an episode of depression. So within that, the duration, bipolar 2, 2 plus 2 is 4 for 4 days or longer, or half a week, 4 days or longer. It does not require a negative or clinically significant impact on somebody's functioning. What it says in the DSM-5 or DSM-5-TR is that it has an unequivocal or noticeable change on somebody's functioning when they are not symptomatic. And it does require someone to have an episode of depression. So an example of this, someone who is overly productive at work, gets fixated on tasks, and is often more productive with their time, yet finds it difficult to do one thing at a time and always gets involved with multiple things and could be followed by an episode of depression. So let's say you're my friend outside of session and I'm like, you know what? I have bipolar 2 disorder. And you notice that I have periods of where I'm more energetic, I'm more talkative, I want to do more things. And then there are periods of time where I don't want to talk as much, I don't want to be around as many people. And it's cyclical. So that's the difference between bipolar disorder and other disorders as well, is you're not 100% always going to be manic or hypomanic. It's going to be a cycle and you're going to have a baseline behavior, but you're also going to have revved up periods of time. So the difference again, bipolar 2 disorder is where somebody is going to have a noticeable change in their life, but it's not going to be so severe that other areas of their life are going to be impacted, as well as they're not going to have any necessitation of hospitalization. But other than that, bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorders are the exact same. They have the exact same criteria. And the criteria are as follows: inflated sense of self-esteem or grandiosity, thinking that I'm better than I actually am, or that I'm more capable to do things than I actually am, and that I am better than other people. Decreased need for sleep. And a lot of times people think that this means that you're going without sleep, but this is where somebody could get less sleep than they normally would. and still going to be feeling fully energized. So let's say somebody feels rested after only 3 hours of sleep. They stay up for 18 hours, get 3 hours of sleep, stay up for another 18 hours. So they are normally getting 8 hours of sleep. So they're getting 5 hours less sleep than they normally would, but feeling as if they still get that full 8 hours. So decreased need for sleep could be multiple days in a row without sleeping, or multiple days in a row with diminished amounts of sleep and feeling as if you are not missing any sleep in any way. Another possibility is more talkative than usual, or pressure to keep talking with everybody that you meet, or having pressured speech when you are having conversations with other people. So it's truly a spectrum here. So you're either engaging in more conversation than you normally would, or when you are talking, you're feeling like you have to fill every space and every gap that is in the conversation, or pressured speech could be as if somebody's talking as if they are an auctioneer, and talking is almost if they are exhausted. So it'd be like, I went to the store, I took 30% of the store, told me to read the book, I read the book, and I went online and got another book, and I did this other thing, and I went to the gym, and I talked to the percent of the gym person, would go to the store, I went to the store and got another book, and I did all these things, and I feel like I'm getting all these special matches, and I'm doing all these different things, and I'm going back to the store, and going to the back of the gym, doing all these different things, and I go also on the bus, people on the bus, we're talking, and doing all these different things, and then they're like super exhausted, and you're never really able to keep up with everything that they're talking about. And they're bouncing from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing. So that's where it's either they're more talkative and more social than usual. They're feeling like they have to constantly communicate in every situation that they're in, or when they are communicating, they're going so fast that they're running out of breath and they're losing what they were actually saying. And when you couple that with flights of idea, where their thoughts are racing, or they're not really ever able to keep up with their own thoughts, it's going to be a perfect storm. So it could be a subjective experience where their thoughts are racing, where someone's thoughts will run through their head and they can't slow them down. So if you think of a kaleidoscope, it's that little disc that you can put into a device and hit the button just one at a time. But imagine somebody pressing that as fast as they can, like, and they're having a ton of flash of ideas and different lights that are going on with and for their situation. When you couple that with pressured speech, they're going to have a ton of topics they want to talk about at the exact same time. They're going to lose train of thought mid conversation, and they're never able to really keep up with all of their thoughts or to communicate all of them to another individual. Another possibility is distractibility, attention too easily drawn to unimportant or irrelevant external stimuli as reported or observed by other people. So if I was having that right now, I may be looking at other things on the side on the internet. I may mid-session pop up, start a bath, go start cooking dinner, start mowing the lawn, go for a run, and forget that I was in the session, forget that I was mowing the lawn, forget that I was cooking dinner, forget that I was doing a bath, and never really completing tasks that I want to complete in any way, shape, or form. Another possibility is increasing goal-oriented activity. So either socially, at work, school, or sexually. So I'm engaging more socially with other people than I normally would. I'm at work engaging in more projects, being more productive and accomplishing more things than I normally would. At school, I'm thinking about going back to get another degree. I'm starting to engage in more credit hours than I normally would. I'm starting to fall behind in school, or I'm starting to excel in school. Sexually, hypersexuality is a tricky one because, again, it must be more than their actual baseline. So let's say their baseline for sexual activity is they're having sex 10 times per week, and then they start telling me that they're having sex only 5 times per week. That would not be hypersexuality. Let's say their baseline is 10 times, and now they're starting to have sex 15, 20 times per week. Well, that would be considered hypersexuality because they're more revved up and having more sexual intercourse than they normally would. So you need to base it off of their own baseline, not with our judgmental lens of what we think they should be doing, but where they're actually at with and for their situation. Or psychomotor agitation, purposeless, non-goal directed activity, bouncing from thing to thing to thing to thing, searching for things that are not actually important to the task at hand, etc. Another possibility is excessive involvement in activities that have a high potential for painful consequences or negative impacts on their functioning, engaging in unrestrained buying sprees, spending things that I do not have money for, buying things that I do not have purpose for, sexual indiscretions, having sexual intercourse with people that I otherwise would not have had sexual intercourse with if I was not in active phase symptoms. So I have shame or guilt based on what my sexual activities have been around, foolish business investments, gambling, spending money I do not have, starting businesses and abandoning them, etc. So it's any time that I'm doing something that is overly excessive or something that is not consistent with where I'm actually trying to go that could have a painful or negative consequence on my own situation. So a lot of times people are like, man, Phil, those are a ton of symptoms. How am I able to recognize and apply those symptoms? Well, there was an acronym, DIG FAST, that I would recommend that you put into your back pocket. Each letter of DIG FAST is going to represent a symptom that you can see. D, distractibility. I, increased and goal-oriented activity. G, grandiosity, where I feel like I'm better than other people. F, flight of idea, where my thoughts are racing faster than I can keep up with them. A, activities that can be risky. S, sleep disturbance, where I'm getting less sleep than I normally would and feeling as if I still have the same amount of sleep. And then T, talkativeness or forced talkativeness of trying to communicate with every single person. So DIG FAST is an acronym that can help you better understand the symptoms of bipolar 1 as well as bipolar 2 disorder, because again, bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorders, manic and hypomanic episodes, are going to have the same criteria. It's just a matter of the duration and the impact that it has on someone's functioning. So DIG FAST, distractibility, increased and goal-oriented activity, grandiosity, flight of idea, activities that could be risky, sleep disturbance, and talkativeness. So if you want to remind yourself that DIG FAST, think of somebody digging fast and never really ever getting anywhere because the person is grandiose, they're distracted, they're talking in multiple different directions, their mind is flying 1,000 miles an hour, they're distracted, and there's a negative impact within the person's situation. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply and differentiate the symptom and criteria between bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorders, as well as the other disorders that you can see on the exam. So let's do a quick review of them just to make sure that we give a full picture. So bipolar 1 must have at least one manic episode, but it can also have hypomanic episodes and episodes of depression. But the main requirement here is one manic episode. If there's ever been a manic episode, by definition, it's bipolar 1 disorder. The symptoms, bipolar 1 week or longer, or any duration that requires hospitalization. Psychosis, delusions, false belief not based in reality, even when presented with factual information, hallucinations, auditory, visual, tactile, or olfactory, hearing, seeing, smelling, feeling, things that are not actually there or that other people are not able to experience as well. Disorganized speech, where my disorganized, think of chaotic, where my speech is impairing effective communication. Grossly disorganized or catatonic behaviors, where my behaviors are outside of the norm of what would be expected. In addition to that, catatonic, think of me being frozen into place or space. It does require a negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning, and it does not require an episode of depression. Bipolar 2 disorder, bipolar 2, think of the second edition, and it's going to be requiring only hypomanic episodes and episodes of depression, because bipolar 2 is only going to have hypomanic and episodes of depression. If somebody has ever had a manic episode, by definition, it is bipolar 1 disorder. The duration is 4 days or longer. Bipolar 2, 2 plus 2 is 4 for 4 days or longer. Or since it's the second edition, it's half as good as the first. So half of a week is 4 days or longer. It does not require a negative or clinically significant impact on somebody's functioning, and it must have an unequivocal or noticeable change, leaving no doubt that somebody has a different baseline than their symptoms are showing. And it does require someone to have an episode of depression. So again, the differentiating factors, the duration of symptoms, bipolar 1 disorder is 1 week or longer, or any duration that requires hospitalization. Bipolar 2 disorder is 4 days or longer only. The impact it has on somebody's functioning, bipolar 1 disorder must have a negative or clinically significant impact that can necessitate hospitalization, but also must have a difference within their ability to navigate in multiple areas of their life. In addition to that, bipolar 2 disorder must have an unequivocal or noticeable change within somebody's functioning in the presence of depression. Bipolar 1 disorder can have episodes of depression, but bipolar 2 disorder requires somebody to have episodes of depression. In the symptoms or criteria for a manic or hypomanic episode, DIG FAST, distractibility, increased and goal-oriented activity, grandiosity, flight of idea, activities that could be risky, sleep disturbance, and talkativeness. DIG FAST, think of somebody digging fast and never really getting anywhere. Let's segue now into the medications. The first medications up to bat are the antidepressant medications. So with them in mind, you want to keep in mind that the brand name side is where we have to come up with a clever way to differentiate one brand from the other. While the generic side is where we need to come up with a more general way to be able to recognize and apply the medications from one another. So within this, if we look closely at the generic side, it is a more general way to be able to recognize and apply. So if we look at the tail end of the medication name, we can identify the letters I and E. So if you see I and E at the tail end of a medication name, it has a high likelihood of being an antidepressant medication. So if you see I and E without Z or P, so if you look, there's L, T, X, and T, it's going to have a higher likelihood of being an antidepressant medication, because if there is a Z or P next to it, it's going to have a higher likelihood of being an antipsychotic medication. In addition to that, if we look closely, we can identify the word RAM. So if you see RAM at the tail end of a medication name, it is going to have a high likelihood of being an antidepressant medication, because somebody that didn't take their antidepressant medication this morning can grow horns like a ram, and it's not going to be a pretty sight. So on the generic side, a more general way to be able to recognize and apply the medication names is if you see I and E, think of an antidepressant medication, but also making sure that it's without P or Z. Because if you see a P or Z next to the I and E, it has a high likelihood of being an antipsychotic medication. If you see another letter besides P or Z, it is a high likelihood of being an antidepressant. So if you see I and E with another letter without P or Z, it has a high likelihood of being antidepressant. And if you see RAM, think of somebody that didn't take their antidepressant medications growing horns like a ram, and it's not going to be a pretty sight. On the brand name side, we need to come up with clever ways to be able to recognize and apply those medications from the other medications as well. So Zoloft helps to positively loft the person's mood. Effexor positively affects somebody's mood when they're feeling depressed. Wellbutrin helps a person to feel well with depression. Trazodone helps a person's depression to be done. Celexa positively selects the person's mood when they are depressed. And Lexapro and Prozac help the person to feel like a pro when they are feeling depressed. So on the brand name side, we have to differentiate one brand from the other brand, similar to how we think of brand names within stores, Nike, Adidas, etc. So again, the exam can have both brand name as well as generic names. So being able to not memorize them, but recognize them is going to give you a higher likelihood of having confidence to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. So on the generic side, a more general way to be able to recognize and apply the medication names is if you see I and E without P or Z, it has a high likelihood of being an antidepressant medication. If you see RAM, because if somebody didn't take their antidepressant medications this morning, they can grow horns like a ram and it's not going to be pretty, then it has a high likelihood of being an antidepressant medication. On the brand name side, where we need to come up with a clever way to be able to recognize and apply one brand from the other, Zoloft helps to positively loft somebody's mood when they're feeling depressed. Effexor positively affects the person's depression. Wellbutrin helps the person to feel well with depression. Trazodone helps their depression to be done. Celexa helps to positively select somebody's mood when they're depressed. Lexapro and Prozac help the person to feel like a pro when they are experiencing depression. So those are clever ways to be able to recognize and apply both the brand names as well as generic names of the antidepressant medications. Let's segue now into the anti-anxiety medications. So similar setup, the generic side is a more general way to be able to recognize and apply the medications. And the brand name side is where we need to differentiate one brand from the other brand. So if we look closely on the generic side, you can identify the words Pam and Lamb, because if you see Pam or Lamb at the tail end of a medication name, it has a high likelihood of being an anti-anxiety medication. Why? Because Pam needs anti-anxiety meds to handle her lamb because it's out of control. Not to mistake it for ram, because rams have horns, similar to the antidepressant generic side. So if you see ram, think of somebody growing horns because they didn't take their antidepressant medications, but a lamb is more calm. So Pam needs anti-anxiety meds to handle her lamb because it's out of control. So if you see Pam or lamb at the tail end of a medication name, it has a high likelihood of being an anti-anxiety medication. On the brand name side, we need to come up with clever ways to be able to recognize and apply one brand from the other brands. So Xanax helps to X out the person's anxiety. Klonopin helps to put a pin in the person's anxiety. Volume helps to turn down the volume of the person's anxiety. Ativan, A equals anxiety, because Ativan will beat up the person's anxiety, throw it into a van, and drive it away. Boost par helps a person to feel more on par with anxiety. Librium helps a person to have a more equilibrium with their anxiety. So on the generic side, if you see Pam or Lamb at the tail end of a medication name, it has a high likelihood of being an anti-anxiety medication. And Xanax helps to X out the person's anxiety. Klonopin helps to put a pin into the person's anxiety. Volume helps to turn down the volume of the person's anxiety. Ativan, A equals anxiety, because Ativan beats up the person's anxiety, throws it into a van, and drives it away. Boost par helps the person to feel more on par. And Librium helps a person to have a more equilibrium when they have anxiety. So those are clever ways to be able to recognize and apply both the brand names as well as the generic names of the anti-anxiety medications. Let's segue now into the ADHD medications. So same setup on the generic side. We're going to come up with a more general way to be able to recognize and apply one medication name from the others. And on the brand name side, we need to come up with a way to differentiate one brand from the other. So if we look closely on the generic side, we can identify feta and phen in the middle of the medication name. Why? Because people fiend for their feta cheese, and it's difficult for them to stay focused when they don't have their ADHD medications. So if you see feta or phen in the middle of a medication name, like a nice little omelet, it has a high likelihood of being an ADHD medication because people fiend for their feta cheese and it's difficult for them to stay focused. On the brand name side, we need to come up with clever ways to be able to recognize and apply one brand from the other. So Adderall, ADD, attention deficit disorder, or all, because Adderall helps a person to bring in all of the information when they take their meds. Concerta helps a person to concentrate or to certify information when they take their medication. Ritalin helps to bring in all the information. Vyvanse helps a person to view their situation more clearly. And Focalin helps a person to focus when they take their medication. So on the generic side, if you see feta or phen in the middle, think of it ADHD medication because people fiend for their feta cheese and it's difficult for them to stay focused. So these medications are like a nice little omelet with feta cheese in the middle. On the brand name side, Adderall, ADD, attention deficit disorder, or all, because Adderall helps somebody bring in all the information when they take their medications. Concerta helps a person to concentrate or to certify the information that they are going to receive when they take their medications. Ritalin helps to bring in all of the information. Vyvanse helps the person to view their situation more clearly. And Focalin helps the person to focus when they take their medications. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the brand names as well as the generic names of the ADHD medications. Let's segue now into the antipsychotic medications. So on the generic side, this is a more general way to be able to recognize and apply the medications. If we look closely, we can identify INE at the tail end. So if you see INE at the tail end, but also remember INE could be used for the antidepressant medications as well. However, the major difference was the presence of ZRP. And if you notice, there are Z's as well as P's next to all of the INEs in the generics of the antipsychotic medications. So if you see INE at the tail end of a medication name, you need to ask yourself, is there a ZRP? And if there is a ZRP, there's a high likelihood of being an antipsychotic medication. If there's INE without ZRP, there is a high likelihood it's an antidepressant medication. As well as if we look for the word done, because when people take their antipsychotic medications, their symptoms are going to be done. So if you see INE with ZRP or the word done at the tail end, there's a high likelihood of it being an antipsychotic medication. And on the brand name side, remember, we have to be able to identify one brand from the other. There are a couple that I would recommend that you keep in mind. Thorazine helps a person to stop believing that they have special powers like Thor, so they stop having psychosis. Invega helps to push in the person's psychosis and prevent them from feeling like they're going to Vegas. Clozaril helps to close the door on the person's psychosis. Abilify improves the person's ability to function with psychosis. Seroquel helps to dip the quill into the person's psychosis to tell a better story. So on the brain name side, Thorazine helps a person to stop believing they have special powers like they are Thor, and Vega helps to push in the person's psychosis and prevent them from feeling like they are going to Vegas. Clozaril helps to close the door on the person's psychosis. Abilify improves the person's ability to function with psychosis, and Seroquel dips a quill into the person's psychosis to tell a better story. On the generic side, we're looking for INE with Z and P. So if you see INE without Z or P, we're looking at an antidepressant medication. If you're seeing INE with Z or P, there's a high likelihood of being an antipsychotic medication. In addition to that, if you see the word done, because when people take their antipsychotic medications, their symptoms are done. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the brand names as well as generic names of the antipsychotic medications. In the next medication up to bat are the mood stabilizers. In AP for antipsychotic, there are not a lot of clever ways to be able to recognize and apply the brand name as well as generic names of the mood stabilizers, but there are a couple that I would recommend. So similar setup, generic is more general way, and the brand name. So lithium helps the person to operate on lithium batteries versus unlimited energy when they are feeling manic or hypomanic. Coat, because Depakote helps to coat the person's mood, or somebody when they are off their Depakote is going to put their coat on and go outside and ready to have a manic episode. And then Depa, whenever you see Depa, think of Depakote or Depakine. So Depa is a mood stabilizer as well. But other than that, there are not a lot of clever ways to be able to recognize and apply the mood stabilizers, but there are not that many. So again, lithium helps the person to operate as if they are on lithium batteries versus unlimited energy when they are in a manic or hypomanic state. Depakote helps to coat the person's mood. And if you see Depa, think of a mood stabilizer because Depa, Depakote, Depakine. But other than that, there are not a lot of clever ways to be able to recognize and apply the mood stabilizer medications and the antipsychotic medications that can double count: Haldol, Risperdal, Latuda, and Abilify. But those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the mood stabilizer medications. So let's do a quick review of the medications. The antidepressant medications on the generic side, looking for INE without Z or P. The brain name side, Zoloft helps to positively loft somebody's mood. Effexor positively affects somebody's mood. Wellbutrin helps a person to feel well with depression. Trazodone helps the person's depression to be done. Celexa helps to positively select somebody's mood. And Lexapro and Prozac help the person to feel like a pro with depression. Anti-anxiety medications, the generic side, if you see Pam or Lam at the tail end of the medication name, because Pam needs anti-anxiety meds to handle her Lam because it's out of control. Brain name side, Xanax helps to X out the person's anxiety. Klonopin helps to put a pin into the person's anxiety. Volume helps to turn on the volume of the person's anxiety. Ativan, A equals anxiety, because Ativan beats up the person's anxiety, throws it into a van, and drives it away. Buspar helps the person to feel more on par with anxiety. Librium helps the person have a more equilibrium with anxiety. ADHD medications, the generic side, if you see feta and phen in the middle of a medication name, that has a high likelihood of being an ADHD medication because people fiend for their feta cheese and it's difficult for them to stay focused. On the brain name side, Adderall, ADD, attention deficit disorder, or all, because Adderall helps a person to get all of the information that they hear. Concerta helps a person to concentrate or to certify the information that they are hearing. Ritalin helps to bring in all the information they're hearing. Vyvanse helps the person to view their situation more clearly. Focalin helps a person to focus when they take their medications. The antipsychotic medications on the generic side, if you see INE with ZRP, it has a high likelihood of being an antipsychotic medication. If you see INE without ZRP, it has a high likelihood of being an antidepressant medication, as well as if you see done at the tail end of a medication name, it has a high likelihood of being an antipsychotic medication, because when people take their antipsychotic medications, they are going to be done. Thorazine helps prevent the person from believing that they are Thor, like they have superpowers. Invega helps to push in the person's psychosis and prevents them from believing that they are going to Vegas. Clozaril helps to close the door on the person's psychosis. Abilify helps to improve the person's ability to function with psychosis, and Seroquel will dip a quill into the person's psychosis to tell a better story. The mood stabilizers, this is a generic side. The only one that we have is Depa, because when you think of Depa, think of Depakote or Depakine. Depa, mood stabilizer. The brainium side, lithium helps somebody to operate on lithium batteries versus unlimited energy when they are having a manic or hypomanic episode. And then coat within Depakote, because Depakote helps to coat the person's mood, where somebody, when they're off their medications, is going to put a coat on and go outside to have a manic or hypomanic episode. Again, if you see Depa, think of Depakote or Depakine, which is a mood stabilizer. In the antipsychotic medications that can double count, Haldol, Risperdal, Latuda, and Abilify. And again, do not feel like you have to memorize anything, but simply be able to recognize and apply the medications or different concepts that you can see on the exam to one another and be able to differentiate one from the other. Because again, do not feel like you have to know everything or overwhelm yourself or get yourself twisted, because the best thing that you can do is understand what you know and allow for yourself to grow as you continue going through different situations, and identifying what you know, what you don't know, but also giving yourself grace to run the race, to go into the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. Let's segue now into the acronym. And the acronym is one of the most complex concepts that we're going to go over today, not because it's super duper tricky and confusing, but it's because a lot of times people will have preconceived notions about what the acronym should do for them, as well as what does the acronym represent and how the acronym is going to be applicable as well as helpful to them in some way, shape, or form. But right off the bat, the acronym is not a shortcut. The acronym is not a shortcut or a silver bullet or a magic trick that you can just do on questions and automatically get the answer. The acronym is a tool that can help you break down certain details within the answer choices to understand the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question. So I bring that up because the acronym is a tool, not the 100% law. So, for example, if I were to be putting a nail into the wall, I would find it most beneficial to use a hammer because it's going to be more natural. I could utilize a screwdriver and brute force it in to the wall, but it's not going to be the best tool for the job. But also, if I was getting ready to put a screw into the wall, if I was to use a hammer, I'm about to tear stuff up and destroy it, when the most ideal tool would have been a drill. So understanding that the acronym is going to be a helpful tool to understand the meaning of the answer choice, but it's not going to automatically just give you the answer because you're like, all right, safety first or feelings and all these different things. So the acronym is a way for you to understand the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question versus just jumping robotically to the words based on the acronym. So the acronym is, again, not a silver bullet, not the 100% law, but it's going to give you an opportunity to understand the meaning of the answer choice and understand what is inside of the question relative to what we're seeing at that given moment. Because a lot of times what happens to people is they misuse the acronym and think the acronym doesn't work. Because they're like, you know what? Well, I'm going to safety is at the top, so I'm always going to jump to safety like a cat that got squirted with water in action. However, is there actually any safety concerns within the question, or is safety actually a priority within this particular question that you're looking at? And oftentimes, people will misuse it and then say, you know what, it just doesn't work. I just don't understand it. Like, I'm super confused. So the purpose of the acronym is not to give you a shortcut. It's not to give you a silver bullet or one thing that you can use to just robotically navigate the exam. It's a way to understand the meaning of the answer choice. So now that we've laid the groundwork for that, and that it's not a shortcut or a silver bullet, the acronym could be a really helpful tool that you can have in order to understand the meaning of the answer choices relative to the question. So let's start off at the top, because the acronym safety, feelings, assess, refer, educate, advocate, facilitate, and intervene is going to be more of a hierarchy. However, it's not going to be a strict hierarchy of like it's always this or it's always that, because there are flexibility points and fluidity within the acronym that if just because the answer choice can be categorized as a certain level on the acronym doesn't mean that we automatically jump to that, because it must connect back to the question. So the first level of the acronym is safety. And safety involves any considerations of abuse, neglect, harm to self, harm to others, substance use, medical, and/or mixture of all of them. And slowing that down just a little bit, because a lot of times people get uncomfortable with self-harm, suicidal ideations, as well as homicidal ideations. So if we're inside of a question, I always recommend people to utilize the safety spectrum. And it's not a technical tool. It's just something that I have devised, and we often think about this in practice anyway. So the safety spectrum is going to start by thoughts or ideations. So if somebody has thoughts or ideations, the next question that you want to ask yourself is, does the person have a plan? Because if somebody has a plan, the next question you want to ask yourself is, does the person have the means to carry out the plan based on the thoughts that they've had? And if somebody has thoughts, plans, and means, in the next rung is going to be intent. So if somebody only has thoughts, plans, and means, but no intent, we're not going to hospitalize the individual. So in that moment, once it steps into intent, we can offer voluntary hospitalization to the individual. And we always offer voluntary hospitalization prior to involuntary hospitalization, because we want to allow for them to have the right self-determination, but also have more empowerment within their services. However, if somebody has thoughts, plans, means, and intent, and they deny voluntary hospitalization, we can initiate involuntary hospitalization. And why that's important to keep in mind is because a lot of times people are like, you know what, says suicidal ideations, throw them in the hospital. Or man, it says that the person has a plan, let's put a dart in their neck. Or man, it says X, Y, or Z. But you need to ensure that all of the rungs on the spectrum are ticked before we jump into action to rescue the person. Because if somebody has thoughts, plans, and means, we're going to develop a safety plan. And once they step over the line into the intent land, can we start thinking about hospitalization? And a safety plan is utilized where suicidal ideations, plans, means, and potentially intent, depending on the severity of their intent and whether we can de-escalate them or not, or homicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent. Again, caveat within the intent lane, depends on how intense they are and how redirectable they are, but also can be utilized for domestic violence. But I'm always leery to include domestic violence within that discussion, because the individual in the domestic violence relationship or situation must be open and willing to discuss the domestic violence relationship, and also be open and willing to leave the relationship unless those things are met. A safety plan isn't really that helpful for the individual, because they're not receptive and open to developing the safety plan and utilizing the safety plan, because the purpose of a safety plan is for somebody to breach outside of a domestic violence relationship as well. So I always recommend people to keep the safety spectrum in mind, because also self-harm is not suicidal ideations all the time. So therefore, we need to understand the purpose of why somebody is self-harming versus jumping into action with our capes on, ready to rescue them. In addition to that, it's important to inquire about this situation to gain more information and insight, but it does not mean that we are going to investigate the situation when it comes to any aspects of abuse and neglect. And that means that we do not take over the case, but that doesn't mean that we assume anything. You can't say, Phil, it's safe to assume or safe to imagine X, Y, or Z. We can't do that. So don't assume anything about a question or a case. And if it's not in the question, don't add it, or don't say, well, it's safe to imagine, or I believe this, or they denied it previously. If they've not acknowledged it today or told us about it today, we can't say that it's the case. So as it relates to safety, it's any imminent or foreseeable danger that's going on with and for the situation. So as we're going through these, just keeping in mind that there is some flexibility within the process, and remembering the safety spectrum: thoughts, plans, means, and intent. If somebody has suicidal or homicidal thoughts, first question, do you have a plan? And if you have plan, do you have means? And if you have means, do you have intent? Because if they only have means and no intent, hospitalization is often going to be off the table, and thus we are going to be developing a safety plan. But outside of that, the first category up to bat is abuse and neglect. And this is where a lot of times abuse and neglect is misunderstood and is always overreactive for certain individuals. So when we're looking at abuse and neglect, it's child abuse and neglect and adult abuse and neglect. So child abuse and neglect is for anyone up to the ages of newborn to 18 years old. Once somebody turns 18 years old, they are no longer protected by Child Protective Services. Adult Protective Services on the other side of the river is for individuals for 65 years and older, or any age of anyone who has an intellectual or cognitive disability. So keeping in mind, the individuals that have intellectual or cognitive disabilities are protected for the totality of their life. Therefore, regardless of the age, we're going to be contacting Adult Protective Services. But starting off with child abuse and neglect. So child abuse and neglect, as I stated before, is for anyone from the ages of newborn to 18 years old. When somebody turns 18 years old, they are no longer protected by Child Protective Services. So abuse can be physical, mental, emotional, sexual, and or a mixture of all of these abuses. Physical abuse is any intentional or unintentional use of force that is going to cause mark, bruise, and or injury. So therefore, do not become overreactive or jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action if you have been told in the question that someone has been hit. Your first question, when you see in the question that someone has been hit, is how did they get hit? What did they get hit with? Is there marks, bruises, and or injury? And what were the circumstances in the question? But way too many times people are going into the exam and saying, hit, yep, I'm out, I'm done. But we don't have enough information in order to substantiate what the heck is going on. However, if somebody said that they were hit by X object, it would clarify what we're talking about. If somebody's like, man, I was hit by my parent with a belt versus I was just hit by my parent, our first question should be, what do you mean that you were hit? Versus I was hit with a belt. It's like, okay, well, a belt's a weapon. And we know that if somebody's hitting you with a belt, probably not going to just be a nice little tap. So therefore, we would have enough information. Mental is where somebody is going to have their mental health be manipulated or coerced or convinced that their reality is untrue or that their perception is not correct. So it's more on a manipulation lens of I'm trying to convince you or invalidate you or control you in some way. Emotional is utilizing harmful words or phrases or degrading you or demeaning you in circumstances where it could have a negative impact on your development. Sexual is any contact with a vulnerable individual. In addition to that, any exposure to sexually explicit content that the individual is not wanting to engage in. And what I mean by that is, let's say we have an older adult that is showing pornographic images or pornographic films to a minor, that could be considered child abuse. So it's not just doing acts to someone, it's initiating or engaging sexual acts or exposure to sexual acts to an individual as well. So that's where understanding the flexibility within this process is important, because a lot of times people are more reactive as it relates to sexual abuse as well as physical abuse, but mental and emotional abuse are well and alive and are possible characteristics as well. In addition to that, you want to make sure that you're not inserting your own development or your own experiences into the question. Because I've worked with people where they're like, well, Phil, I've had X, Y, and Z done to me, and it's not that bad. We got to think developmentally of what does this do to an individual. Neglect is any aspect of their basic needs being unmet: food, shelter, transportation, medical, supervision, and or clothing, etc. And neglect is also one where individuals are unsure on how to proceed. And what I mean by that is neglect is two-pronged. And what I mean by that is the first prong is that neglect is knowingly and willingly restricting the basic needs of an individual. The second side of it is that if someone is unable to meet the needs of a vulnerable individual and they are offered resources and services to satisfy the need, they decline them and willingly restrict the basic needs of the individual as well. So that's where if somebody is unable to afford food, but they're offered food assistance, there's food banks in the area, etc., and they're still not providing food to the child, that's neglect. In addition to that, the knowingly and willingly part would be like, you know what? I have food, but I'm not giving it to the child. But the other side of it is if they're not financially able to provide for the child, but they're given resources, they deny as well. Shelter is where somebody must have the ability to have an environment where it is safe and not going to lead them into a dangerous situation. Transportation, they should be transported around, have connection with other individuals. Medical is a very gray area. And what I mean by that is medical is where you are not giving a life-saving procedure to a child. But a gray area within this is if somebody is denying medical services for a religious reason, contacting Child Protective Services regarding that may not be the best move. Why? Because religion is a part of somebody's social identity. Therefore, if somebody is choosing to not have a medical procedure for a religious reason, it would not be considered neglect. So that's where understanding if somebody's not giving somebody a medical procedure, we need to understand the reason for why they are not doing that. In addition to that, another gray area, or one that people are not oftentimes thinking about within supervision, is that if a child is being subjected to domestic violence, that by definition would be neglect. So if a child is in an environment where domestic violence is present and they are witnessing the domestic violence, that is going to be neglect. So that's where if you're in a question and it says that people are fighting in front of other people, that the child is getting in front of the arguments, they're mediating arguments, etc., that would be lack of supervision, thus neglect. Or supervision can fall under the category that if somebody is being abused by another individual and the parent, caregiver, or guardian is aware of the abuse, but they let it go on, that would be lack of adequate supervision, which would be neglect as well. Clothing, not providing them adequate clothing, not giving them the opportunity to have clothing that fits, or giving them clean clothing, etc. So if you've not noticed, there are a lot of gray areas and a lot of flexibility and a lot of minute details within these considerations that you need to keep in mind whenever you're looking at abuse and neglect. Because a lot of times people are thinking about the most extreme cases without actually considering what some of these unknown areas could be. So if we are in the most ideal situation, we're going to go to the child first if they are the age of being able to communicate. And I traditionally tell people the age of being able to communicate is 3 years old and older. But again, it developmentally could vary from person to person. And why that's important is because you don't want to be communicating with the young child and them not be able to articulate and tell you the full details. So the most ideal situation is if somebody is being abused and or neglected, go into the most vulnerable person first. In addition to that, the most difficult thing for individuals when they are thinking about abuse and neglect is when and how do they actually report to Child Protective Services when there's abuse and neglect. However, the first question you want to ask yourself as you're breaking down a question, if you suspect there's abuse and neglect, is one, is there abuse and neglect present? And two, who is doing the abuse and neglect? And why I say that is because when the abuse and neglect is done by a parent, caregiver, or someone living in the home, we contact Child Protective Services. And people are like, well, yeah, no duh, Phil. Of course I'm contacting Child Protective Services or DCFS because it's abuse on a child. However, don't tune out just yet, because if the abuse and neglect is done by somebody outside of the home or somebody that's not considered a parent, caregiver, or guardian, we contact the appropriate authorities. So that's where if we are in a situation where somebody that is a family member, let's say it's a uncle, aunt, let's say it's a grandparent, but they're not living inside of the home and they don't have regular contact with the child, and they come and visit and have sexual intercourse or physically abuse or mentally abuse or neglect the child, in that circumstance, it would be us contacting the police versus us contacting Child Protective Services. Because if it is abuse and neglect done by a parent, caregiver, or guardian, somebody that's supposed to be responsible for the child, it's Child Protective Services. And if it's somebody outside of the home or somebody that's not considered a parent, caregiver, or guardian, it's us contacting the appropriate authorities. And some people are like, Phil, you're out of your mind. Why would I do that? Well, if we think about the purpose of protective services, it's for a child to have a safe, immediate environment within their home and their ability to navigate to not have potential harm done to them. So if somebody is not a parent, caregiver, or guardian, and they're just somebody that's visiting or somebody that's an adult in general, they are not going to be removed from that parent or caregiver or guardian that and then return back to that other adult. It wouldn't happen. So for example, if I have a child and they're at the neighbor's house and the neighbor abuses my child, am I about to contact Child Protective Services on me, or am I about to contact the police? I would contact the police, because Child Protective Services would be investigating me and seeing if I was a part of that situation or if I'm condoning those behaviors. And then if Child Protective Services substantiated a case and removed the custody from me, they're not going to reunify it with the neighbor because they're not the parent, caregiver, or guardian. So when you're in a question, you want to ask yourself, is there abuse and neglect going on? And if so, you're going to ask yourself, who is it by? Because if it is done by a parent, caregiver, or guardian, or someone living inside of the home, Child Protective Services. If the abuse and neglect is done by somebody outside of the home or an adult in general, then we are going to contact the appropriate authorities. Another consideration that you want to keep in mind is that if the abuse is being done by another child, so child on child contact, and the parent, caregiver, or guardian is not aware of the behavior, you're not contacting Child Protective Services because the other child would not be considered a parent, caregiver, or guardian of that child. Therefore, we would contact the appropriate authorities because it would be abuse by another individual. So those are some things that you want to keep in mind. So if the abuse and neglect is being done by a parent, caregiver, or guardian, it's Child Protective Services. If the abuse is being done by somebody outside of the home or another adult or another child, we contact the appropriate authorities. On the other side of the river, we have adult abuse and neglect, and that's for anyone from the ages of 65 years and older, or anyone who has an intellectual or cognitive disability. So that's where, let's say we had a 25-year-old individual and they are being abused, and the 25-year-old individual has an intellectual or cognitive disability. Well, we would contact Adult Protective Services because they are a vulnerable person. However, traditionally, if somebody is from the ages of 18 to 65 years old and they don't have an intellectual or cognitive disability and they're being abused, it would be considered domestic violence. In domestic violence, it's up to the victim of domestic violence whether we assist and are going to proceed in contacting the police and pressing charges, etc. So that's where it's important to understand what are the requirements. Because if somebody is 35 years old and they're being abused by someone, it'd be considered domestic violence. And therefore, it'd be up to the 35-year-old whether they would want to make a report and press charges or not. So that's where, if the 35-year-old had an intellectual or cognitive disability, then it would open the door to Adult Protective Services. However, we need to keep in mind that the individual must be responsible for ensuring a safe environment or be somebody that is responsible for taking care of the other individual. So, for example, let's say I had a couple, one is 70 years old and another is 75 years old. They're both able to take care of themselves and they're having domestic disputes of fighting one another, and it's a mutual exchange of fighting. I wouldn't contact Adult Protective Services for two elders that are fighting because they're not responsible for taking care of one another, and it's mutual at that given moment. However, let's say a 75-year-old is responsible for taking care of their 70-year-old spouse and they are restricting their basic needs, they're harming them. In that circumstance, it would be Adult Protective Services because they are supposed to be responsible for the other individual. So abuse is any physical, mental, emotional, sexual, financial, and or a mixture of all of these abuses. Remember, physical is any intentional or unintentional use of force that causes mark, bruise, and or injury, or any utilizations of weapons. Mental is that manipulation component where I'm convincing you that your reality is not correct. I'm trying to coerce you and control you in some way. Emotional, I'm utilizing degrading words. I'm derogatory towards you. I am making you feel bad about yourself. Sexual is when I'm forcing sexual intercourse on you or forcing you to be exposed to sexual explicit things. Financial, you're supposed to be having money, but I'm taking the money and spending it in my own ways, into a mixture of all of these abuses. And I put financial abuse within adult abuse versus child abuse because most children are not getting cashed out and not having a lot of money that could be exploited. Neglect, remember, is two-pronged. On one side is somebody is knowingly and willingly restricting the basic needs of an individual, or someone is unable to satisfy the needs of an individual, and when offered resources and services to equalize the playing field, they deny those services and are willingly not meeting the basic needs of another person. And neglect is any aspect of their basic needs being unmet: food, shelter, transportation, medical, connection, and or financial. So I put connection and financial here because an individual that may be a part of the elder population may not be able to transport themselves, may not have the ability to have the connections with other people. So if somebody is wanting to communicate with other people or connect to other people and somebody's restricting that from them, that would be a higher likelihood within this population. Finances, because again, most children aren't getting cashed out. But this would be where somebody is entitled to money and I am not giving them the money or restricting how they can spend their money, etc. And the most ideal situation is to go to the person first if they are able to communicate the specific details to you. Because if somebody's not oriented times four, person, place, time, and situation, it's going to be a lot more difficult for me to get information from them about what is actually going on in the circumstances with and for the situation. So that's where, again, the most ideal situation when it comes to abuse and neglect is to talk to the person that is most vulnerable, that is being abused and or neglected first. So in the circumstance, after I've identified that abuse and neglect is going on, and we identify that as by a parent, caregiver, or guardian, I then have two possibilities that can occur. The first possibility is that it's somebody that is not my direct client. So this would be when a teacher, friend, parent, colleague, coach, pastor, concerned citizen, etc., anyone that is not directly the person that is being abused or not directly the person that's being abused and or neglected. Because if you have a client that is abusing and or neglecting somebody, you're already getting the direct information from the person. But if we're being told information by a third party, I'm not going to the assailant or the person that is perpetrating the abuse or neglect because they have every right to deny. So if information is provided to us by somebody other than the person being abused and or neglected, we're going to understand and speak to the person being abused and neglected first before proceeding. Why? Because I don't want to assume, I don't want to jump to conclusions, I don't want to get myself riled and dialed up and assume anything. So key emphasis on potential abuse and neglect because it's third party information. However, let's say I am working with a client and they tell me about information about a potential abuse and neglect that's going on that they're aware of. I can encourage them to contact Child Protective Services, Adult Protective Services, or the police because they are directly connected to the situation. So therefore, if it's third-party information and it's he said, she said, we can direct it to the client. So in the circumstance, we would go to the person that's being abused and or neglected first before reporting because we need to ensure that we have enough information before proceeding. So we need to have enough information to be able to relay the information since we do not want to make blank statements or we do not want to base on hearsay. And that's where a lot of times people will get frustrated and say, man, Phil, I'm breaking down your questions. How come Child Protective Services is not the first response that I'm picking? But when I'm doing other practice exams, I'm doing other practice questions, that it's automatically the answer without even reading it. Because if you think about it, if you don't have enough information, you're not going to be able to relay the information. So for example, let's say in the question, it says that somebody told you, I'm being hit. Okay, perfect. You want to jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action and contact Child Protective Services? Let's see how that would work. Let's say we contact them. Hey, my name is Phil, social worker. I'm working with somebody, and they said that they were hit by their parent, caregiver, or guardian. Okay, what did they mean by hit? I have no idea. How often is this going on? I have no idea. What were they hit with? No clue. Are they in immediate danger? Not even sure. And they're going to be like, okay, well, water is wet. So again, if we don't have enough information about the situation, we're doing a disjustice to the circumstances. Because if there's not enough information, we're not going to do anything that is going to be productive. So we want to understand what are the circumstances, how often, when, what, and how with and for the situation. So that doesn't mean that we can't report in the future, but if we don't do our due diligence now, it's as weak as the wind. It's not going to take us anywhere. It's going to throw us all around. The most ideal situation on the other side of the river is when the person being abused and or neglected, when the person doing the abusing and neglecting, because they would be our client, reports the information to us, then we need to report it immediately. Why? Because we heard it directly from the horse's mouth, and we need to gallop into victory because it's from the source. So they've given us enough energy to power up to do the dang thing. So we heard it directly from the person, and it would not be considered hearsay because they told us what was going on with and for the situation. But in addition to that, if there was a similar circumstance where they're like, you know what, I feel bad because I hit this person. Well, in this moment, we would ask them, what do you mean that you hit the person? So that way we can get a little bit more information. So if we hear it directly from the source or from the person being abused or neglected, or the person doing the abusing or neglecting, it's the most ideal situation. Why? Because it's directly from the source. We don't have to critique. We don't have to understand what's going on. And we need to jump like a person into action to get them into that mode. So we heard it directly from the horse's mouth. So we have to gallop into victory. So if the person is not of the age of being able to communicate, as I normally say, less than 3 years old, we can base it off from a decent amount of observation because there are some telltale signs of abuse and neglect that we can pick up on, but we never want to assume anything in any way, shape, or form. Because if you don't have enough information to make the report, there's no shame in the game of getting more information. Because if we do not have enough information, the case may not even be substantiated, and we may be doing more harm than good with and for the situation. So that's where, if we're hearing it directly from the source, we want to gallop like a horse into victory because we're hearing it directly from the horse's mouth. So therefore, if there is abuse and neglect, we want to ask ourselves who is doing it. If it's done by a parent, caregiver, or guardian, Child Protective Services. If it's being done somebody outside of the home or just an adult or another individual, let's say child on child, it would not be considered abuse that would be reportable to Child Protective Services. We're contacting the appropriate authorities or the police. Another possibility is medical. And that's where a lot of times people are like, all right, I got to rule out medical first. It's always medical. It's always because there's some flexibility within that process as well. So medical is when it appears that harm has been done to our client or a physical health concern is present during the session. So if there's immediate and or foreseeable danger related to their medical health. So for example, we have someone who has a broken arm in session with you, we would have them seek out medical services rather than proceeding. Why? Because I'm not going to have a client that is in excruciating pain sitting throughout the session and being like, all right, hopefully you're A-okay. However, if I recommend that they go and see a health provider and they don't want to get their broken arm mended to, guess what? I'm not going to force them and arm wrestle them because they have the right to self-determination. And again, they can go AMA against medical advice. You still have to acknowledge it because if you see something, you want to say something in order for there to be something. On the other side of the river, when it appears that our client's physical health is potentially at a dangerous level during the meeting, we also are going to acknowledge it as well. So for example, someone is in our office, they're sweating, they're nodding out, and they're struggling to breathe. In that circumstance, the person is not going to have the right self-determination because they're not oriented times 4 and they're potentially about to die within the office. Therefore, we would suggest that they seek medical services before proceeding. And if they're like unconscious and unable to breathe and unable to make a decision, you're going to pick up the phone and contact the police anyway because they don't have the right self-determination because they're unconscious. So that's where in medical, you're not just going to automatically rule it out and jump like a cat that got squirted with water, but you need to clarify. So for example, if I was working with a client and they said they had MS or multiple sclerosis, and they're like, you know what, I have MS, but I'm working with my doctor. Well, guess what? It's not my responsibility to be like, you know what, see your doctor before you see me. Or man, I've been having a cough. You better see the doctor before you see me. But if you are in a session and you see a client just nose plant and slap on the ground and be like, whoa, what the heck? You'd be like, man, you need to see a doctor before you can see me because you could potentially have a head injury or harmed yourself by slapping the ground. However, if it's not imminent or foreseeably dangerous, I can't wrestle my client and just automatically go with an answer that says medical. And that's what kills people on the exam is because they've been told like, man, rule out medical first, and you can't even see the client. But imagine meeting with the client. They mention one thing about medical and you're like, see the doctor before you can see me. It's not meeting them where they're at. Unless they're having imminent or foreseeably dangerous conditions occur, like progressively over the session, they're becoming more faint, they're sweating, they're nodding out, and they're about to hit the ground. Then it's like, okay, let's put a pause on the session and make sure you're doing A-okay. But medical does not always override everything unless it's imminent or foreseeably dangerous with and for the situation. Another possibility within safety is substance use. And that does not automatically mean that anytime that you see substance use in the question or substance use in the answer, that you jump like a cat that got squirted with water in action or have your cape on. Because there are certain circumstances where substance use can override everything, but it's not in every interaction. And just because the client's utilizing substances does not mean that I have to convince the client to not use substances unless it is their treatment goal. So as substance use is being brought up, you need to keep in mind certain circumstances. So if there is substance use in the question, we would assess for anyone using any drugs or consuming alcohol. Because if they're like, you know what, I'm using drugs, our first question would be, what drugs are you on? Or man, I'm drinking alcohol. What do you mean that you're drinking alcohol? So this will give us an idea of what their use looks like and explore the potential drawbacks of their use. Again, because not everyone that's utilizing substances is going to be utilizing them in an abusive manner or in a manner that is going to be self-destructive. So a couple of questions you want to keep in mind. Are they using substances around their children? And why that's important is because, remember, back to neglect, knowingly and willingly, not meeting the basic needs of your child. So if somebody's utilizing substances around a child, by definition, that's neglect. However, if a child's utilizing substances on their own, but the parents are unaware that the child's utilizing substances, that's not neglect. Because again, they would not have awareness. So that's where, if substance use is present, you don't just want to automatically jump in and rescue them. So if you're working with like a 16-year-old student or 16-year-old individual and they say they're using drugs, you're not going to just jump on the horn and be like, all right, Child Protective Services, you're neglected. Because what if the parents had no idea? What if you bring it up to the parents and they're like, you know what? So what? Not a big deal. Now we got some neglect rolling on. But also, as an adult, if they have children and they're utilizing substances, they're not oriented, they're intoxicated, they're withdrawing in front of their children, we may have a neglect case that potentially could be substantiated. In addition to that, is their use putting them or somebody else in danger? Are they becoming physically aggressive? Are they becoming self-harming? Are they behind the wheel of a car? Are they intoxicated? Are they withdrawing? What are the circumstances of their use? Are they operating machinery? Are they doing their job? Like, what are we seeing here? And that is important because let's say somebody comes intoxicated to the agency and you notice they're intoxicated and they drove themselves to the agency. Well, and it'd be our due diligence to be like, you know what? How are you getting home? And they're like, well, I'm driving. Well, not necessarily. I can't let you leave. But also, if somebody's not utilizing substances in a dangerous manner and they're not utilizing them around their children or not utilizing them in a circumstance where it potentially could be harmful, in that circumstance, they have the right to self-determination. And even if they're like, Phil, I'm going to take as much drugs as I possibly can and overdose after the session, I can't stop them because unless they have the drugs on them right now, I can't do anything in any way, shape, or form. In addition to that, we want to explore the impact their use has on their functioning. Are they having any physical health concerns? What is their mental health like? What are the relationship statuses that they have? What are some things that they are getting out of the substances? Or what are some things that they're not getting out of the substances that they're hoping for? So if somebody has the right to self-determination related to their substance use and they don't want to address their substance use, you're not going to force that on the client. Because let's say their presenting concern is anxiety, or let's say their presenting concern is their relationship, they're an adult, no children, and they're utilizing substances, and they don't want to stop their substance use, but they want to improve their relationship. Well, guess what? We're not going to be focusing on substance use. We're going to be focusing on the relationship. So I can't have my judgment cap on and be like, no substances in any way. In addition to that, we want to assess for intoxication and withdrawal within the session. Because if somebody is intoxicated, they're revved up, they're more aggressive, they're harming other people, they're withdrawing, they're in a potentially dangerous level, we need to assess for that as well. So a question we would want to ask ourselves, is their use putting them or somebody else into danger? Are they becoming physically aggressive? Are they becoming unconscious? Are they overdosing? Are they operating machinery? Are they driving a car? Are they utilizing substances in a manner that could be physically harmful? They're taking stimulants and exercising. They're overtaking their medications to the fact that they're developing manic episodes, suicidality, etc. And if none of those boxes are ticked, we're not going to be addressing and assessing that. We also need to ask ourselves, are they able to adequately benefit from services? Because a lot of times people are like, man, Bill, substance use, rule out. I'm not meeting with the client at all. What if they're intoxicated or withdrawing in the session and you're about to dismiss them and have them go on their own? We need to understand, are you able to benefit from services? So for example, let's say we have a client that has a medical marijuana card and they're smoking marijuana and they're high in session, but they're able to cognitively benefit and physically aren't in a dangerous position. Well, it's not up to me to be like, you know what, you're high, you're dead to me. Now, if the client whips out a joint, starts puffing it in the session, or whips out a beer and starts drinking it, we got a bigger problem. So that's where you have to have some flexibility within your answering process and not just jumping like a cat that got squirted with water into action. We also want to say, what is their motivation for change? Because if somebody's unmotivated, pre-contemplation, prior contemplation, thinking, prior to thinking about where they want to go, contemplation, think about thinking, they're thinking about changing sometimes, other times not. Preparation, camps on prep, they're preparing to make a change. Action, they're doing the dang thing and putting forth action. Maintenance, they've maintained their gain for a decent amount of time. Relapse, they've gone back to a previous stage. So understanding that their motivation for change is going to help indicate how open they are to addressing their substance use in some way, shape, or form. So that's where we would need to understand the circumstances of the situation. So as it relates to substance use, we need to consider what their use is having on the impact of themselves as well as other people, and whether they're able to operate within the circumstances that they are in. Because there are some gray areas that exist, because if somebody, let's say, was getting medical marijuana from their physician and it's medically prescribed, they're not overusing at all, and they're responsible for taking care of a child. In that circumstance, we would need to understand what is the ramifications of their use. Are they able to operate? Are they still able to meet the basic needs of their child? And if they are, we're not reporting that, because at the end of the day, it's based on the recommendation of a physician. But let's say somebody was utilizing marijuana and saying they had a medical marijuana card, but they're not prescribed based on a doctor's recommendation, and they're utilizing substances, marijuana, and it's present, then it could potentially be a report, because it's not based on a medical necessity. So that's where there's some flexibility within the process as well. And I'm always reluctant to provide keywords, because do not, please do not just look at the buzzwords or keywords or do different things and just automatically jump like a cat that got squirted with water. So I'm always reluctant to provide keywords, but I'll provide them. So that way, if you're new to the acronym, or if you're looking for words that potentially could be this level of the acronym, I provide them, so that way you have a starting basis. So if you see develop a safety plan, inquire more information about a situation, speak to X person being abused or the person doing the abusing, explore X environment, the setting somebody underage is in or one that we're not used to, then it could possibly be a safety level. But do not word associate. Do not jump to conclusions. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up and say, it must be this based on this. It's the meaning of the answer choice, not just the words in the answer choice, that determine which level of the acronym that it actually is. So making sure that if you see words in the answer choice, you're not just automatically jumping like a cat that got squirted with water, because that's bad moves, bad vibes, but you're truly understanding what is the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question. And if you're stuck in between answers, understand which answer choice, 2 answer choices, 3 answer choices, or 4 answer choices make sense relative to the actual question. So if you see some of these keywords, it could possibly be a safety level, but have flexibility, be willing to make some adaptations with and for the situation. The next level of the acronym is feelings. And a lot of times people are going to get feelings and assess mixed up. Feelings is somebody's direct perspective about what they are bringing into services and what they want to get out of services. So I always say feelings, F equals fluid, because somebody's feelings are forever fluid depending on the resources, information, and services that they are being provided at that given moment. So that's where, if you're working with an individual and you're providing them information, interventions, resources, you're assessing them, their perspective can change fluidly. So therefore, this is the client's subjective, key emphasis on subject, because if you think of subjective information, it's subject to change based on the information, resources, and services that are going to be present at this given moment. So for example, if we were to do a feelings level about this session, some of you would be feeling more comfortable, more confident, more pumped up, more excited about the exam. Other people could be like, man, I'm exhausted. This is overwhelming. I'm more confused than I've ever been. I'm probably going to fail the exam. So it's depending on where the person's perspective is at that given moment. But at the end of the day, let's say at the beginning of the session, you're like, whew, I'm not even sure what to expect. But now you're like, holy crap, this is really, really incredible. So that's where your feelings changed, and it was subject to change based on the information, resources, and services. So it's the client's subjective point of view of their situation and what is currently going on within their life, in their perspective of where they would like to go and what the client want from services or what they want to accomplish. So it's not up to what the social worker wants for the client, but it's what the client wants for themselves. So it is the client or patients, depending on the point of view that you want to take, that will subject to change based on their situation or information they receive. So it's their point of view on what they want to accomplish and what they want to see out of services. So it's the client's direct feelings or perspective of the situation or simply information that can be a starting point for treatment. So feelings is understanding truly where the client is coming from, what the client wants, and understanding more about where they're at and where they would like to go. So this is where the social worker needs to recognize where the client is, where the client is, where the client is, and where the client would like to go, not where we think they should be. And that's where a lot of times people get inside of questions and breaking down questions or working with clients, and they automatically have an entire story about what the client should be doing, what the client should want out of services, what they think is best for the client. But that's bad moves, bad vibes, because at the end of the day, it's not what I think, it's what the client wants with and for their situation. So that's where we need to start where the client is at, not where we think they should be. In order for us to effectively assist them, we need to understand what it is that they're asking. So we also need to engage with the client and to begin developing a therapeutic relationship or rapport with them. However, we need to be aware of who the client is, who the client is, who the client is, who the client is, because the client can be one person or multiple people. And that's what gets people twisted. So, for example, if you're working in a question that states, you know what, I'm meeting with a couple, some people may be like, you know what, boop, I'm skipping to the answers. Whatever answers say couple, I'm picking. However, let's say you're in a question and the question says that you're meeting with a couple. Let's say it's a husband and wife. The wife says X, Y, and Z and says another thing, and she wants to improve the relationship. And the husband is a silent film. Well, guess who I should be talking to? The husband. So therefore, the answer may be like, you know what? Gather information regarding the husband's perspective, work with the husband to identify what he would like to see. And you may be like, well, Phil, it's a couple. Why is the answer not saying couple? Because I'm only getting half of the client system's perspective. Therefore, I need everyone's perspective. But on the other side of the river, let's say I'm working with a child and the child's describing their needs, but also their home environment that involves their parents, that the parents potentially could need more resources. Well, I just went from one client, the child, to their parents versus, all right, one child must be the child, I'm out. Or I'm working with a couple, I'm out. So you want to understand who your client is or who your clients are, because it's important, because you need to have some flexibility and fluidity. So if you're working with a family and the entire question's about the son, your client is the son, not the entire family. Or if you're working with a couple and the entire question is about the one person, you need to talk to the other person. But if you're working with a couple and they're both having mutual exchanges, we're going to identify what the couple wants to see. So feelings is getting your client's direct perspective about where they're at and where they want to go with and for their situation. So F equals fluid, because the person's perspective is forever fluid and can change depending on the resources, information, services, etc., that we provide them. And as I stated before, I'm always reluctant to provide keywords, but again, do not word associate. Do not jump to conclusions. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up and say, well, if it says this word, it must be this, or it's automatically this because of this, because that's not going to be as helpful as understanding the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question. However, if you see the words validate, recognize, inquire, gather, elicit, feelings, perspective, etc., it could possibly be a feelings level. But just because it says feelings or just because it says some of these words does not mean that it is a feelings level, because just because the words are in the answer choice, because again, it's not the words in the answer choice, it's the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question. So it could possibly be this level of the acronym, but do not word associate. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up, and do not get yourself twisted to the point where you're like, I just don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking at. And on the other side of the river, we have assess. So assess, A equals as the person is, because feelings, F equals fluid, because the person's feelings and perspective is forever fluid depending on what we offer to them at that given moment. So the major difference between feelings and assess is the clinical or objective data or information about a client's situation and what their presenting needs are. And it can provide us more information on the client's situation beyond what they've already told us. So key emphasis on object, because if you think of an object, if I were to try to change an object, it would take great deals of force and it would not be easy to change. So therefore, the assess level is getting more of that concrete data that is observable in where the client has been before and where they're at today. So not just what they want to see and where they want to go, but what they have and what they need in order for them to get further along in their process. So feelings, let's say there is an answer choice that is work with the individual to understand what depression is like for them, feelings level. If we have an answer choice that says work with the individual to identify the depressive symptoms they experience, we have an assess. Because an assess is the more clinical data, such as the depressive symptoms, versus the other answer, work with the individual to understand what it is like for them to have depression, is getting their direct perspective. And it can change based on how depression is working with and for their situation. So assess A equals as they are, because we are taking the client as they are at this given moment and not adding, not taking away, but just meeting them directly where they're at. So this information can be difficult to change. That's why it's objective, CAMSTON object, since it involves direct observation and evidence for what has been in the past and what is going on right now. So we may utilize screening tools, contact family members if we have a release of information, because if we don't have a release of information, we're not about to breach confidentiality because that's bad moves, bad vibes. In addition to that, we're going to explore our client's history. Do they have any previous mental health symptoms? Do they have current mental health symptoms? Do they have treatment history? Have they been in treatment before? Do they have treatment going on right now besides what we're doing? Are they on medications? Were they on medications? Do they want medications? Do they have supports? Do they used to have supports? Do they need supports? Do they have any physical health concerns? And if so, are they imminent or foreseeably dangerous? If so, it may be a safety level, etc. So this is the information that we can get from our client in an integrated biopsychosocial spiritual assessment to better understand what they're actually bringing in to services. So it can also involve the client's previous behaviors and attempts to improve their situation. So this is the starting point of the social worker and client working together to develop a plan of action to address the client's identified needs and or wants. So this is more of that clinical data of not just what the client wants and where they want to go, but what are the facts as well as pieces of information about the client that we need to know about to give us a baseline for treatment. So assess A equals as they are, because we are taking the client as they are right now and understanding not just where they want to go, but what they have, what they need, and how we can assist them to get where they want to go with and for their situation. And again, I'm always reluctant to provide keywords because, again, do not word associate. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up or twisted and say it must be this based on this word. But if you see these words, it could possibly be an assess level, but you want to understand the meaning of the answer choice relative to the questions versus jumping like a cat that got scored to father into action. So if you see assess, inquire, gather, delve, explore, contact, etc., it could possibly be an assess level, but you want to truly understand what information that you're getting, what is the question trying to point us towards, and where we're at with and for this situation. The next level of the acronym, and the only optional option on the acronym, is refer. Refer, R equals no return. Why? Because if I'm going to refer somebody, they are no longer going to be working with me, and they're going to be ejecto-seated into someone else's office and to be working with them. And we previously discussed when to refer versus when to seek supervision. So this is going to be a continuation of that, but it's going to be more focused on the possibility of us not having enough experience working with that particular client. But it can also involve some of the ethical situations that we previously discussed as well. So refer, R equals no return, because it involves providing referrals to other professionals within our agency based on the limitations of our own expertise, or finding professionals outside of the agency to directly influence the client's situation and to elicit change that they, the client, are trying to get out of services. So it is entirely focused on where the client wants to go and how we can assist them at that given moment. So this can also involve connecting the client to community resources and services that can help supplement treatment. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. So referrals to other professionals are based on the social worker not having the appropriate experience to treat the client. So the social worker is exploring their limitations and finding ways to supplement them. So that is the key component, is we are referring when we don't have enough experience to work with the individual, and potentially individuals in our agency don't have enough experience. So we're sending them to another person. So it's us exploring the limitations that exist and supplementing them with and for the client's situation. So there are two possibilities: a referral to a person within our agency and a referral to somebody outside of our agency. So a referral to a professional within our agency would involve finding someone with the appropriate knowledge and expertise within a particular area of interest to better help the client with improving their identified issue and or need, so the other professional will have more experience than you do. Because remember, we're only able to refer somebody out when there is little experience on my end and they need specialized pieces of treatment, trauma treatment, dialectical behavioral therapy, eating disorders, substance use, etc., or if the client no longer wants to work with me. So if somebody comes in with a presenting issue that I am able to treat, but I don't want to work with the client, bad moves, bad vibes. So an example that articulate this a little bit further: a client needs substance use services and Phil does not have experience with treating clients with substance use disorders. However, Becca has experience with substance use treatment and could better treat the client. Therefore, Phil would transfer the client to Becca for services. So in this circumstance, a client needs substance use services and Phil does not have experience with treating clients with substance use disorders. Becca has experience with treating substance use disorders and could better treat the client. Therefore, it's up to Phil to refer the client to Becca for services. Not up to the client to do it on their own, but it's up to me to make that warm handoff as a social worker and as a competent professional. So therefore, we, the social worker, need to inform the client that we are going to transfer them to make an informed referral. So let's say the client is coming in for substance use services, relationship issues, depression, and they don't want to address their substance use and they want to address their relationship concerns or their depression, and I'm able to work with the relationship issues and depression. I would not refer them to a substance use provider because the individual does not want to directly work with in that realm or on that presenting concern. So that's where it's important to have flexibility, but understand specifically what's going on in the confines of the situation. On the other side of the river, a referral to a professional outside of our agency would occur when no one at our agency is about to treat or serve the client in an appropriate manner. And we aren't able to do that. No one at our agency is able to. So we have to find somebody that is better equipped to assist them. So we need to make sure the professional is competent and the location is available and accessible to the client of interest. Because let's say we have a client that wants substance use services and they're like, you know what? I really want that. And no one at my agency is able to do it. I'm not able to do that. And the next provider is 100 miles away. And the client's like, I have limited transportation. I don't have the ability to travel that far. Are there other options? Well, in that case, I'm not just going to ship them in duck face selfie and be like, all right, I'm out. You do it on your own. So we need to ensure that the referral is in line with our code of ethics and to ensure that our client is still getting their needs met. So that's where we need to make sure the location is accessible and the person is competent and aware of what to do and how we can best assist the client. So for example, someone needs trauma treatment. Phil does not have experience with treating trauma and no one at his agency does either. So Phil would need to find someone with trauma experience and make the referral to the person that could better treat the trauma. So breaking this down a little bit further. So someone needs trauma treatment and Phil does not have experience with treating trauma and no one at his agency has experience with treating trauma either. So they're not trauma informed. Bad moves, bad vibes. So within this, Phil would need to find someone with trauma experience and make the referral to the individual that could better treat the trauma. I would inform the client of the necessity of the referral and how it is going to be helpful for them to see that other person. So we, the social worker, need to inform the client of the necessity of the referral and ensure that the referral was made appropriately, and maybe sign a release of information to ensure coordination of care, following up with the client, doing all of our due diligence. So that's where the referral process within the acronym is going to involve me not having experience in transferring them to somebody in my agency, or I don't have experience, no one at my agency has experience either, and then transferring them to an outside provider and then following up with those circumstances. And that's why I said refer is the only optional option on the acronym, because if you've identified that there's no safety concerns, you understand where the client wants to go, you have a thorough idea of what they're bringing in, and then you're like, all right, refers the next one, I'm just going to ejecto seat them out of services, but it's not appropriate within the circumstances of the situation. That's why the acronym is not the 100% law. It's simply a tool that can assist you to understand the meaning of the answer choices. And as we stated before, but a quick review, appropriate times for social workers to refer a client that they've been working with when a client brings something into treatment that the social worker cannot seek supervision around to improve. So that's where the client's sexually attracted to the social worker. And again, it's twofold. If the client is sexually attracted, but we're able to set boundaries, we may be able to still work with the individual. However, if they are sexually attracted and they're making sexual advances or uncomfortable motions, then that would be involved within our competence of knowing when to set boundaries and when to fold the deck of cards and let the client see another provider. The client knows the social worker outside of the agency. Conflict of interest, emphasis on interest, because this is where we would be gaining interest from knowing the client or dual relationship. So remember the three questions as it relates to conflicts of interest or dual relationship. Conflicts of interest, we're gaining interest from knowing the client. Dual relationship, think of the old Western about to have a standoff of like with our client, but also if it is the Middle Ages, you're about to whip out a sword and duel. You are connected to your client in a therapeutic manner, but you're also having a public exposure to the client. And this must be a circumstance where, again, the three questions, the proximity to the client, how connected to the client am I to them? Also, what is the impact that it can have on the therapeutic process? And then the third one is if there was an outside observer looking in, would they think that I'm exploiting the client? So a circumstance where referral would be appropriate is, let's say I'm working with a client and they start dating somebody that I previously dated. In that circumstance, that would be a dual relationship because I'm connected to the client, but I'm also connected to the person that the client is now connected to. So it's a triangulation type relationship. Because if somebody's dating somebody that I previously dated, ethically, I'm not going to be able to stay objective and stay within my clinical realm because I may be having reactions. I may be doing different things or saying, run, get away, and do all these different things. So that would be a dual relationship where I would have to refer someone out. Conflict of interest would be where I'm gaining interest. So let's say I am starting private practice and my client is somebody that owns buildings and I don't realize that I'm about to rent a building from the client and the client is offering to give me a cheap rate of rent because they know who I am. In that circumstance, that'd be a conflict of interest because I'd be gaining interest, aka a lower fee for rent from knowing my client because the client is the landlord of the building. In that circumstance, it could be better to discuss it with the client and try to set healthy therapeutic boundaries. But if they're like, oh my God, you need to get in this building, and if not, I'm not working with you, we'd have to refer the person out because the proximity to the person would be too doggone close. They'd be connected to our finances, but also it'd be also a negative impact on the therapeutic process. And if somebody was looking from the outside looking in, they'd be thinking that I'm exploiting the client. Another possibility is the social worker is connected to the client in another way outside of the agency. Conflict of interest, scams on interest. We would be gaining interest from knowing the client or dual relationship. Think of having an old Western where you're about to have a gunsling with the client of duel. Or in the Middle Ages, you're about to whip out a sword, duel, and you're about to engage with a client or conflict of interest. You're gaining interest or a reward from knowing the client. So another example is, let's say my client is dating my brother. In that circumstance, it would be a dual relationship because I'm connected to my brother. My brother's connected to the client and it's too close to home. Literally, in that circumstance, I would have to refer the person out. Conflict of interest. Let's say I am aware of my brother now dating somebody and that person tries to offer me more money. That person tries to offer me beneficial services in whatever profession that they are in. Or, you know what, you need car work done. My partner knows how to work on the car. How about I give you their information and they can start working on your car? Conflict of interest because I have a connection to the client and their spouse is going to be working on my car and I'm going to be gaining interest from that interaction. So in that circumstance, you could try to set healthy therapeutic boundaries, but if they get offended and overbearing with it in that circumstance, then you could be having a conflict of interest. So that's where conflicts of interest and dual relationships are not always going to require that you refer somebody out, but understanding those three questions of proximity, the impact that it has on the therapeutic process. In addition to that, when you are having an outside observer look in, are they viewing that you're exploiting the client? And where it gets really tricky within the refer level, and it'll make more sense as we get into the other level of the acronym that's similar to refer, is the social worker knows of the community resource that could benefit the client, such as support group meetings, food banks, housing resources, etc. So the client will stay in treatment with the social worker. And you may be saying, well, Phil, didn't you just say refer R equals no return, so they wouldn't be working with me? You're absolutely correct. However, if we look at these circumstances that we'd be connecting somebody to another resource, these are not professionally run entities. So a support group meeting, even though NAAA, Smart Recovery, and all those other things are helpful support group meetings, it's not professionally run by somebody that's credentialed. So therefore, if I'm connecting them to support group meetings or AE meetings, etc., it would be considered refer, and they would still be able to come back to me. But if I'm connecting them to something that's professionally run in another professional and they're going to be working with me still, we're going to be looking at facilitate food banks, housing resources, etc. They're oftentimes not run by a credentialed professional. So if you are connecting them to a credentialed professional and they're going to be coming back to you, we're looking more at a facilitate versus you connecting them to another person and they're coming back. If you're connecting them to a credentialed professional and they're not coming back, then it's refer. So again, I'm always reluctant to provide keywords, but again, do not word associate. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up. Do not jump like a cat that got squirted with powder into action, but understand the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question. Don't go with the buzzwords. You're not a bee. You're going to get stung. But if you see refer, connect, coordinate, link, deliver, etc., it could possibly be a refer level on the acronym. But again, you want to understand the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question to ensure that you're not assuming, you're not jumping to conclusions, you're not getting yourself riled and dialed up, and you're truly understanding what is in the question as well as what is in the answer choices. The next level on the acronym is educate. So educate is where we're going to be providing information to the client and they're going to be utilizing it in the session today. So think about the majority of educational systems are happening indoors. So if you're going to university, you're going to K through 12, it's oftentimes going to be indoors. So educate is where we're going to be providing information to the person in the session, and they're going to be utilizing it today. So educate is providing information about services that the social worker will provide, another professional will provide, or any areas of interest to the client. So the goal of this level is to ensure that the client is aware of what to expect and so they can provide informed consent within their treatment. In order for somebody to provide informed consent, they must be informed what they are consenting to and allow for them to have more competence and feel empowered in their own situation. So this is where the client is able to know what to expect and what is actually possible in their situation. Because not every time that a client wants to accomplish a particular goal are they going to be able to do so in the timeline that they want to. So, for example, if they're like, you know what, I want to get on Medicaid and I want to get Section 8 housing and they're making too much money, you would educate them on the requirements of those programs and let them know versus, you know what, let's just fake it until we make it. We need to practice until we become. So within this situation, the client is able to know what to expect and what is actually possible in their situation. So it allows for the client to have knowledge and competency around their own services as well as treatment. Because in order for us to get informed consent from the client, they must be informed what they are consenting to and help guide their own treatment in some way, shape, or form. So looking at this a little bit further, educate is to allow for the client to be able to adequately understand what to expect while in treatment or to better inform them on their ability to make sound decisions for themselves. Because education is always going to inform somebody, and the more competent you are, the more comfortable and confident you are going to be within your process. In addition to that, educate can also be to become aware of a particular topic of interest, marijuana use on their medications, anger management techniques, positive strategies for anxiety, etc. So me being a mental health and substance use therapist in Michigan, when Michigan passed recreational marijuana use, I had a lot of clients be like, man, Phil, what is this going to mean for me? Like, what could this mean about probation? Like, what is the difference between indica, sativa, hybrid blends, and all these different things? And I had to provide the information to them so they can make a sound decision. It's not my job to arm wrestle them and restrict information because information changes situations. So I have to allow for them to empower themselves and make the best decision with and for their situation. So educate means anytime that you're providing information to the client that they are going to utilize in the session today. And that's going to make a lot more sense as we get into the next level of the acronym, which is relatively similar, but it's also going to put more onto the client. So educate is you're providing information about what the client is interested in, the resources and services that are available to them that they can identify for themselves. Anytime that you're providing information to them that they're going to utilize in the session today versus out on their own, because this is where the acronym gets really tricky and is going to have some overlap, because advocate, facilitate, and intervene all mean the same thing. All of them mean the same thing. And it's just a difference on who is actually going to be doing the action with the information, resources, and services. So the first one up to bat, advocate, A equals all by themselves, because advocate is when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, for the client, for the client, for the client, and the client will deliver it to themselves. So advocate is where you're going to provide the needed information, resources, and services to the client, and they're going to do it on their own. And that's different than educate, because educate is you're providing them information that they're going to utilize in the session today. So a difference here would be, let's say the client wants housing resources and you give them information regarding housing options, and they're going to make a decision in the session today whether they want to pursue Section 8 housing. However, advocate could be you are giving them information related to housing options and they're going to explore them on their own. So advocate is you're giving them the information, resources, and services, and they're going to do it on their own. Well, educate is I'm giving them the information and they're going to review it in the session today and utilize that information right now. So advocate, A equals all by themselves, because this is when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and they deliver it to themselves. And this is important because this is where the person or client determines whether they're going to utilize or benefit from a particular part of treatment. Because this is where if we give them information, resources, and services, and they don't actually engage with them or they don't actually utilize them, it's likely because it's not important to them at that given moment. So with that in mind, advocate allows for the person to have control and reinforce their own work while in treatment. Because if you give them something to do on their own, it's going to empower them and help them fight for the right to become the best possible version of themselves. So advocate is where we're gathering together for a cause, but it's up for the person to exercise their right to become the best possible version of themselves. So if you think of an advocacy rally or a protest, the individuals that are protesting or rallying for certain rights for individuals may not be able to benefit from those rights directly, but they're trying to empower and give the option to another person to get their needs met in a better manner. So this is where the client will be the main factor in their progression going forward, their regression going backwards, or stagnation where they're going to be stagnant and not going to be moving anywhere. So advocate, A equals all by themselves, because that's when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and the client does it on their own. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Phil has problems with time management and would like to be able to improve it. A social worker provides him a planner that he can utilize while at home. So in this example, Phil has problems with time management and he would like to be able to improve it. So that is his presenting concern and what he wants to address. A social worker provides him a planner that he can utilize while at home. So key emphasis here, while at home. So if the social worker provided him a planner and they were going to review it in the session today, it would be educate. However, providing me a planner that I can utilize on my own, A equals all by myself, because I was provided the needed information, resources, and services, and I'm going to do it on my own. So it's up to Phil to fill out and utilize the planner or schedule to improve his time management skills. So it puts it more onto me. Another example, Phil is doing a study group on the acronym and walking through practice questions with social workers who are preparing to pass their ACE-WV exams, go into the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. Phil provides the information for the acronym and leaves it up to the participants to utilize it or not. So in this circumstance, Phil is doing a study group on the acronym and going through practice questions with social workers who are preparing to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. And this is where it turns into a different process. Phil provides the information for the acronym and leaves it up to the participants to utilize it or not. So if I'm giving you information about the acronym and you're going to utilize it on your own, it's advocate. If I was going to review the information with you directly and you're going to discuss it, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, it would be educate. And That is where, if I was connecting you to another person, it would be a facilitate. So this is where the participants have the information regarding the acronym, and it's up to them whether they utilize or benefit from it or not. So that's where it's up to the participants to do it on their own. A equals all by themselves, because that's where the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services to the client, and the client is going to do it on their own. Another example: Rebecca's been struggling with balancing studying for the social work licensure exam and handling her anxiety while answering practice questions. So that is the concern that is going on. So that is what needs to be addressed. So in this, Phil provides Rebecca information on how to break down questions, combat her anxiety, and to remain focused while preparing for and going in the exam, kicking her directly chest to get the job done. So it's up to her whether she utilizes the information or not. So this is where Advocate comes in, because if Phil provided information and they're going to discuss it at that moment and how it can be tailored specifically to her, we're looking at Educate. But Advocate is A equals all by themselves, because Rebecca is going to do it on her own if she would like to. So that's where Advocate is going to be all about that person and what they're specifically going to do. Advocate A equals all by themselves, because that's where the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services to the person, and they are going to do it on their own. The next level of the acronym is facilitate, and it's going to be a step further. So facilitate, F equals a friend, because this is where the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and a friend, aka another professional, delivers the services to and for the client's situation. So that's where, and it's an additional action that has occurred. So Advocate is where the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and they're going to do it on their own. While facilitate is they are provided the information, but another professional, aka a friend of the social worker, is going to assist the client directly to increase the likelihood that they get their needs met. So in this process, it is where somebody is influencing the likelihood that somebody will benefit from the services and or the client's needs are being met. So that's where it's going to increase the likelihood that somebody succeeds, because there's a sense of an accountability for that individual. Stated in a different way, the act of somebody assisting a client with getting their intended result and or multiple results from the services. So the professional serves as a sense of accountability. So Advocate, A equals all by themselves. So let's say you're studying on your own. I provide you information that could be helpful for you to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest, get the job done. But it's up to you to utilize the information. Facilitate would be if you were providing information and I connected you to somebody else that was studying as well, you would have a higher likelihood of being able to study and having motivation to study, because you feel responsible to that person. So facilitate, F equals a friend, because this is when the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services for the client. And a friend, aka another professional, delivers the services to and for the client situation. Stated in a different way, it's where somebody helps connect you with someone, facilitates a connection to help you get further along in the process. And facilitate is different than refer, because facilitate is where you're connecting them to another professional and they're still going to be working with you. Refer, if you're connecting them to another professional, they're not going to be working directly with you. If you send them to a non-professional entity, support group, meetings, etc., and they're still going to be working with you, it would be considered refer. So that's where you need to keep in mind facilitate, F equals a friend, because that's where we're connecting them to another professional, aka friend, to get further along in their process. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Phil gets a list of anger management techniques from his therapist to try at home, and Darlene is contacting him daily to inquire about the utilization of the techniques provided. So if we look at this closely, Phil gets a list of anger management techniques from his therapist to try at home, and Darlene is contacting him daily to inquire about the utilization of the techniques provided. And this is where it's going to turn into facilitate. If it's stopped at strategies for him to try at home, then we're looking at an Advocate, A equals all by themselves, because I was provided the needed information, resources, and services, and I would be doing it on my own. What makes it a facilitate is the fact that somebody, another professional, is reaching out to check in on my utilization. So that's where somebody's following up with Phil to ensure his needs are being met or increasing the likelihood that he reaches his identified goal, which would be to decrease his anger in this example. So that's where, again, if it was just doing something at home on my own, it's Advocate. Facilitate is where somebody else is going to be following up with me. Another example, Phil is working with a client who struggles with depression and who recently lost his housing. Phil connects the client with a housing specialist at his agency to ensure that his client gets his needs met. The client would still work with Phil, but they're getting additional assistance. So, breaking this down, Phil is working with a client who struggles with depression and who recently lost his housing, where it turns into a facilitate. Phil connects the client with a housing specialist at the agency to ensure his client gets his needs met. And that is where I'm connecting them to another professional, F equals a friend, in order to increase the likelihood that they are successful. If I were to just give the client a list of housing resources and they were going to do it on their own, we're looking at advocate. If I were to give them a list of housing resources and I was going to work with them directly, we're looking at intervene. So that's where the client would still work with Phil, but they're getting additional assistance. So that's where facilitate is more like a case management level of you connecting them to another professional, a case manager, psychiatrist, etc. So Phil was working with a client, he connected them to another professional to get his needs met. This level is similar to case management or to supplemental services. And it's me connecting them to another professional. Because if I were to connect them to a housing resource and they don't want to work with me any longer, it would be a refer because their needs would be entirely met. Another example, Barb has been working to pass her ASWB exam and has been unsuccessful. Barb's friend, Jody, recently passed her exam by watching Phil on YouTube and suggests she reaches out to him for assistance. So Barb reaches out to Phil to increase the likelihood that she will pass her exam. So Barb has been working to pass her exam and has not been successful. So that is the presenting concern. Barb's friend Jody recently passed her exam by watching Phil on YouTube and suggests that she reaches out to him for assistance. So this is going to be the facilitate, connecting the individual to another professional. Barb reaches out to Phil to increase the likelihood that she goes into the exam, kicks it directly in the chest to get the job done. So with that said, Barb's been trying to pass the exam on her own, and Jody connected her to another person to impact her situation in the act of Phil following up and allowing for her to become the best possible version of herself to go in the exam, kick directly in the chest to get the job done is where the facilitate came in. So Barbara's been trying to pass the exam on her own. Jody connected her to another professional. In the act of Phil following up and working with the individual is where we're going to start seeing that facilitate and that improvement of comprehension. And the last level of the acronym, and every single person's favorite level of the acronym, is intervene. Intervene, I equals I do something, because this is where the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client. And the social worker will provide and deliver the resources and services for and to the client's situation. And that's why I said it's every single person's favorite, because a lot of times social workers have their capes on and want to rescue people, and that's bad moves, bad vibes. So in this circumstance, whenever the social worker does an action to elicit or promote change in a client situation to ensure that the need and or wants are being addressed, the social worker is the last resort. So when the social worker helps to develop or deliver plans for and with the client, they, the social worker, will work with the client to ensure that they are getting closer to their goals. So it's still focused on the client's goals, but we're collaborating with that individual. Intervene, I equals I do something, because that's where I'm going to put forth action and energy to assist the client. And advocate, they equals all by themselves, because that's when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and they're going to do it on their own. Facilitate, F equals a friend, because that's when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and they connect them to a friend, aka another professional, for assistance. Intervene, I equals I do something, because that's when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services, and they, the social worker, are going to assist them directly. So let's look at a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Phil wants to better handle his anger, so the social worker he's working with provides him a list of anger management techniques that they identified together. The social worker will follow up with Phil to ensure that the positive strategies are improving his anger. So breaking this down, Phil wants to better handle his anger, so the social worker he's working with provides him a list of anger management techniques that they identified together. So if the social worker provided me a list of anger management techniques that we are going to discuss in the session today, this would be an educate. If they provided me a list of anger management techniques to utilize on my own, that's where we would start seeing an advocate. So that's where Since we identified them together, they collaborated with me, which is an intervene. The social worker directly will follow up with Phil to ensure the positive strategies are improving his anger. So that's where the social worker directly is going to follow up versus having another person do it. So the social worker worked with Phil to identify positive strategies, and they are following up with him to ensure his anger is addressed. So intervene is more hands on and is going to be more focused on providing a solution to someone in some way, shape, or form. So, with that said, another example, Rebecca's been feeling more depressed since her brother moved away, and she meets with a therapist to discuss it. The therapist works with Rebecca to identify positive strategies to improve her depressive symptoms. So, in this, Rebecca's been feeling more depressed since her brother moved away, and she meets with a therapist to discuss it. The therapist works with Rebecca directly to identify strategies to improve her depressive symptoms. So that's where the individual is working with Rebecca directly and allowing for her to get her needs met. If they were connecting her to a group or to another professional, it'd be a different story. So rather than providing a list that they're going to do on their own, that'd be advocate, connecting them to another professional, facilitate. The social worker assisted her by themselves. In the last example, Jackie has been struggling with understanding how to break down questions and to stay motivated to study for her ASWB exam. She reaches out to a guy named Phil for assistance. Phil connects with her and works with her on how to break down questions and to remain motivated throughout the process. So, in this circumstance, Jackie's been struggling with understanding how to break down questions and stay motivated to study for her ASWB exam. She reaches out to a guy named Phil for assistance, and Phil connects with her and works with her on how to break down questions and stay motivated to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. So in this interaction, Phil directly interacted with Jackie rather than just providing feedback, which again could be educate if they're going to utilize the information in that session today, advocate if they're going to utilize the information on their own, having another professional assister, which would be the facilitate, or he impacted her situation directly, which is where we see intervene. So anytime that the social worker is doing an action, it's intervene. So it's not just the action that is being done, though. It's why the action is occurring. So keep it in mind who is doing the action, why is it occurring, and it's the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question versus just what are the words within the answer choice. So let's do a quick review of the acronym to keep us all on the same page. So, quick review, the acronym starts with the client and moves towards the social worker. So that's where safety is focused on the well-being of the client, not our well-being, but also the potential harm for themselves or somebody else. So it's not what we want to be comfortable with. It's what our client is bringing in and who they potentially could be harming and what we need to do with and for our situation to ensure the safety of themselves as well as other people. So imminent or foreseeable danger. Feelings is focused on the client's view in what they want and where they want to go within their situation. It's not what we think they want. It's not what we want for the client, but what do they truly want? Feelings, F equals fluid, because the person's feelings are forever fluid and can change based on the resources, information, and services that they receive, because the feelings is the subjective data. Gam's on subject because it's subject to change. Assess, A equals as they are, because we are taking them as they are right now, and it's focused on the client's history and their situation and not just what they want, but what they have and where they want to go in the future. Refer, R equals no return, because it's focused on the client's needs and directing them in the best possible way to help them get them met, and is identifying our limitations within treatment. Educate is focused on the client's competence and what knowledge that they have at this moment, what knowledge they need that they're going to utilize in the session today. Advocate, A equals all by themselves, because that's when the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services to the client, and the client is going to do it on their own. So it's focused on allowing the client to take control of their own situation and to promote change. A equals all by themselves. Facilitate, F equals a friend, because that's where the social worker is going to gather the needed information, resources, and services and connect them to a friend, aka another professional, for assistance. So it's focused on the client working on their struggles and they are getting connected to another professional to help. So again, think of somebody going to a friend's house and they're not going to stay at the friend's house for the rest of their life. Therefore, F equals a friend because they're going there temporarily and then they're going to be going back to home base, which is working with the social worker. Intervene, I equals I do something. That is where the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client. And it is focused on the social worker, not just focused entirely on us, working with the client to help the client, help the client, help the client get their needs met. So we, the social worker, are the last resort. I equals I do the action. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the differences between the levels of the acronym. But again, do not word associate. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up or get yourself twisted. It's the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question versus just the words within the answer choices. An easy way to be able to recall the level of the acronym during the exam. Savvy farmer Aladdin raises expensive apples from India. Each of these words within a story are going to help determine and dictate the level of the acronym that you can see. Safety savvy, feelings farmer, assess Aladdin, refer raises, educate expensive, advocate apples, facilitate from, intervene India. So again, the savvy farmer Aladdin raises expensive apples from India is not going to be able to apply to the actual answer choices. It's just a way to be able to recognize the level of the acronym. So that way you can remember what the order of the acronym is. But again, the acronym is a tool, not the 100% law. So each of these words can help you remember the order and what levels of the acronym exist. However, keeping in mind that the acronym is only for application questions. So do not apply the acronym to every single question. And this oftentimes blows people's minds as well, because they're like, well, Phil, I'm trying to utilize the acronym on every single question. And it's like, well, it's not going to be applicable to every single question, because if that was the case, we'd be on a private jet, because the strategy would be a silver bullet and a magic trick. So that's where we need to understand the type of question that you're looking at and the details of the question relative to what is actually going on, and compare each answer choice back to the question to see what you're looking at with and for your situation. And you may be wondering, Phil, what are the types of questions that you can see on their exam? Well, there are 3 types of questions. There are recall questions, application questions, as well as reasoning questions. So recall questions are equals recognize and apply. So these are the types of questions that you need to recognize the pieces of information, and these are the one-worded answers that people typically love. So recall questions are any questions we have to identify specific social work terms, theories, concepts, ideologies, etc., and they tend to be one-worded answers and ask for specific pieces of information. So for example, Freudian theory, medications, diagnosis, Kohlberg's, Maslow's, all these different things that potentially could be on the exam that are going to require that you know specific pieces of information. However, this is not the entire exam. So when people are trying to memorize all this information, they're beating themselves up for not being a walking encyclopedia of social work. You got to take yourself outside of the fire and know that not the entire exam is going to be based on recall. So these are the content based questions that every single person tries to love, because they're easy for people to kind of like grab onto and regurgitate information. But it's not enough just to know the information. You have to be able to recognize it, but also apply it and know that there is some fluidity within these concepts. So the recall questions are equals recognize, because you need to be able to recognize the pieces of information that you can see on the exam, but also how you can apply it, and allowing for yourself to have some fluidity to not just vomit on the exam, but understand truly how and why the answer choice is actually the answer choice. So this could be Freudian theory, medications, diagnosis, Kohlberg's, Erickson, PJ, Maslow, stages of grief, community, all these different concepts. And the next type of question that you can see on the exam is an application question. So key emphasis on apply, because this is not just where you have to recognize the information. This is where we need to apply these social work terms, theories, concepts, and ideologies to specific client scenarios and clinical write-ups. And these are the types of questions that oftentimes are going to be the thorn in people's sides, and they're going to cause the most trouble for individuals. So the application questions are not just where you need to recognize the information, but you need to apply the information to specific client scenarios and situations. And there's not always going to be a black and white answer choice that is going to be available. So these tend to be the clinical write-ups and ask for the social worker to respond in an appropriate manner. So for example, let's say a client presents with depressive symptoms, anxiety symptoms, they're homeless, utilizing substances, and then have high blood pressure. Where does the social worker start? So if we look closely, we have multiple different presenting concerns. We have depressive symptoms, we have anxiety symptoms, they are homeless, they're utilizing substances, and they have high blood pressure. So as we're thinking about this, some of us may already be like, you know what, this is the answer and I know it. And this is just where we got to go. However, not to break your heart and not to burst your bubble, but each of these could be the correct answer in the presenting concern that we need to address with and for the client situation. And what I mean by that is it's up to what the client wants, but also what are these symptoms and what are these presentations that the client is bringing in? So the depressive symptoms could be the primary presenting concern if one, your client wants to focus on them, but two, if there's imminent or foreseeable danger, suicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent, homicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent, there's psychosis, the individual's depressive symptoms have caused their ADLs to be dropping below a level that would be appropriate for them to sustain life, any of those different circumstances. But if none of those boxes are ticked, the depressive symptoms are off the table. The anxiety symptoms could be the presenting concern. If one, your client is experiencing extreme anxiety to the point of having paranoia and almost psychosis, the individual wants to focus on their anxiety symptoms. The individual is experiencing agoraphobia where they're not leaving the home, which is causing them to have less than favorable ADLs and they're not able to sustain life due to lack of nutrition, etc. But if none of those boxes are ticked, anxiety symptoms are off the table. Homelessness could be the possibility. And people are like, yeah, man, I know my boy Maslow. He's going to give me the information. Because again, everybody has the right to self-determination unless danger to self, danger to other, abuse, and neglect of a vulnerable individual, someone under the age of 18, somebody over the ages of 65, or anyone with an intellectual or cognitive disability. Therefore, if somebody is homeless and is not responsible for taking care of a vulnerable individual and they don't want to seek out housing resources, they have the right to be homeless if they want to. So that's where, again, you don't just need to jump like a cat that got squirted with water or have your cape on and say they're homeless, so I'm going to rescue them. But if they don't want to be saved, don't save them. In addition to that, if they are in a vulnerable situation with a vulnerable individual and we offer resources to them and they take it, that is their choice. But if they didn't decline them and they are in a vulnerable situation with a vulnerable individual, then it could potentially be a report. Substances could be the primary presenting concern. If one, your client wants to address their substance use, two, they're utilizing substances around a vulnerable individual. Two, the individual is intoxicated and or withdrawing within the session where it potentially could be a danger to themselves or to another person. But if none of those boxes are ticked, we're not going to be focusing on their substance use. High blood pressure could be the primary presenting concern. And people are like, yeah, I'm going to rule out medical first. But that's not necessarily the case because if somebody has high blood pressure, but it's already being managed, or they don't want to manage it, or they don't have access to a doctor, or they don't have the means to see a doctor, or they don't want to, well, guess what? High blood pressure is off the table unless they're having some complications in your office and they're feeling faint and about to collapse. We're not going to override the person's right to self-determination. So that's where, as you're breaking down questions, we have to understand the specifics related to the question and the details within it, because one detail changes everything in the question. And everybody has the right to self-determination unless danger to themselves, suicidal ideation, plans, means, and intent, homicidal ideations, plans, means, and intent. There's abuse and neglect going on of a vulnerable individual, someone under the ages of 18 years old, somebody over the ages of 65, or anyone with an intellectual or cognitive disability, or they're exhibiting mania or psychosis that could potentially be dangerous to themselves or another person. But if none of those boxes are ticked, they can make the decision that they want to see for themselves. And the last type of question that you can see are reasoning questions, emphasis on reason, because we need to identify an ethical reason for the choice that we are picking. So reasoning questions are where we need to come up with specific solution to a problem. Typically, these questions require that we break down an ethical dilemma or address a problem within a client interaction. An application and reasoning questions are relatively similar. It's just all dependent on where the question is going and what the question is focusing on, because it's still going to be a client scenario, but we need to address an ethical dilemma and provide an ethical reason for the answer choice that we are selecting. So these can be research questions, ethical questions, and clinical decision-making questions as well. And I skipped over it purposely, but application and reason questions can both have first, next, best, most, and should words in those answer choices in the question. And what I mean by that is first, next, best, most, and should can be an application, reason, or even a recall type question. So therefore, do not just let one word dictate how you answer the question. But before we get into that, types of questions, recall, or where we need to recognize these specific social work terms, theories, concepts, and ideologies, etc. So these tend to be the one-worded answers that every single person loves. Application questions are where we need to apply these specific social work terms, theories, concepts, ideologies, etc. to specific client scenarios. And reasoning questions are where we need to identify an ethical reason to a problem that is arising. So getting into that thought, where a lot of times people are going to have the preconceived notion that first, next, best, most, and should are different in the way that we would address the question. But that's not the case, because first, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how answer the question. So that's where application, reasoning, and recall questions can all have first, next, best, most, and should in the question. Therefore, first, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So if you're at this point and you're like me and Phil, I still think that they are different, let's go through this. So first means that the social worker is in an interaction, and what should the social worker start with in the situation? Next is, what should the social worker start with when reacting to the situation that has already been described, aka how does the social worker respond? Best is, what should the social worker do first when responding to the situation, aka how does the social worker react? Most is, what is the best explanation or appropriate action for the social worker to take in this situation, aka how does the social worker respond? First, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how you answer the question. And it simply means, what does the social worker need to do in this given moment? And that's where I'll give you an example. I love drinking tea. And let's say the first step of making tea is grabbing the kettle and filling it full of water. So Phil is getting ready to make tea. What should he do first? Grab the kettle, fill it full of water. Phil is getting ready to make tea. He went in the kitchen. What should he do next? Grab the kettle, fill it full of water. Phil's getting ready to make tea. What is the most likely thing for him to do? Grab the kettle, fill it full of water. Phil's getting ready to make tea. What is the best thing for him to do? Grab the kettle, fill it full of water. So first, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how you answer the question. And if you've been letting it dictate how you answer the question, just let it go, because it's not going to give you the information that you think it is going to. Because if you're looking first and next and trying to put them in order, or best and most, trying to jump like a cat that got squirted with water into action, what you're doing is telling the question what the answer should be and what the answers should be relative to the question as well. So first, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how answer the question. And let's segue now into the 6-step process that I recommend every single person to keep in mind as they are breaking down the question in the exam. So the 6-step process is also not a shortcut. So do not look at this as a way to just automatically give you the answer. The 6-step process is a process that you can utilize to organize the information in the question that can help you not become overwhelmed, not help you get all riled and dialed up, but also give you the confidence to attack the question. So the first question that you want to ask yourself when you're reading the question is, who are you? What type of social worker are you? The type of social worker you are is going to help determine what is the role as well as expectation that the role that you are in has. So for example, if I'm an outpatient social worker, my job is to assess, stabilize, maintain for a decent amount of time, and then discharge you. Hospital social worker, on the other hand, my job is to assess, stabilize as fast as I possibly can, and discharge. So it's a lot faster pace. So if I'm in the emergency department, my job is to assess, stabilize, and discharge as fast as I possibly can. But let's say somebody gets into the inpatient unit, it's still assess, stabilize 28 days, if not less, and then get them out on the streets. Well, outpatient is, I'm going to assess, stabilize, maintain until you complete your treatment goals, and then discharge. Hospital social work is assess, stabilize, monitor. They go to the next grade, repeat, assess, stabilize, monitor, repeat. They go to the next grade until they graduate, etc. So the type of social worker you are is going to help determine what is the role and expectation that you have. So if you're in a psychiatric emergency agency, you're a hospital social worker, your role is going to be totally different than if you're in a private practice, outpatient clinic, etc. The second question you want to ask yourself is, where are you at? What setting are you in? Because the setting that you're in is going to help determine the roles and expectation as well as the information that you're able to get. So what I mean by that is if you're an office-based social worker, an office-based social worker is going to base all of their information on what the client tells them, as well as how the client is presenting themselves during treatment. Unless you have a crystal ball, you're not going to be able to understand their home environment, their relationships, and all these different things unless you ask the client. So an office-based social worker, if it's not on the question, you may have to ask them more about themselves. A community-based social worker or a home-based social worker is going to base all of their information on what the client tells them, as well as what they observe while meeting with the client. Because if I'm meeting with the client in their own environment, I can observe certain things without having to ask them, or I can observe something and ask a follow-up question based on the fact that I already have some insight. So what is their home environment? Do they have any financial concerns? Do they have supports? Do they need supports? Are there safety concerns? Are there different things structurally about their environment that could potentially be dangerous? Are they utilizing substances? Are there children? All these different things would be in the question based on the fact that I'm a community-based social worker or a home-based social worker, versus if I'm in the office only meeting with one person, it's going to be a total different circumstance. And after I identify who I am and where I'm at, I'm going to ask myself, who is my client or who are my clients? So that way I can understand who am I supposed to be working with and who is my focus. So who's providing the information and who is it about? Because as I was saying before, your client can be one person or multiple people, or you can be getting information from somebody that is not directly your client, but is connected to your client. So the client will often be in the correct answer and allow for you to be able to connect the answer back to the question. So the question will often tell you or be the focus in the actual circumstance. So the client of interest will be what the question is about. But don't just read the first sentence that says couple or last sentence that says couple or certain details on the question, but truly understand who is your client. So if you're a school-based social worker and it's like you're talking to a parent, your client is not the parent. Your client is the student. So therefore, being mindful of who your client is or who your clients are can be helpful. Because if the entire question's about one person, we have to understand, is that because I need to get information from the other person, or is that because that is who my actual client is? The fourth question you want to ask yourself is, what lengths of time are present in the question? Is this an intake assessment, 2 months, 6 months, during the most recent session, previous session? All these different circumstances could be helpful. And why that's important is because the length and/or lengths of time will help you better understand where your client has been in the past, where your client is at right now, and where your client would like to go in the future. So often people will lose track of the length and/or lengths of time and confuse past information for current situation and assume answers without actually realizing it. So if you're looking at a question that says you're doing an intake assessment and you're like, all right, first time, and then over time, you realize I've worked with a client before, so I have information already. Or let's say you're in a question that says you've been working with them for 3 months, and then it says throughout treatment, they've been doing X, Y, or Z. And then it says during the intake assessment, da, 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 what should you do? You might mistake that it's an intake assessment versus you've been working with them for 3 months. So that's why you'll always hear me say, you know, length of time, hop on top of it, because I'll just paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it truly paints the entire picture versus assuming and jumping like a cat that got squirted with water into action. So understanding the lengths of time can help you understand what is new information, what is old information, and how can I best supplement what I know and what I need with and for the situation. The fifth question you want to ask yourself is, what is being presented in this situation? What symptoms, situations, considerations are being brought up? So often we will be shown multiple factors in the question, including the kitchen sink, and we need to be able to prioritize what the client is coming in with without having our cape on, without telling the client what they need to do. Because if we don't understand where the client wants to go, we've been lost. But if we understand where the client wants to go, we need to meet them where they're at and identify specifically how we can assist them getting there. So that's where the fifth question is, what is being presented in the question, not the one detail, not the last sentence, not anything fancy, but all of the details within the question. And the sixth question you want to ask yourself is, what can we do, or what does the question want us to do about the situation and or the symptoms that are being presented? So how do we react to the symptoms and or situations that the client presents with? So that's where it's not just, all right, the last sentence says this, or man, this is who I am. Understanding everything, because if your client wants to focus on a certain thing, that's where we're going to go, because everybody has the right to self-determination, the danger to themselves, danger to others, abuse, neglect, vulnerable individual. So understanding the last sentence of the question can help guide the answer. However, do not just let the last sentence, first sentence, one sentence, or one detail or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. So stick with your gut and trust yourself and identify what your client wants with and for their situation. So we never want to assume, we never want to get ourselves riled and dialed up and have our cape on and rescue the client. So a quick review of the 6-step process. So the first question you want to ask yourself is, who are you? What type of social worker are you? Because the type of social worker you are is going to help determine the roles and expectations that you have. Where are you at? The setting that you're in is going to help us identify the information that we can assess from the client, but also the environment the client is in and how much information we can get from them. The third question is, who is your client, or who are your clients? Because your client can be one person or multiple people, and your client is often going to be in the correct answer. The fourth question is, what lengths of time are present in the question? Intake assessment, 2 months, 6 months, previous session, most recent session, throughout treatment, all these different things, because the lengths of time are going to help paint the picture of what you're looking at. The fifth question you want to ask yourself is, what is being presented in the situation? Not just one detail, not just two, but all of the details to help paint an entire picture. Because a lot of times the question is going to throw a ton of details at you, including the kitchen sink. And you have to be able to parse through and identify and prioritize what is directly in front of you versus what you want to be in front of you versus what you're assuming or jumping to conclusions about. In addition to that, the last question you want to ask yourself is, what can you do, or what does your questioner client want you to do? Because the last sentence can be helpful to potentially be where they're at the present moment, but there could be other details in the question that are going to point us in the direction the client is in. So that's where the last sentence can be helpful, but do not assume, do not word associate, do not get yourself riled and dial up and only read the last sentence, but make sure that you absorb the entire question and stick with your gut and trust yourself and identify what your client needs in this situation. Because a lot of times when I'm working with people, people will be like, well, this is what I think the client wants. And then it's like, well, what does the question say? And they're like, I don't know. I just jumped to the last sentence, word associated, and I'm out. So that's where you want to understand what your client wants, not just what you think they want, but what they're truly asking you for with and for your situation. So this session went over the tips that I find most helpful to keep in mind to go on the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. The most common reasons why people fail, because what better way to understand what not to do than to understand the experiences of other people. Went over a handful of topics: subpoena versus court order, operant conditioning, community organizing, the schizophrenia spectrum, bipolar 1 versus bipolar 2 disorders. It went over the medications. It went over the acronym. It went over the 6-step process of what to do as you're breaking down the questions to go in the exam, kick it directly in the chest, get the job done. And do not feel like you have to memorize everything or feel like that you should know everything up to this point. But review the session again and give yourself grace to run the race to become the best possible version of yourself, because again, practice makes permanent. Not perfect, so don't try to be perfect, but understand what you're understanding it. But also, if you don't feel like you understand something, give yourself the opportunity to look over it again, because in order for you to earn something from when you learn it is that you have to be intentional and deliberate and give yourself grace to run the race, but also give yourself credit for the things that you know versus the things that you don't know. But continue building yourself up. Do not tear yourself down. Do not degrade yourself. Don't expect yourself to get 100% on anything, but be 100% you. Continue getting closer to where you need to go. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. And give yourself grace to go on the exam, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done.